How much have you had to drink?
Let's fucking do this. It's good. It's not
We're
enough.
doing it live.
Fine. No, it's great. Can people hear me? Can people?
Yes.
Is everybody?
Yeah.
Not you, motherfuckers. Them.
Starting the stream. Stop talking.
In the stream, not you, motherfuckers. I'm talking about people who are actually watching. Obviously, you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you in the stream. I just clicked it.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Also, if you're talking in the actual stream, you should probably be watching the stream as well on mute, so that you know what the fuck's going on, so you can actually see the tier list and all of that. All right, now, hello everyone. What's up? Wait, what?
No, nothing. I was joking. Keep going.
Bad joke. Terrible timing for joke. Timing is the most important part of it. Fuck. Okay, can someone do me a favor? Because it's in OBS, it is not letting me copy a link and put it in the chat to the thing. So somebody who is here in the Discord, copy a link, post it in the stream, so I can then pin it so that people can come in if they want to.
Let's see if I can.
I need confirmation words that someone is going to do this, because I can't.
I'm trying.
I'm gonna try.
I've never done it, so.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna try, but I might not be able to.
All right, looks like everybody can hear me. Everything's good. How are you guys? How are y'all doing? How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm just peachy.
Good. One of you guys gonna fucking post it, or?
I am unable to. I think you need privileges to do that.
Alden, you're still messaging, but you don't need privileges. You just copy a link and post it in the fucking thing. Alden, post a link in a thing. You're already right in there.
Yeah, no, I told you I don't know how to do that.
God damn it. Okay.
Here, I'll give it a shot. Just.
Does anyone know how to share a link to the fucking Discord so that people can come in and do stuff? Does anyone know how to work the technology?
No.
Oh shit.
No, we're the
no. So to the Discord server?
There's 10 people in this Discord and no one knows how to use it.
Look, with our powers combined,
we can summon Dan.
Okay, Dan's not here, and apparently he's the only person who could share a fucking link. I would normally share the link, but because of OBS, it's not going to let me copy it. What?
I lend my brain.
I know how to share links, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to.
Okay, y'all are both talking at the same time.
What I usually do is...
Okay, you know what? You don't have to talk about it. Just if you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, it's fine. Let's actually. Oh, before we get started, for anybody who is in, once again, there was a lot of people who were telling me that they disagree with stuff that I said in my videos this week. I had like 4 videos this week. I told them if they want to debate me, they can come to the stream on Saturday. This is the stream on Saturday. Has anybody come to debate me about anything in any of my videos that has happened over the last week? Or farther than that. It's fine too. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Anything.
I have one small thing about your most recent one on the same topic.
What's up?
So, with the whole Dead Space video with the necromorphs and everything.
Yeah.
Their passive, mind fuckery that they do gets way worse the closer you get to one of the Brethren moons. Like Earth has the capability of shooting it. It doesn't matter how well trained of a soldier you are. The only reason Isaac had such a good time of surviving the whole thing is it had to do with his immense intellect that he had before going in. So like really smart people have a better chance of fighting off the marker, but your basic run-of-the-mill people tend to get corrupted pretty quick, and then they kill themselves. That's where the dead flesh comes from that they tend to in fact turn into the stuff. And I'm seeing more of a situation because when it comes to the Brethren moons and their whole thing, they tend to hit the outer planets first. So like all of those, like say let's do it with like the Illuminids, right? You know how they come in, brainwash the population, then you got all the Illuminid zombie people running around. It'd be pretty much similar to that with the necromorphs doing it. But if they get enough people, then they get, turn into another Brethren moon kind of situation.
No, it works. Okay, so here's the thing. Isaac went inside the Brother Moon and still wasn't mind controlled. The Helldivers have already shown tons of resistance against against different types of mind control, because that's what the Illuminate do. They literally control people's minds and dominate them.
That's the Helldivers. I'm saying like the normal population, which are in the
normal population will but the black markers will never get close to the planet because they're gonna get shot out of the fucking sky. The only way, I talked about this in the video, the only way that the Brethren Moon even get the black markers to the planet is they do it before the race that lives on that planet gets technologically advanced enough to fight. The colonies are just as technologically advanced as Super Earth.
But they would what I'm saying is they wouldn't be shooting the black markers at the planet. These guys would be going out to colonize, run across the black marker. Now, the biggest argument in your case is the black markers are a form of perpetual energy. They basically intentionally make people's brain waves go down a path where they'll need energy. That's why they got to create more black markers. And considering Super Earth already has an infinite energy source, because they're never going to kill off all the bugs unless they want to, do something like be like, oh, well, we're tired of war and these things are free. I don't see that happening, but
look, Illuminates already attack colonies, and they already mind fuck all of the people on the planet. It doesn't change anything. The Helldivers just send dudes down there, kill everybody, and take the planet back. But they've done it like 6 times already.
If they don't get there quick enough, and there's been quite a few times the entire planet's been wiped out. By the time the entire planet,
you're talking about a universe where the planets get completely dominated in a couple of hours. Like when the Illuminates took over Calypso, and the moment it happened, Helldivers had their boots on the ground fighting them. The entire war of Calypso, both it being taken over by the Illuminates and then being taken back, was 3 days. And there were 38 million Helldivers died, and 2.5 billion Illuminates died in 3 days. So what time is there going to be? I mean, the moment people start getting manipulated on a planet, Super Earth's going to be there. They have technology that allows them to travel across the universe instantly. It's like they can fold space.
The Brethren Moons do the same thing, pretty much.
I'm not saying that they don't, but I'm saying that all of this this whole thing relies on the black markers not getting shot out of the sky, the Brother Moons not getting blown up by the technology that the Helldivers have that can blow up moons and even destroy planets. The necromorphs only being able to infect dead corpses, which again is probably the most limiting thing about them, and them being able to mind control Helldivers who have been fighting a species that has better mind control for hundreds of years. So I just don't see, they don't have anything that the Illuminates don't have better, and they're not as good as spreading at any of these people. I mean, you're talking about a group of people, a society that is built on fighting a 3-way war with a bunch of other alien species that are all very good at multiplying very quickly and spreading across. I mean, the fucking Terminids, like a couple of them got out and they covered across an entire section of the galaxy in just a couple of weeks. Like the Brother Moons have nowhere near that level of being able to spread.
Well, the thing is we only see them from a human perspective. They've also wiped out much more advanced races in the
yes, we see them from a human perspective and from the perspective of a single planet. In Helldivers, if this was a Helldiver situation, that single planet Earth in Dead Space, the whole series would be over in a day or two, because that's how it works. Planets get dominated or liberated in days, not years, like in the Dead Space situation. That's never happened. I mean, everybody thought.
Also bring up the fact that you're probably going to have a bunch of planetary defense forces, because if this is a base kind of like how the American Oregon Trail was, you're going to have forts for these exploratory people, which means you get there. Cool. On these cross sections, you're gonna have tons of bases just everywhere that are.
Well, no, that's what I was saying about the black markers. Like, the whole concept is that they shoot black markers down to the planet and then it mind fucks the population. But any object at all, especially alien in origin, that comes towards the planet is gonna get shot out of the sky before it hits it. I mean, this is a species.
All right, clear my throat. Not trying to.
No.
Identify yourself.
It's a group of people who've built their technology around defending one planet from 3 separate intergalactic invading forces. They're going to shoot a black marker out of the sky. If they see a living creature that's the size of a moon, they're going to blow it up, because they have ships that can blow up moons. Like, they're not going to wait. And like I said, Isaac was able to go inside of a Brethren moon and not get mind fucked. So
which game did you go inside of Brother Moon at?
It's the one. I'm gonna have to see if I could find the fucking image. I don't remember. But there's this one.
I know he did the Frozen one.
He literally looks out the window and he sees the Brother Moon's eye staring at him. Like if there wasn't a window there, he could jump out and grab it. Like it's right there. Like he was literally right next to.
Just shooting the eye.
Yeah.
Now the only other thing that I have that's a slight argument against your argument is if this was your what if scenario inside your own video, if the black marker had been there when Super Earth started, like as humanity started coming up, just like it was on normal Earth and the
then Helldivers wouldn't have ever come into fruition because the black mark the black markers would have went off before Super Earth ever took over, before their technology got up to that point.
And instead of them going after the Terminids for a fuel source, the black markers would have influenced their scientists to go.
Yes, but I said that in the video that's kind of one of the things that make the necromorphs really fucking weak. They literally can't win unless you give them a massive handicap, which is essentially that they've already got their fucking atomic bomb equivalent, on the planet before the species is even like capable of fighting back. That would, I mean, what's up, Dan? Dan's back. What's up, Dan?
I've been back for a bit. I've just been listening in because this dead space is really interesting to hear about. But
we also need you to
thing
pin
is with the
the link
necromorphs
to the
and the
Discord.
Helldivers, there's also the SCAF. So there are normal troops in the Helldivers universe. They're not all Helldivers. And you're saying the necromorphs can't take out the basic armies before the Helldivers would be called in?
No, I was saying that the Helldivers is the perspective that we get from. Like we know for sure that the Illuminates cannot mindfuck the Helldivers to the same degree that they can your average Super Earth citizen. We don't know how well they can do it to SCAF officers because we don't interact with SCAF officers, but we know that they're like a tier below the Helldivers. It's possible that they can, but it doesn't matter because all that other stuff is still a factor. Their black markers are still going to get shot out of the sky. The fight is not going to be on the ground at all. The Brethren Moons, if they're ever come across, going to be blown up by ships from way far away. They've got no reason to fly that close to it to blow it up. It's just not really a fair fight at all in any conceivable way. Like even if they can dominate the minds of SCAF officers, and again that would only work if they can. Yeah, and again that would only work if the black marker was on the planet before Super Earth got there. Because if they fire it, oh, thank you, someone finally posted it.
Yeah, I got it.
I
the only one
I
in
silently
your
said
voice
it
chat
to.
other than you that has invite perms on the Discord.
No, no one else knows how to do it.
No, I tried.
No, we
I
physically
tried. It
can't.
told me I couldn't.
Oh,
Well,
then you could say that. You guys are all telling me that nobody knows how to do it.
We were busy listening to you.
I quickly Googled it and
I said I can't.
Ah, damn. Okay. Well, whatever. Well, now that we're talking about Dead Space, should we just do that one first?
Yeah, might as well.
Unless anybody has another argument for me before we continue.
I never really had an argument for
Not you. I'm talking about anybody. People in the chat too. Because like it happens every fucking video I make. There's always like 100 people.
That you have?
Why? Is it super bad?
No, I'm just asking. Like, did you put it on low, ultra low?
I didn't change it.
So it's on normal. So there's a 15-second delay for these people to answer you.
Is it really?
I will listen into
I
the
just
chat.
now heard you say if anyone wants to argue, and that was like 5, 10, 15 seconds ago.
God damn. Okay. Well, fuck. That's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, there's definitely a 15-second delay. So.
Shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got a 15-second
I'll donate
delay.
$2 and say what you want, Seth, if you want. Just every time you need someone to come up with an argument, I'll just post it in the chat.
Whatever. It sucks, but it is what it is. Okay. Well, what was I saying? Right.
If the Terminids became necromorphs, would anything really change?
No.
No,
comment
yeah.
in the chat.
It would, because
infinite.
every time a Terminid kills, either dies not from fire or kills somebody, then all of that flesh would become another necromorph instead of it just being a dead body at this point.
Wait, wouldn't that
we're
fuck
just gonna
their
glass
power
more
or like their supply of oil then?
Oh yeah, it would definitely fuck with their infinite supply
Battle
of oil.
Chicken asks, not very versed in Dead Space, but what would happen if a Brethren moon showed up outside of Super Earth?
It would have to.
It would get blown up.
immediately.
It would get blown up.
Yeah.
See what happened in normal in Dead Space.
Let Alden finish.
What happened at the end of Dead Space 3 was essentially Isaac shows up back to Earth, and there's 3 super moons sitting outside of it. What that tends to do is, because the super moons are basically massively enhanced psionics, because they've got the marker inside of them, they've got all of that flesh around them, it starts driving the population mad. Now, as Ruga would say, they would get blown to smithereens before they ever got there because of all the destroyers having moon destroying capabilities.
Well, it wouldn't matter. Well, okay, let's say, perfect world, right? The Brethren moons somehow don't get blown out of the sky, and they show up right next to Super Earth, right? And they start mind fucking the planet. They're only gonna mind fuck civilians. They're not gonna mind fuck the Helldivers or anybody in the elite because they have resistances to that mind fucking. But let's say even that happens. Let's say they mind fuck the entire planet. The whole planet's now gone crazy. They turn into necromorphs. Super Earth would just blow up the planet, and then go to another colonized world. Make that new world the new Super Earth, and that would now be Super Earth, because that's what happened in Helldivers 1.
Yeah, aren't we already on like the 3rd Super Earth?
Canonically, it's questionable. In Helldivers 1, there were times when Super Earth was invaded and defeated, and the planet moved, but I have been told by several people that it doesn't quite line up with the story if that happened, and essentially the developers, when they created Helldivers 2, they sort of, like, retconned that it was ever invaded.
They retconned it. And
kind of. Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how true that is, but that's what they said. But whether it's retconned or not, we know what would happen if Super Earth did fall. They would literally just move to another planet, and they have no issues with blowing up their planet, because at the end of the day, the whole worshipping of Super Earth that they have, like this obsession with Super Earth isn't a planet; it's a government. So as long as the and the government is spread all across the galaxy, so they don't really care about any planet. It's not really all that important to them. So even if everything works out for the necromorphs and they actually do take over the planet, it still wouldn't stop the Super Earth. They would still just blow up the planet and continue onward. And there's also been heavily implied, although I'm not going to say this as a fact, but it's heavily implied that Super Earth can kill all the Terminids anytime they want to, but they are purposefully not doing that because they want the power supply. So if the necromorphs actually do take over the Terminids and they can no longer get that power supply, they will wipe them out.
Just burn it all.
Basically.
Now, that leads to an interesting what-if scenario, because then they lose their infinite power supply because all their bugs are dead.
Well, they actually wouldn't, because they would just have to capture one. So what they used to do is, before the Terminids escaped containment, is they just captured a couple of them and they started breeding them, and they had like breeding labs. And then what happened is that like a couple of them got out, and then when they got out, they repopulated the galaxy, and it's like fuck. But now they have so much power. But now they have so much shit coming in because of the war. They're like, oh shit, we kind of don't want to end it now. But if they really had to, they would just capture them again, throw them in containment, and then just get the power that they could. Actually, they're known for taking whole planets, because there's so many planets in the universe. They're known for taking whole planets and just devoting that one planet to like the production of a singular thing. Like for instance, Mars in Super Earth in the Helldivers universe is just entirely devoted to training soldiers. Like it's just it's a whole planet of just training fucking obstacle courses and shit. So it's like if they wanted to, they could just get a bunch of Terminids, hide them in containment fields, get a giant planet somewhere, and just cover the entire planet with labs where they basically just like where they just create their like Terminids to use their blood as a resource, and that would just become the new thing, you know. And then again, it's implied, not directly stated, but it is implied heavily that they could just wipe out the Terminids.
It'd be really cool if they just made like.
There are infector necromorphs that can constantly infect living people and turn them into necromorphs.
Aren't those the ones that walk down your fucking throat though? That's not normal. Like it's not like they breathe in spores or something and then they become infected.
Yeah, no, those are the ones that'll stab you, and they can also jump straight into
those.
your
Yes, those are
trachea
very
and shit.
specific types that actually have to come into contact with you. For one, the armor of the Helldivers is considerably harder than the armor that Isaac has. It's made out of the same shit that their ships are made out of. It's a titanium alloy. It's actually pretty unlikely that the necromorphs can even pierce it that easily, especially the tiny ones like that. But also, you'd still have to have the issue where you'd have to be able to take over a planet and mindfuck people and get necromorphs down there. That's the issue. They're not going to be able to get necromorphs down there. The necromorphs do not have spacefaring technology that can go to war with an entire planet and invade it. That's not how they invade planets. They spread. So anything that they try to shoot near the planet can't defend itself from the defenses that all these planets are going to have that are just going to destroy them before they get there. Like, they don't have ships. They don't have battle cruisers. They don't have landing parties.
In that case, would Dead Space be ranked at fight a bit? Because they wouldn't necessarily be immediately eliminated.
I think it would be. Because the only way they would be able to fight... The only way they...
How many times can Helldivers blow up a moon?
Whenever they want. Literally whenever they want. They blow up moons to test out their new guns on their ships. They blow up a moon every time they build a new gun for a ship. It's their target practice because of how big they get.
There's no moons in Helldivers?
There are moons in Helldivers, to be fair, but they use moons as target practice for their ships. That's a common thing they do. It is a very casual feat for them to blow up a moon. Blowing up a planet isn't so casual. It takes a bit, but blowing up a moon is a very casual feat for a lot of their ships. So
honestly, from everything that I hear, it's just like they can't do anything to the Helldivers. Like, Helldivers basically counter everything that they do, so it's like...
That's the thing. It's not that necromorphs aren't good. It's just that... Well, I mean, I actually think they're not as good as people say they are. But it's not that they don't have, like, cool shit about them. It's just... all the stuff they do happen to have are really hard countered by the Helldivers, and the only way they even stand a chance is if we allow them to have black markers on the planet before the Helldivers even existed, which is a massive, massive handicap that we would be giving them. Like, huge.
So, Koish does say that apparently, from what I've seen somewhere else, in Helldivers 1, the Helldivers do get mindfucked, but it comes in the form of inverting controls.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that in Helldivers 2.
They do it in Helldivers 2. No, they do it in Helldivers 2 as well, but
they can be affected.
I didn't say they couldn't be affected. I didn't say they're immune.
The necromoists would need.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're immune. I'm saying that they're highly resistant because the Illuminates are capable of dominating civilians to the point that they turn them into the voteless, which is like a mindless like creature that they can't do that to Helldivers. Helldivers, they can just kind of give them headaches and mess with it.
Yeah, it's forklifts.
Like they can make they could cause confusion and shit, but they can't dominate their minds in the way they dominate civilians. And now we don't know why this is. It could be because of eugenics, because Super Earth really loves their eugenics, but it could be because
Dr. Mendel.
They fucking love it.
Dr. Mendel.
Yeah, but it could also be because of whatever kind of mental training they get or in whatever training.
That's why the Helldivers can't turn into the voteless.
Well, because of eugenics? I don't know.
Yes, because of eugenics, but also because the game needs to happen.
I feel like the best way to describe the Helldivers is they're essentially the most devout Mormon you'll ever meet. You cannot change their mind no matter what you do.
I'm not gonna go as far as that because it's like it depends on the type of mind control. There are certain fictions where they have mind control that can just be resisted through willpower, but then there's other fictions where it's like if I just start altering your fucking brain chemicals and brain waves and shit, it doesn't matter how much willpower you have or how much you believe something. I'm changing. If I cut out a piece of your fucking brain, I don't care how much will you have. Like, a lot of times willpower in these sort of debates that people have, they just assume willpower is a catch-all for all types of mental resistance. That's not true. For Marvel Comics it is, for certain things it is, but a lot of times your willpower doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. So I don't actually know why the Helldivers are resistant to the Illuminates. I don't think any of us know why, but what we do know, because we see it, is they are. It's the reason why they... Go ahead.
Because gameplay. That's literally the only reason that we have.
Sure, but I'm saying, that's the reason for anything. Well, I mean, look, you can use that as a reason for all of this. Anything we do is the literal reason, the real world reason is for story or gameplay. That's what it's always going to be. But we got to find an in-universe reason, storytellers will give us in-universe reasons to explain why they've done this, and that's sort of thing. We haven't gotten that yet for Helldivers, but it doesn't matter. We see it on screen. They can't be dominated in the same way that civilians can, and that's going to be an issue. And arguably, I wouldn't even necessarily say arguably, the Illuminates have much stronger mind control abilities than the Necromorphs do. Like the Necromorphs have very subtle mind control abilities that work over a long period of time, whereas the Illuminates, like, they literally turned an entire planet of voteless into voteless, and an entire planet of humans into voteless in like a couple of hours. Like it's a totally different level of control.
And that's probably going to come in with Mass Effect too, with how their indoctrination works, which can be different.
That's a while from now. But yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That's yeah. So I honestly kind of think that Dead Space would be instant obliteration, because the only way it wouldn't be is if we gave them the handicap that they had the black marker on the planet before Helldivers existed, and that would
Texas home.
That wouldn't be. And if they did have the black marker there before Helldivers existed, then we're not even having the same argument, because then the Helldivers would never exist. So it's like we wouldn't be talking about Helldivers versus Necromorphs at that point. We would be talking about a what if scenario if the Helldivers never exist. Like they would have if the black marker was there before the Helldivers existed, like, when they were cavemen or whatever, the black marker would have been activated at like maybe like 10 years from now. Like their technology would be so whatever. They wouldn't have waited that long.
Yeah, and I looked up a couple things real quick just to help out with this. It took at least a month and 2 days for the entire planet that the Ishimura was outside of to be corrupted.
There you go.
So
and by
they were way too slow at it.
Yes.
That was with a race. That was with a race that had been mentally conditioned to fall under the control of the black markers.
Think about it as you're playing, because remember, the Helldivers story is in real time with how it actually goes. Like every day that passes in our real world is a day that passes in the Helldivers universe. So think about or like a galactic day or whatever. So think about that. When you go to bed at night, when you spent the night playing Helldivers and you were fighting the Illuminates and like, oh, we beat that planet, awesome. You go to sleep, you wake up the next morning, you turn on Helldivers, oh shit, they dominated another planet. That's how fucking long it took them in real time to dominate the whole planet. Like, it's super fucking fast. It's a couple, yes, but I'm saying that it's purposefully in real time. Like, this is how the game is written. Like, the game's story.
Ultimate D&D session.
Yeah, like the game is literally like written to be that a day in our thing is an actual galactic day in the game. Like, the time is the same way. The date goes forward a day in the game every day that we actually do it. Like, if like for instance, the Second Galactic War started when did the game come out? 9 months, 10 months ago. In the game, the war has been going on for 10 months. Like, actually, that's how long the war has been ongoing, and it will be ongoing for as long as the game is supported. And that is literally how the story is told.
And that's when Galactic War number 2 will come to an end, and Galactic War number 3 will be released.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
yeah, and there might. Go ahead.
Earlier, I did like the idea of all the Terminids just being on one planet, coming up with some like super fucked up inbred thing. I already talked about it earlier.
Because Terminids reproduce via spores.
Yeah, that's another thing. I'm not actually sure about this. When Necromorphs take over shit, can they? They lose the ability to mate, right?
Pretty much.
Well, I'd assume so.
But, I mean, the thing is, Terminids are asexual reproducers.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because if they lose, it's still reproduction, whether it's sex or whatever.
Are we really still talking about this? Because like I feel like we've already like kind of, or at least we're talking about the Necromorphs, right?
Yep, we're still talking about it. But
why?
Because
we talk about these things until they stop having any interest, or until
you don't control the conversation, bro. If you don't want to talk,
I'm not trying to control the conversation. I just felt like we already got to the point where it just stopped being interesting.
Oh, dude, it flips back in.
If it's
we were done with something.
If you're not interested, you don't have to be here. Do not try to control the path of the conversation.
I'm not trying to. I just thought it would change something.
John Helldiver would solo everything on this list as Royal Chicken.
Yes.
He's a meme character. It's like putting Chuck Norris on the list.
I like putting Saitama on this
Chuck Norris on the list.
Anyway, what were we saying, Dan?
Super survive Chuck Norris. No, Chuck Norris.
Dan, what were we saying? What were we talking about?
I was saying that the Terminids are asexual.
Right. Yeah. Okay. No, it doesn't. So it doesn't matter because reproduction is reproduction, whether it's asexual or not. The point is that if the necromorphs even do take over the Terminids, they would lose the one thing that makes the Terminids so good, which is the fact that they just like spread like crazy. They would lose the ability to do that.
It's not necessarily that they spread like crazy. It's that they spread like crazy, and each generation adapts to.
Well, that's one thing, but the most danger. But even if they adapted, and that was like the thing that makes them so dangerous is that just a handful of them got out of cages and they spread across a large portion of the galaxy. Their ability to spread is insane. The gloom. And actually, we kind of do know what the gloom is now. By the way, they believe it is an incubation, essentially.
Oh.
So like everything that's in there is actually getting upgraded at the moment. Like the gloom kills anything that's not a Terminid, but the Terminids inside of it are actually like evolving inside. So that's what they're saying.
We should go and black hole the entire gloom.
We should just black hole this to get rid of the entirety of the gloom. Yeah, but yeah. So like
just get rid of that quadrant of space.
Yeah, I don't see the necromorphs aren't. The necromorphs have no power against the automatons at all. They can't do anything. They won't be able to if they take over the Terminators, they'll make the Terminators easier to kill than they are currently, and they don't stand a chance against the Helldivers. So I don't really see any way. I mean, what are the odds that the Illuminates can take over the minds of the Necromorphs?
I think they're probably pretty evenly matched.
Well, we've already established the Illuminates take over minds faster than the Necromorphs do. So it's arguable that they have a better version of it.
I wouldn't necessarily say that they're evenly matched. I'd say that the Illuminates would get pushed back steadily. Like,
really?
It wouldn't be an instant domination, but I'd say... Or not the Illuminates. I'd say the Necromorphs would get pushed back steadily.
Because I don't think that we've seen...
It would be the Illuminates win, but it would be a slow thing.
As of right now, I don't think we've seen the Illuminates be able to, like, blow up moons and shit.
No, but they don't necessarily have to. Like, the the Brethren Moon is just a psionic wavelength. Like, it's meant to...
money. Or
Jesus.
No, not money.
No, it's Alden.
Yeah, it's
No,
Alden
I just saw it pop up.
This month.
Sorry, I'm doing...
That's a lot of dudes, Alden. That's a pretty gay tier list. I'm not gonna lie.
What are you doing, Alden?
Smash your past tier list with everyone in your list. We go win.
They're all dudes. Like they're every single one is a dude except for Aloy.
You got that one-legged chick. You've got the chick from Stellar Blade. You got a couple females in there.
Plus Ruga, the Illuminates do have the technology if they can fight against the Helldivers, and the Helldivers adopted a bunch of Illuminate weapons. The Illuminates could easily come up with a way to blow up moons, given that they are more technologically advanced than even
the issue with the Illuminate. Well, okay. So they're not more technologically advanced anymore. So they were originally, but Helldivers stole so much of their technology and adapted it and started doing things with it that even the Illuminates weren't aware were possible. Like the Illuminates had dark fluid, which I believe they used for space travel, and then fucking Super Earth took it and decided to use it to open up a black hole to destroy planets. The Illuminates never did that with dark fluid. We're not even sure they know how. Like they what's up?
This is so essentially all this is they get the technology from the other person, and you know that guy was going through like humanitarian tech trees and shit. Fucking Super Earth gets it. They're just like war tech tree. What do we got unlocked for this?
Yeah.
Okay, it's that.
Yeah, they put all their points in explosions.
How many war crimes can we commit with this?
Yeah, they
didn't
weapon.
put all their points in explosion. They put all their points into how do I R&D a bigger gun.
Yeah, they weaponize literally everything they come into contact with. They weaponize all of it.
I like to imagine Helldivers just bombed Geneva.
But the Illuminates, by comparison, when the First Galactic War started, they had to start building weapons for the first time because they were a peaceful race. They weren't used to war, and when they went up against,
now they're used to war though.
What's up?
Now they're used to war though.
Oh no, we almost drove them to extinction, and that's another thing. That's why they use the vote list to war right now for them because they don't have a lot of people. Like you'll fight what are the names of the overseers? You'll see one overseer out of every like 50 people you fight right now in Helldivers 2. Those overseers are the only people that are at. What's up?
You got 20 Norwegian krones again. Instant obliteration, fudge the fraud morphs.
It's like $2, right? You
Yeah.
can't trick me this time. It's like $1.50. Instant obliteration, fudge the fraud morph. I honestly think you wasted your money because I think it was probably going to go there anyway. I just don't see a way that they could really survive all that long. And there was a lot of people who've been arguing me this week about them being about that they would do so much better.
So it is more than 150.
Wonderful. But they were there was a lot of people who were arguing me that they don't like how I dealt with their character and all that. But I told them they could come during the stream and argue and debate about it. None of them are here, so
I guess I was their headpiece on this.
Apparently, but you know, it's like that's. I always give people an opportunity to come and argue with me. They never decide to do it, and the like 1 or 2 times they have, they fucking folded immediately.
Some call me Justice. So the Illuminate watch the markers so closely that they become infected as necromorphs, and then they form a brethren.
Maybe. But that's another. But that's another thing, though. Like the Brother Moons, when an infection takes over something, it's usually cool because it alters the thing they're infecting and makes a version of that. When the xenomorphs take over something, you can get like a predator xenomorph that's stronger than like a human xenomorph. That's kind of a cool part of infections. That's not the way Brother Moons work. They evolve. They turn the thing into whatever they want it to be. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't keep any of the cool benefits of the creature that it takes over. It just becomes
leaping fetus.
It just becomes not a xenomorph. It just becomes a necromorph. So it's like
Which brings up what the fuck were the leaping fetuses is made for, because
they're babies. They were babies. But it's like yeah, they were just babies. They were just smaller necromorphs. But it's like what is the point of the whole infection trope if you're not even going to keep the abilities of the thing that you're infecting? That's like one of the things that makes the infection cool.
It's not really an infection trope at that point.
Yo, have you seen the $20 that someone donated?
Yeah, we already.
You're late, bro.
It was 20 Norwegian krones.
Yeah, you gotta remind me. They got people who's looking at it. All right. So we got him. He's at instant obliteration. I guess now we are going to Aloy.
He donated $1.50 to say what was already going to be done.
Yeah. So we're going to Aloy. Aloy, are we even like have to argue this? They're getting instantly obliterated, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, their entire world is based around like super advanced tech dinosaurs, which honestly Helldivers could fucking hack.
I mean, the Helldivers might see the fact that the dinosaurs...
One person at a time. Go ahead.
The Helldivers might see the fact that these dinosaurs have been like literally walking around for like, what is it, 200 years, 300 years or so since the wars happened, maybe longer than that. Yeah, they got factories that recreate some of them, but like a lot of them have been out there for a very long time. They might look at the tech and go, well, we could use that, but they're still going to wipe them out. They might take over the factories, but they're going to instantly obliterate anyone that's there.
Like they might come down to the planet, realize, oh shit, we can hack these things. And then suddenly you got Helldivers riding in on saber cats.
That'd be cool. Yeah, they would utilize the technology, but I don't see. Well, the thing is that the planet can't even fight back to defend itself because the humans are not in control of their own planet. The fucking dinosaurs are. Like, the humans are these spread out sort of tribes that don't really get along with one another, and they haven't been able to take back their own world. So against the humans, there's no question they'd be completely slaughtered by Super Earth. They're also all religious nuts. And again, if you're going to,
humans are massively religious,
Yeah.
and Helldivers would not be okay with that
Yeah.
unless it's for the glory of Super Earth.
So to be fair, there are religions in Super Earth, but you can't celebrate your religion in public. It has to be in the privacy of your own home with closed windows. Like, you can't spread your faith to anybody else, like, because like that takes away from Super Earth. But yeah, for like they're not gonna, their entire belief systems don't go together very well.
Freedom of religion.
Who is it?
Okay, so
Are you speaking? Whoever's mic that is, fix it. What's up? Go ahead.
Okay, so how you said how Helldivers or super citizens deal with their religion, like practice it, I kind of took it as kind of like Warhammer, but a little different when it comes to the Imperium.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah. You have
I
to
think
hide
just
your
saying
religion
that they're
because if you
similar.
get caught, you're gonna
Okay,
get dead.
and that's fine. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well,
yeah.
that would be more like for that argument, it'd be more like pre.
Well, no, they wouldn't be similar because Warhammer 40 isn't Warhammer 40K. Like they would call you a heretic if you believe in what they don't.
No. I think he's talking about during the time of the Horus Heresy when you weren't when it was all secularism. There was no gods whatsoever. It was science. And
no gods
there
or
was
kings,
just the
only
cult.
man.
There was just the cult of the emperor that was running around at that time.
Well, that's some. There are.
What the hell is
Whoever's
that?
mic is that, turn it off or leave or something, because there's something going on. Your mic's really bad and people keep coming in.
That's not
okay.
bad. That's somebody talking in the background.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware, but I think that's the same person who had a bad mic. Like I think it's coming from the same dude. Anyway, what was I saying? Fuck. Right, yeah. There's actual real countries in our real world that have that same situation where, they allow, with quotations, you to celebrate whatever religion, but you just can't do it in public. Like, Super Earth is just kind of doing that. It's a dictator shit. Dictators do that. But they don't take away all religion and say you just can't do it at all. Some places do. But, like, I don't know. It's like it's like you kind of still have your freedom, sort of, but not really. But it's not gonna work. They're gonna slaughter all the humans, and then it's really just gonna be the AI and the robot dinosaurs against the Helldivers. And there's nothing that they have. I mean, there isn't a robot in that game that can't be taken out with a bow and arrow. So
now the only thing that could be interesting is
imagine dropping a 500-kilogram bomb.
Imagine just shooting them with a gun.
No, the only thing that could be interesting, I believe, is the Anubis protocol. I think that's what it is. It's the AI system that is the evil one.
That's Hades.
It's been a while since Hades. That's it. My bad.
No, you're good.
I knew it was some.
Well, there's two of them. They added
one of the underworld gods.
There's a Hades one that I think is introduced in the first game, and then the second game they introduced a second evil AI, and I'm forgetting the name of that one.
But that whole corruption on computer system thing might be an interesting thing, but I don't see how it would get off planet.
Possibly, but do we even know if the AI, if Helldivers use AI?
Well, it corrupts computers too.
But okay, wait. Okay, the thing about the infection in the games too is that they use bio like stuff, not mechanical.
Yeah, to fuel themselves. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem in some cases.
Why would that be a problem?
But just don't go on the problem and fucking shoot it.
Why would that? Why would what fuels them be a problem?
I mean, Super Earth does throw it.
Like if they do get to a planet just out of nowhere, theoretically, and they keep on decaying plants for fuel, they might become a bit powerful, but I'm not sure about that lore.
No, they're not gonna. They don't get. It's not like fucking Bane where they get powered up by it. It's just how they. It allows them to continue being. That's it.
A T-Rex does not eat another dinosaur and then get 2 times his buff because he ate a fucking strong dinosaur. That's not how eating works.
It's not. It doesn't enhance their powers anyway. It's not really a factor. Go ahead, Dan.
But let's put it this way. If the Helldivers were to come into contact with these dinosaur robots, they'd probably just think that it's some new form of automaton.
Yeah.
And I mean, we take out tanks.
Well, I think they're smart. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure this isn't what you mean, but they're smart enough to know they're not automatons, like specifically automatons. But I get what you mean. They would be some type of automaton-like thing.
And the Helldivers would first probably shoot them to death, and then second be like, oh, well, let's see how we can make this technology into a gun.
Yeah.
And then realize, oh shit, we don't need to make it into a gun. We can just ride these things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see it doing. I don't really see doing all that much. It's just like the wildlife. Like they would just have to kill the wildlife on the planet essentially, so that they could properly colonize the world. Which, I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do. Like they've done it before. So I don't. The biggest issue.
Also, you can adapt the robots to run off of energy cells, which means that you can run them off of the fuel that you get from killing Terminids. Like it wouldn't be impossible, especially for a universe like Helldivers, where their R&D is already so advanced, to get to the point that they make their own version of the dinosaur that runs off terminated blood. Like,
yeah, I don't see
that
that.
would be easy.
They dropped down 100 million Helldivers to the planet to wipe out anything on it, and it's gonna get wiped out. I mean, really the hardest part about doing it would be finding the factories where they actually create them, and then going into those factories and blowing them up. But that wouldn't take that long.
But they don't even need to drop 100 million. Like, they could probably do it with one squad in 3 weeks.
Well,
like,
no.
Aloy goes across that entire world.
Well, if you're talking about wiping out all of it across the planet, Aloy does not wipe out everything across the planet. If you're trying to colonize the world, yeah, but if you're trying to colonize the world and take it over, there's a couple of things you have to do. You have to either take control of the machines on the planet or wipe them out. Those are the only two options. Taking control of them is a possibility, but it's also possible the AI, Hades, and stuff aren't going to allow that to happen and could possibly overpower anything that the Helldivers try to do to take it. So if it doesn't really matter either way, they would have to find a way to stop the production of the robot dinosaurs. Do they have a name in the game? I'm forgetting what the fuck you're supposed to call them. Doesn't matter. Yeah, all they would have to do is scan the planet, find the factories, and then send ground forces to go in and blow the factories up. And then you would stop them from being able to make any more, and then you would just do a campaign to wipe the rest of them out, and then it would be over. It would be super, super fast. This shit would get done in a very short. You're talking about a couple hours with enough Helldivers thrown down there. Like it would be very quickly. So I would actually say
in the game they're just called dinosaurs. Each individual species of them has.
Do they? I don't think Aloy ever calls them dinosaurs.
Or no, they're just called machines. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think that's.
I said the wrong word there. I meant to say machines.
No, so I would say instant obliteration below Dead Space. What were you saying, Alden?
I was saying, regardless of how they do it, even if even with the Hades thing being an interesting possible thing, either they take the planet, they take the factories, and they start cranking them out themselves, or they wipe everything out. But yeah, I completely agree. It's instant obliteration under Dead Space.
Yeah, I agree. If anybody else disagrees, let me know. I'm sure the chat will tell me in 30 minutes once they actually hear this part of the video.
Mike Hammond is in chat now, by the way.
Oh, hey, what's up, Mike? You're getting a 15-second delay because I forgot to put the latency down, so you're not going to.
I will always point out your members and super chats.
Thank you. Okay. Predators, the predator species across the entire galaxy. I'm gonna let you guys talk about that. What do you guys think is gonna happen with the predators?
Considering single predator, well, granted this predator is supposed to be a rookie, but considering predators couldn't take down 80s action and dudes, what are you gonna do against dudes who just wage war against entire fucking planets for funds?
Well, to be fair, we're talking if the Helldivers, if Super Earth shows up to go up against the Predators, it's not going to be hunting campaigns. It would be an open galactic war. And I think the Predators in an open galactic war are going to be different than a Predator in the forest hunting 8 dudes. Like, I think those are two different things.
Also, I think Super Earth might struggle in that category because guerrilla warfare.
One person.
Go ahead, Cap.
So what I think? Okay, so what I think would happen is the Predators, due to their culture, they would indeed go for the strongest and whatever. But since they're pretty good and masters kinda at stealth and just hiding in general, they'll be able to ambush a squad of SCAF Helldivers.
I've never heard them called SCAF before. I always call them SCAF. Are they called SCAF?
I mean,
yeah, it's SCAF and all together.
Oh,
yeah, because it is the SEAF or SCAF.
Yeah, like SEALs. You know, it's okay.
It's
well,
not the
I've been calling. I've never heard it said before. I've just been calling it SCAF the whole time. Okay, SCAF. That makes sense.
I always call them the SEAF.
Yeah, so have I.
So my thing with the Predators is that you got to remember, in the first movie that we were shown them in, the Predator that's sent down to the planet is stripped of all his gear. He doesn't have all of that because it's a rite of passage. If he can't hunt successfully, he can't have all of that gear.
So for any Sorry. Continue, Dan. My bad.
And so, if we were in like a galactic war scenario, it's not going to be the unblooded going to war. It's going to be the full-blooded predators that are hunting squads of 4. It would play out more like a survival horror game with massive guns.
Now, I'm sorry. Now, the question I was going to ask: do we know, for anybody who's actually knows a lot about predators, do we know if the predators have ever been in an open war with another group? Like other than other predators? We know there've been predator civil wars. We know that. But have they ever actually gone to war?
Only technically in the extended canon.
That's fine. That's fine. But like, who'd they go to? Like,
only
what?
against xenomorphs.
They went to war with the xenomorphs.
The xenomorphs isn't
So
a.
the
That's
aliens-
not a war though.
Because they've also been in war with Marines, and it's not been like massive war, but it's been like skirmish wars.
Yeah, that's the thing. None of these were wars. These were just like small engagements on planets. Like this, like there's never been 20,000 xenomorphs versus 20,000 predators in a planet going to war with one another. I don't think that's ever happened.
I think it has to do with the way their culture works and the way they know how to hunt. Because if I'm a bunch of hunters, I'm probably not going to go out into an open field and try to shoot you. I'm probably going to hunt you down the way I'd always do it. In guerrilla warfare, or in general, against an outright war is just nuts to fight against. It's impossible.
But it's not. But guerrilla warfare is not the same thing as hunting.
And they do have they have an entire military caste. They're a caste system society. They got a hunter caste or a military caste.
So the movies that we've seen only has focused on the hunter caste?
Yes.
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
There's also technically the most recent one that had the autistic kid wearing the helmet. That's not an insult. The kid's autistic. He's wearing the alien helmet.
No, I know. I remember that movie.
They tried to change the entire way the predators work. It used to be they'd hunt people down to learn their tactics, and that's why in the one where they put them all in the game reserve, they gave them all their kind of weapons and seeing how they used it. But in the newest one, that supposedly they're going around fixing their own genetic code by taking blood from the people they hunt and fusing it with themselves. So
yeah, because there's a lot
really fucking weird.
Yeah, because there's a lot of blood in the fucking skulls of your enemies. Like, the fuck. Like, that's what they take. They take the skulls. That's not.
And spinal cord. Don't forget the spinal cord.
That's dumb.
Sounds about right.
Okay, yeah, you can't forget it.
But yeah,
the thing is,
with the military cast, they have advanced power armor, more so than what we've seen, better weapons and equipment. That's what I'm getting here from what I'm looking up to try helping with this.
So, in the extended canon of Predators, like, we learn a little bit of the military cast, but the stories tend to mostly focus on the hunter cast. And the thing is, in an outright galactic war, they would probably send like a lot of military to, like, it would kind of be infantry versus infantry, and they would send like all of their military, but they would then send the hunters as well as like almost like the elite troops, the way Helldivers are. They would send those in to kind of, Black Ops. They would try to launch them behind enemy lines to take out key objectives, which that's the exact kind of warfare that Predators are very good at because of the way that they are raised and the way their society is done.
But can you do guerrilla warfare against a culture whose entire thing is essentially spread, like outnumbering their opponents?
Yes.
Like in the way that Helldivers. No, I know we could do it in our world, but our world's not the same as like a galactic war where you have ships flying through the sky and you're blowing up planets.
So
you want to be a nerd or
the thing that
one person at a time, please. I don't care who it is.
Do the Helldivers have the ability to detect like cloaking tech?
They fight against enemies who do have cloaking tech.
Thermal.
Yeah, they fight against enemies who do have cloaking tech.
All right, then the Yautja or the Predators are pretty screwed. Because that's like their biggest asset is not being seen.
Well, not entirely. Okay.
They have more stuff.
Mr. M. Okay, so Mr. M. So when it comes to cloaking technology, so what the Helldivers do face are stalkers from the Terminids, which is kind of scary, but they're able to deal with it.
Yeah, it's natural
Alright.
cloaking in that.
Alden,
So-
Dark Reflection in the chat says that that movie you're talking about is a separate timeline.
And that's a good possibility, and a lot of people don't like it anyway. They got really pissed off
Well,
at it.
I mean,
Yes.
they got pissed off about it, which is why the
Broke it
writers came
off.
out and said it's an extended, or it's a different timeline. So, again, using extended canon here, because this is comic and book knowledge for Predator.
Because we know so little about them. It's
Yeah,
kinda
the movie
like-
doesn't give you enough
Well,
information.
yeah.
You kind of have
No,
to use
No, the
comics.
movie is
Using-
ejected.
So pulling from the extended canon here, basically the Predator's cloaking technology would be far superior to what the Stalkers can do, which means that Helldivers would have a very tough time seeing them. But the other thing is that Predators aren't a very small race. Like, there
No.
are a lot of them. And so you say, like, that Helldivers' whole thing is about outnumbering their opponents. Okay,
Well, that's
yes.
one at no. Well, that's not true because the Helldivers are. I'm not saying the Helldivers are outnumbered by everyone they fight against except for the Illuminates. There are more automatons and there are more Terminids than there are Helldivers. But against most universes that they go up against that are not in Helldivers universe, they would outnumber significantly. I mean, you're talking about a race of people that can lose 100 million in a day in one battle, and nobody fucking they don't care because
nobody bats an eye.
they just have so many people. Yeah, yeah.
So
About
I don't know that Predators have that many because we never get a specific number, but we do get the fact that they are a very large species that spreads across multiple planets. So I'm guessing they're probably not quite the size of Super Earth, but they're probably they definitely aren't small either. And the
also
thing
they
is,
live long
most
as
of
shit,
their
so.
people- well, yes, they live super long, but most of their people are trained warriors. So almost exactly like Super Earth
So
in that
Super
regard,
Earth,
where every person is given a gun at the age of 7, all of the Predators from birth are raised to become Predators.
They're given grenades at 5 now.
That's
yeah.
freaking awesome.
They're past.
Yep.
They
You get a
passed
grenade
after.
at 5 and a
Yeah, after the Illuminates invaded, they passed a law that allows school kids from pre-K and up to carry live grenades as a way to make the Illuminates think twice about attacking civilian populations, because now even the children can suicide bomb the Illuminates if they come near them.
Okay,
Oh my god, that is freaking awesome and
Yeah.
so Helldiver. But
am I heard?
That's awesome.
Someone's mumbling.
That's,
Dang it.
Yeah, it's the
Can you guys hear me?
It's not you.
Bravo,
It's
sorry.
not you. It's the other
Bravo.
guy. It's the other guy.
yeah, Sora.
Either way, about the
Oh, never mind.
Helldivers, those stalkers, how do they go invisible, and how do the Helldivers fight back?
I don't
'Cause
fucking
I
know.
never
So-
played that game.
They're just
So
invisible,
the
and then you shoot them.
Stalkers- So the Stalkers'
Oh.
whole thing is that they have evolved from the base Terminid to be a sort of cloak and dagger Terminid. So they'll come up out of the ant's nest with all the rest of them, but they'll come up hidden, and then the way that you fight against them is really just you gotta look for the disruption to the background. It's really just
It's very
Same way
similar to.
Predators work.
It's very similar how you can see the Predators. It's
Yeah,
like
the
it's
Predator
like
movie.
slightly it's like
That's
slightly
cool.
blurry, and it's like you can kind of sort of see something moving there, and you have to shoot at it.
the
But-
thing is
Okay,
with
okay.
Helldivers, we also
That's-
don't usually fight them. We just
that's why I
throw
deal with
bombs at
both.
them and run.
Well,
Makes sense.
they're bigger and more powerful than
Oh.
a Predator, though. They're considerably
Yes.
bigger and more powerful than a Predator.
okay.
But I mean, that's the other
Okay,
thing you can do with a Predator is if the civilian population in Helldivers is just going around carrying grenades now, what's to stop a Predator from going into a school and then just getting bombed to hell?
Like blown the fuck
Like-
up. Yeah, and that's my kind of thing. Like
Non-honorable prey.
it's a sort of a different thing. Like it's. I've only seen Predators hunt. I've never seen Predators act in open warfare. If the Predators come to try and invade a planet the same way that they hunt, it's not gonna go particularly well, because
Well,
who the
they
fuck
won't
is
go-
talking in the background?
That's commentary. You're getting
Mute-
muted, bud.
Mute them.
Oh crap! I meant to server mute, not mute for me. There we go.
There. All right, go ahead.
Sorry about that.
PM rip
So-
his balls off.
the the thing with the Predators and again, I'm pulling a lot of this from extended canon, and it's been a bit since I've read it. But the thing is with predators, they won't take over a planet the same way that they hunt on a planet. And the way they take over a planet is by throwing their overwhelming military, which has enhanced power armor, has enhanced cloaking, has enhanced weapons, and even a lot of their military cast has lived long enough to get the enhanced regeneration from their species. So they are a very difficult foe to overcome, especially with the numbers they have, because they live so long. Once you become a military cast, you have already gotten a lot of what predators can get in like their entirety. So it's a very hard thing to fight against, but it would be kind of like what's the name of it's the Hulks for the automatons. So it would kind of be like fighting against a Hulk that is just the size of a normal human.
I don't think well, I think you might be exaggerating a little bit when you say it's like fighting a Hulk.
Now, Ruga, one thing we also got to look into, and you don't get to see it very often, but they do show their ship capabilities at least one time, and I'm going to get raked through the coals by chat, the guy who already called me out once, but this is an AVP. Remember, they've got extremely good targeting systems to the point that they fired a laser into basically a massive ice chasm that was going to take the humans 3 months to dig into, a month to 3 months to dig into, and they fired this laser perfectly to the steps of this pyramid that they were going to without, overshooting, undershooting. They have very, accurate firing weaponry technology kind of stuff, very powerful laser technology, and I know, you've got the quasar cannon and stuff like that, so at least on par when it comes to
I think, okay,
power
so
of weapons.
there's a couple, okay, well,
from what we
can they
see,
blow up moons? Like that's the like we're talking about, because you got to think like the Helldivers game takes place on the ground soldiers fighting. So on the ground soldiers fighting, there's a couple of things that we could see. We could see like the Predator's cloaking equipment is going to help them a lot. It's not going to be an instant win, but it's going to help them. But then you have things like the Helldivers having energy shields, which is something. I mean, most Predators don't even wear fucking armor. Like what's that mesh shit that the fucking Predator wears in the first Predator? Like they don't even now some of them wear armor. I know some do, but a lot of them don't wear armor. And the armor that they what's that?
The ones we see in the movies are unblooded predators. So they haven't. Cav, you're getting muted because I'm getting an echo from you. So the predators we see in the movie are unblooded predators. They haven't gotten their power armor or their predator weapons because they haven't succeeded in their ritual. Like, there are unblooded predators that get beaten up by bears, which Koish mentioned in chat. So the ones we see in the movies, we can't really take those. Like, that's why I'm playing.
Wait, you're saying that there is not a single predator in any of the movies that we've seen that's actually like a good predator? We're seeing like the fucking
one, but I haven't watched the movies in a long time.
Okay, so technically the only ones that we see that are good predators, if you will, to the extent of being high warrior ones, is at the end of the second one when Danny Glover is on the ship and he just managed to kill one of the unblooded, and he like 20 of them on cloak around him, and the one in all that ceremonial gear and shit walks up and hands him, I believe it's a pistol from like like 1945 or something. It was a pistol.
Yeah, it was a pistol. They originally explained it in the comic books that it was from like the 1400s or something, and it was owned by a pirate. But then the movies retconned that comic book. Prey retconned it by having it be like the Spanish settlers and the Native Americans or whatever. So
gotcha.
Yeah.
But no, so that guy there, he was a clan leader. So that's the only time, and we've never seen him fight. But you saw he was kitted out in better gear, had a better helmet, had I believe he had dual shoulder mounted freaking plasma. The plasma.
Sure, but it's like I mean. It's like, for instance, in AVP, there's predators that, like, the Predator in AVP is fully armored, unlike the Predator. I just think they wear different equipment, but That like.
But all 3 of those were unblooded because the pyramids were tests.
But
blood
them being blood or unblooded doesn't suddenly make their armor better. It just means that they're like, are they suddenly not given the best equipment if they're unblooded? Like I don't understand.
Yeah, no, you're the lowest of the low when you're unblooded. If you haven't
you
been
don't get
considered
any
blooded, you don't get anything.
You don't get any equipment from your ships or from the home planet if you are an unblooded predator.
So what about
they are literally sent in basically naked.
So how do you know they're blooded?
Basically, if they succeed in the ritual, they're blooded.
No, but what I get that. Well,
how do we know in the
how do we know
that
they're unblooded? Yeah, how do you distinguish a blooded from an unblooded? Is it just that they had that symbol burned on them?
That's one way, yeah.
Okay, then they're not unblooded because they have then they're not unblooded because in AVP they have the symbol. In fact, one of them bestows that symbol onto the black chick in AVP.
If you remember, after he kills the first alien he kills, he puts the symbol on himself.
So
that was him becoming baseline blooded, but he's got to complete the whole ritual before he has to make it back to his ship before his people consider him blooded. You can put any symbol on yourself you want. The only reason she didn't get killed is because he put it on her. Because they would have killed her at the end. 'Cause she was actually carrying a weapon. They're very.
But how can he bestow a blooded symbol on someone if he himself is unblooded?
She killed an alien.
So he's not
if you
blooded.
Kill an alien, you succeeded. Okay,
like a private can't. A private can't promote another private to a captain. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like I feel like I'm missing some important information about how this universe works.
So it's more like a battlefield promotion from a lieutenant to a private.
And
so
also, I'm sorry.
Lieutenant, the lieutenant just got killed, so it promoted a private to a lieutenant.
Are we supposed
like
to?
That's basically.
Are we supposed to believe watching all of these Predator movies that in every single one, none of these people have ever done a successful hunt before? This is all their first time.
Yeah,
it's not that it's your first hunt. It's your first hunt, probably without mommy and daddy.
How do we know that they're not? Where is the canon statement within the movies or within something that says that the Predator in the first Predator movie is unblooded, that the Predator in the AVPs are unblooded, that the Predators in Predators is unblooded? Like, how do we know this? Like, where did this information come from?
If they come down with only the helmet and the mesh armor, and they don't come down with like full-on power armor suit, kind of like not actually like you'd see in Fallout, but like it would give you the buffs of a Fallout.
We've never. Well, okay, so this is where, like, I've actually read a couple of Predator comics. I've never seen them in this suit that you're talking about. Like, even the dude at the end of Predator 2 didn't have a fucking power suit, and you're saying that he was blooded.
$5. The Predators would get beat because they would challenge one diver to duel, and the diver just shoots Predator because they brought a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah.
They got shoulder-mounted plasma cannons, and they don't have no weapons.
No. Well, okay, so let's get back to it. Outside of the blood and unblooded thing, let's get back to this. The Helldivers can destroy planets. They can casually blow up moons with their ships. They have quasar cannons. They have plasma rifles. I would say overall their weapons are better. The Predators have stealth equipment that's going to make them better, but I don't think it's going to be all that long until the Helldivers acquire that equipment for themselves and start giving it to their own Helldivers. Then you have the fact that Helldivers have energy shields and things like this that will actually defend them against even the plasma attacks, the plasma cannons, which is the strongest thing that we can see that the Predators have. So their absolute strongest weapon will not necessarily kill a Helldiver in a single shot if they have the energy shields on them. And then you have the idea that a lot of the Predators, I mean, maybe the Predators are like have the warfare part of it, but I've never fucking seen it, and I don't know how to judge them based on how well they are at actual warfare on the ground, an army versus an army. We've never seen it. If they still do the same hunting tactics, I think that's going to get old pretty quick, and I think the Predator and I think the Helldivers going to get pretty good. I mean, shit, the Helldivers have equipment that the Helldivers have equipment that makes them immune to. They have armor that makes them immune to fire. They have armor that makes them heavily resistant against electricity. They have stealth armor. Once they find out that the Predators only see in thermal imaging, they'll just make armor that block thermal signals, and then they will be even more invisible to the predators than the predators are to them. I don't see. Now, I'm not going to say that they get instantly obliterated, but in everything that I've seen, which I've read a couple of comic books, not a ton, like 2 or 3 comic series, and I've seen all the movies except for the shitty one that Alden was talking about earlier. I didn't see that one because everyone said it was shitty. I didn't want to see another bad Predator movie, but I don't see what they could do that would take out the Helldivers.
No, I'm not
Ruben,
saying
you
that they
brought
would
up the
take out the
fireproof suit.
Helldivers. I was just trying to say that they would probably put up more of a fight than either of the universes we've talked about.
For
so far.
sure, for sure. I think it would. I think just because of the sheer numbers, they would put up more.
I'm
of a
not
fight.
sure. I'm not sure if they'd get to fight a bit more, but I think like they'd be pretty high and fight a bit.
Fight a bit more. Yeah, like I said, I think once because remember when the Helldivers fought the Illuminats, they created armor that made them 95% resistant to electricity because they fought an enemy that used electric weapons. So the Helldivers are people that will create whatever they need or the Super Earth will create whatever technology they need for their soldiers that will allow them to overcome whatever threat. They're really good at adaptation, and I know that adaptation is a very big part of the Predators as well, but not really. The Predators are more about copying the tactics of their enemies and the equipment of their enemies. They're not about
it's
adapting.
about learning the tactics of your enemies so that you can overcome them.
Yes, that's
Basically,
not
the fireproof suit is thermally insulated.
but
right?
that's not the same thing as adapting your equipment specifically to wipe out a particular species off the map, which is what Helldivers do.
That's the other thing. Like Helldivers literally have the technology to shoot weaponized cancer. So I'm fairly certain they can take out a rogue predator.
Also, I'm not even 100. I don't think you can 100% say that physically the predators are more powerful than the Helldivers. The Helldivers are
We've seen people go hand to hand with a predator before.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it's kind of weird because in the first movie you have Arnold Schwarzenegger getting fucking ragdolled by a predator, but then later on in later movies you see like one like skinny ass Adrian Brody is able to beat the living shit out of a fucking predator with a stick, and it's like wasn't this dude like throwing around Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Don't you know? The stick gives him magical powers.
It allows him to hit harder than Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, but yeah.
Exactly.
So I
about
think
the thermals.
Yeah, go ahead.
About the thermals and stuff. Is that so? I've actually got to work with a lot of thermals. If you're wearing like a firefighter suit, like something thermally insulated, thermals have a very, very hard time of seeing you because your heat is insulated inside the suit, and outside. But also, a glass pane will defeat your thermals. Literally, just put a glass pane hide behind a window. You are unable to be seen.
If that's the case, and the Helldivers can just wear the already existent armor that was created for the fire resistance. I forgot it was like 75 or 85% fire resistance. Then that would make
95%.
So, no, it's 95% for the electric. It's not 95%.
They tried the same thing in Predator 2 by putting themselves in thermal insulated suits, and they even put themselves in a freezer with a bunch of stuff like sprinkling down so they couldn't go invisible, and the Predator just changed the mode on his helmet and could still see them.
What did he change it to?
He went through infrared. He went through like night vision. He went through like 4 different types of vision, and he was able to eventually just see their flashlights and see them.
It's been a while since I've seen Predator 2. Okay.
No, he was only able to do that because of his helmet, though. If
they all had the helmet, then it doesn't matter. If they have the technology, you can.
Yeah, they do all have the helmet. But the thing is, like, if you get the helmet
not all
off of a predator,
not all predators are running into battle fully naked. We're talking about a full-on war, man.
Yeah, they're gonna have the helmet. They're gonna be able to just change the alternate.
But again,
views.
we have Helldivers who have sniper rifles that can shoot a helmet off.
Let's face it. If that's too much. Anti-material rifle.
That's a little ridiculous. That's like, you're gonna have 1,000 Helldivers just shooting off helmets like perfectly helmets of all.
You can't see us now.
That's ridiculous. If you're gonna shoot them with a fucking rifle, you're just gonna kill them anyway. That's bad. That's a bad argument.
Jordan Masco gives another $5. I could see the Predators and Divers being in a somewhat eternal war because Predators would use guerrilla war and hit and run tactics. The Divers use firepower.
Now, I mean, the divers use firepower, but they also spread and they conquer. It's not really like they will if you're talking about a war, the predators have to be somewhere. Whether it's on a ship or on a planet or something, they have to have somewhere where
they would
stay.
eventually be found. Like hit and war and guerrilla tactics are all hit and run and guerrilla tactics are all well and good, but eventually somebody is going to find your base of operation.
The Helldivers
and you're going to get fucked.
They just spread across the galaxy, so they're going to eventually run into wherever the predators are, whether it's in ships or on a planet, and they're going to wipe them out. Guerrilla tactics are only going to work. Guerrilla tactics work in wars when you can force your enemy to give up. Like, it worked during the Revolutionary War, not because we weren't winning that war. We were just making the war not worth it for Britain to fight. And that's where guerrilla tactics work. But when your goal is to wipe out the enemy entirely and you're not going to give up that goal and you want to genocide them, guerrilla tactics aren't going to work. Because you're not going to eliminate Super Earth with guerrilla tactics. But
and also with how big Super Earth is, I feel like it'd get to the point where it's kind of like, oh, they're kind of an afterthought because there's just so many super destroyers. It's like you can only hit so many at once.
Yeah, it's another thing. Like the Super Earth doesn't care how many people they lose because like they're not going to lose so many people that it's going to matter to them. There's just way too many, and predators are going to be dying with the tactics that Helldivers use. Predators will be dying at far greater numbers than those of the Helldivers. And then once the Helldivers figure out the camo and they're capable of seeing it, which should not take long at all. Now all of a sudden all the Predator ships are going to get blown out of the sky anytime they come near a fucking planet that's colonized by the Super Earth, and then you're going to start having actual battles in space between two ships, between a Predator ship and
you're going to have an Independence Day situation essentially.
Yeah, and then
honestly wouldn't even take that much for the Helldivers to be able to see them because their helmets are already feeding them digital information. Like, you just need to upgrade the sensors on the helmet a bit to scan for the specific frequency of a cloak from the predators, which means all they have to do is take out one predator.
Well, all they have to do is get
one predator without blowing it up.
All they have to do is get their hands on one predator helmet. Because the predators can see.
That's the thing. Predators will blow themselves up if they are losing a fight.
Well, yeah,
so that
but
people
if I kill
can't
you
get
before you can
that's if they're still alive. That's if they're dying.
Well,
if you shoot
that's what I'm saying. Like,
if you shoot him with a fucking cannon that blows up robots, and you shoot him, in the chest. If you have a galactic war between literally trillions of people on both sides, you're gonna find a dead body who was not capable of blowing himself up before he died.
Probably.
Like, that just is how it is,
Helldivers probably subscribe to the tactic of shoot it till it stops moving.
Yeah. But I was okay. So overall, we're gonna say fight a bit or fight a bit more.
High.
Fight a bit.
I'd say very high on fight a bit.
Fight a bit.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we're gonna go with fight a bit. If anyone in the chat disagrees, you tell me, and I'll see it in 15 minutes. Next
Trip,
up,
you're still muted. You're still muted for Ruga Trip. So.
Next up we have Transformers, and this was from the movies because I felt like if we did Transformers from the comics, it would be like not fair for anybody.
Oh, it'd be a bloodbath.
Not a hot take at all. They can die to normal basic bitch humans from Earth with our normal tech.
I've heard. So some people can tell me if this is wrong, but according to my comments that constantly disagree with everything I say, there were a lot of comments that were telling me that the human weapons in the Transformers series are upgraded with Transformer technology, essentially. Like every single gun they use, whether it's assault rifles, grenade launchers, whatever they use, none of it is actually human technology. It's all
I put a depleted uranium bullet, so it's upgraded. Fucking yeah.
I don't know if this is true. This is what people tell me. They say this is in the Transformers movie lore. So
no,
I don't know.
The governments in Transformers didn't get their hands.
That's what I said.
A proper Transformer for years until like one of the movies finally said, "Oh yeah, they had this," but they never upgraded every single gun in America with Transformer technology.
Well, no, they said
just no.
Well, no, the idea wasn't that they upgraded guns. The idea was for the last battle in the first Transformers movie, they equipped those soldiers with the guns that could actually damage them. Because before earlier in the movie, their guns weren't doing a whole lot, and at the end of the movie, he was able to kill one with a grenade launcher. And the argument is that the grenade launcher now had Transformers technology, and that's how he was able to.
Okay, but even so, the Helldivers don't need Transformer tech because they have in quasar cannons. They're shooting a small star at a Transformer. It's gonna blow the fuck up.
Yeah, it's gonna blow up.
And then you can go walk in.
No, the weapons would
crush
still
the arc that it has.
The weapons would still fuck them up. The weapons would still fuck them up. But
yeah, I'm saying instant obliteration.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Instant obliteration,
now,
probably below Horizon.
If we did use the comic version, would it be a dominate?
Oh Jesus. Yeah, they would dominate. All right. Six Shot has armor that is like 6 times
Ruga
denser
Trip
than a
is
neutron
trying
star.
to chime in, but I'm pretty sure he's still muted on your end.
Well, unmute him. I don't know how to unmute him. I didn't mute him last time.
You'd have to right-click on him.
Oh, I have to do it?
No. Yeah, because you muted him for you specifically.
Oh.
I remember you doing that. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Go ahead, Trip.
Jeez, it's been a while since I remember comic versions, but they're...
What? Yeah, he is, Cav.
What?
I'm actually quiet this time?
No, you're fine, Trip.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
even hear him.
He's probably muted for you, Cav.
Fucking retard.
Just let Trip. Just say what you're saying.
Yeah, Trip, go.
Oh, man. Unfortunately, I'm less inclined with the comics version than other versions. Oh, man, there's even more.
What are other versions?
I'm not. I just had a 3-hour conversation about this shit.
Well, yeah.
Oh, then do the cartoon. That's fine. I mean, it was a cartoon before it was a comic, so we could do the cartoon. Go for it.
So, Trip, do the cartoon. That's fine.
Well, let's see here. Oh,
just
I'm sorry, it's been a while. I'm actually drawing a blank, so... Okay, everyone...
We'll come back to you. Mr. M, you said...
Man, I'm pretty sure that Trip and we were talking about Transformers not that long ago, and Trip had all kind of shit to say about it. I thought,
yeah, it was a couple streams ago.
I thought he was the fucking Transformers guy.
I think he got put on the spot.
I remember Optimus Prime.
Okay, it's fine.
Everything else is a bit farther and more nebulous.
No, it's fine. Other guy, go. Other guy.
Yeah, you said you just had a conversation.
So there's a bunch
go ahead.
So, so basically, the comic ones are like Unicron is the same in all settings. Like fucking Megatron can destroy planets with his gun for some fucking reason.
Oh god, and Unicron's literally a god in every aspect, more terrifying than Galactus.
Yeah, but I'm talking Megatron.
I meant Unicron. Unicron, my bad.
Yeah, but also there's a Transformer called Six Shot, where apparently his fucking armor he wears is 6 times denser than neutron stars, and Optimus Prime just punched it.
Okay, so it's a complete it's okay.
Yeah, it'd be a complete wash.
It sounds like it's a complete wash. Yeah, that's it doesn't.
Oh, Jordan Masso just gave $20.
Jordan!
The movie versions are getting beat because even basic tank shells can hurt Transformers, and the only reason humans needed the Autobots was because the Decepticons had better tech, like the giant snake thing with Shockwave.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, the movie ones.
The
movie ones are trash.
Yeah, they're brought down to normal.
So basically, Ruga, you need to grab a comic picture of Transformers. Throw them in the dominate tier.
So it's not really. I don't have comic books on here for most of these characters because video games versus comic books is usually just not a fair fight. But either way, it seems like it's not fair. It's if we do the movie version,
I would not use them.
If we do the movie version,
it's not fair.
Wash,
yeah, it's
on the Helldivers side. If we do the comic version, it's a wash, but on the Transformers.
Yeah, it's a wash no matter what. There's no way. We would have to find a more a better matchup. Maybe like Metroid against Transformers or something like that.
What if we just take the average and just stick them in the middle tier?
No, because it's the movie version, and it would be weird. Because you'd be if we put it in instant obliteration or in dominate, we would be at least half right. If we put it in the middle, we'd be completely wrong across the board because there's no version that does that. So
there's only one version. There's only one version where they get instantly obliterated, and that's the Bayverse. Every other version, they at least fight or dominate.
Yeah, are they that powerful in the cartoons? Guy who knows comics, because I don't think they're that powerful in the cartoons.
In cartoons, they are nowhere near as strong because IDW.
See, generally speaking, when I talk about Transformers, generally speaking, when I talk about any universe, I refer to its original depiction. So if I'm talking about Transformers, I'm going to talk about the cartoons. If I'm talking about He-Man, I'm going to talk about the cartoons. And then like if the comics like sort of build up on that, then I'll kind of talk about that, but I won't talk about like alternate versions in comics. But with this
we don't
one,
know how powerful they are exactly, other than they can take a lot of damage. And Optimus Prime dies sometimes, but he gets better.
Because I actually think, I mean, at some point, if we ever get somebody in this stream that knows a lot about the cartoons, and I think we would probably be a lot closer of a fight than movies or.
I mean, hell,
Starscream
is canonically immortal. His Allspark can't die, and you'll always respawn.
That's fine.
Yeah, Optimus Prime has the same thing.
Canonically, Canonically, General Brash destroyed an entire fleet of Star Cruisers with a pistol, but he didn't actually fire any shots. So
canonically, John Helldiver cleared an entire planet of Terminids, and then the first shot he shot was in celebration.
Yeah, no, it's there. Like it's if you wanna do it, it's yeah. If you want to do like the most ridiculous, but yeah. I think we're gonna have to at some point we're gonna have to revisit this, but talk about the cartoons when we get someone who knows a little more about them. I wasn't a huge Transformers dude.
I knew more about Beast Wars than the normal cartoons.
Yeah, I watched a couple episodes here and there of all of them, but I never like got super into them. I was more of a He-Man guy than that. All right, next up,
you're not saying that Transformers Prime would be the best version for this matchup. I mean, if anybody from chat wants to join,
I loved watching that.
Guys,
they're in a middle round.
Let me finish. If anybody from chat has a lot of information about Transformers Prime and wants to join the Discord, feel free. Links pinned to the top. But since we don't have that and we have a picture of the movie Transformers, they go into instant obliteration.
As of now, if someone knows more about the cartoons, we can more easily then we can just pretend it's the cartoon and move it up. Anyway, next up we have Gears of War. Whoa, what's up? Question? Go for it.
For this stream, can anyone add in like a different universe than what's already up there?
No, we have a lot. There's a lot, and we've already been. I mean, the stream's already been an hour and a half, and we've only done 4. So, like, we're gonna be here for a while doing these. Maybe if we get to
unless someone pays $2,000.
Sure, why not?
What?
Sure.
I mean,
I'll do it for
Spider.
I'll add more for $2,000. Why not?
Spider. Usually, what happens is once we finish the list, we'll just start talking about subjects that are interesting, and if it makes for an interesting conversation, we do it.
Yeah. So
we don't throw it up on the list, but we talk about it.
Yeah, we'll say like where would they be, basically, instead of adding pictures and shit.
Which when it comes to a certain like universe, I would want to add Generation Zero, which Ryuga, I know it's quite annoying. I'm just really want to.
Hey,
that's fine. I mean, I
don't you fucking dare! Just shut up now.
What?
Or I will server mute you.
What'd he do? What?
No, he's about to suggest a survival challenge for you.
Oh, whatever. It is what it is. I can't get through any of these streams without someone offering their opinion on what I should do. Anyway, next up we have Gears of War, and I think this is another instant obliteration, isn't it? That is not a
one planet. They don't even have space fair.
We could talk about the Locust too. It doesn't just have to be Earth. But
the Locusts are survivable, but can they just survive a planet dying?
Wait, what? You gotta tell me what you're talking about.
You said the Locusts are tough, sure, but can they survive me destroying a planet? Because that's basically what the Helldivers do when they can't win.
Not really. Like Helldivers, most warfare in Gears of War, almost all warfare in Gears of War is on the ground warfare. But unlike Helldivers, where it's on the ground warfare because that's just what you see as a player, but there actually is canonical space battles that are going on in space that you're just not aware, you just don't see because you don't play as those characters. Gears of War, I don't think there is any space battles. I think all of it is on the ground warfare. I don't think
Gears
they have.
Gears of War is a completely contained story in one planet. It's all on the ground.
Yeah, I don't think they have I don't think Earth in the Gears of War universe have the ability to go and war in space with galactic ships and shit.
No, the closest they got was the Hammers of Dawn,
and that's pretty fucking weak. Look at that. I feel like that's actually a perfect representation of these two universes. Gears of War is the Hammer of Dawn, and Helldivers is the orbital laser. Look at those two things side by side, and then tell me which one's better. It's like there's a significant difference between those two very similar weapons. So yeah, this is probably going to be another instant obliteration. I don't even think there's really anything that Gears of War can do. I think it's basically they might as well be even with the Transformers. in terms of how like easily wiped out they're going to be.
Well, Helldivers have the technology to black hole the fucking planet.
Yeah, no, but that's never
deal with it.
But that's never their first option. Like the Helldivers are going to show up and instantly blow up the planet. If they are blowing up the planet, it's because the planet's lost and they know they can't take it back. They
don't even need to blow up the planet in Gears of War, though.
The first thing they'll do is drop to the planet. The first thing they'll do is
once they see the Lambent thing, they probably might want to just blow the planet up. Yes,
no,
they don't want to
probably
deal with
use
that.
it as an energy source.
Probably.
Yeah,
well, it's an energy source that literally wants to take you over.
I mean,
okay, you know what? They're crazy enough to do that.
It is Super Earth. They regeneticize and recode a lot of shit as weaponry.
Well, also, but Trip, they literally let the Terminids live because they want
their blood doesn't attack them.
No, just the whole body.
Their blood is acidic.
So guys, Darth Revan says that yes, it's ground, but that's because the Locusts destroyed their entire navy.
Yeah.
So they had ships at some point, but don't during the course of the actual story. And the Locusts have to have a navy because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to get to the planet Earth. But I still think I don't know how the Locusts don't have a massive galactic empire, right? They just come from one place.
They're all under the ground.
They're mutated experiments that humans caused.
Oh, so they're not even aliens.
No.
Nope, they're humans.
Actually, the Gears themselves are the aliens, ironically.
Oh shit. So yeah, no, they're getting fucking wiped out. They don't even have the capability of going. Okay, so I'm gonna put them in instant obliteration above the Transformers only because there are more of them than there are Transformers. Like I think there's only like what 15, 20 Transformers. Yeah, there's probably more by the end of the series. There might be 50 or 60, but the point is there aren't a lot.
In the Bayverse, they keep adding more because they keep adding different types, like the dinosaurs, the beasts.
Yeah. So like even if there's 200 throughout the movie series, that's Gears of War has an entire planet of soldiers and plus the Locust. There's more people that could fight back, so I'll give him above that. But that's about it. I even think I think Helldivers would even have a harder time against the robot dinosaurs than they would against Gears.
Yeah.
I don't think so. A quasar cannon to a dinosaur just kills it.
That's what I'm saying I think they would have a harder time against them than they would the Gear. Well, because you're not every single time you shoot a gun is going to be a quasar cannon. Like quasar cannon has a charge time. You're gonna have to fight like the.
It has a charge time, but they can call down as many as they want in a mission. Like. It has a cooldown, but the cooldown's only 2 minutes.
Well, they actually can't call down as many as they want. It's on a timer.
Okay.
That is a limitation that they have.
They can call down
funds.
If it's a 2 minute.
20 of them.
They're limited by funds. They're limited by funds.
Yeah, but they can call down 20 of them in a mission. So
something like that.
A whole group of Helldivers can call down 80 total quasar cannons.
Killed by look in Gears 90% of the population was killed by the Locust. So yeah, I'm putting them. It doesn't matter. They're all instantly. I kind of almost feel like I should put Dead Space up a little bit because I feel like it would do better than these other three a little bit.
The Necromorphs would give
I've noticed something.
What's up?
Realize fire.
What's up?
I've noticed something about the list, and it was something I think you said in your first or second one that had multiple groups in it.
What's up?
All of the single planet ones are pretty much an instant obliteration, I'm guessing.
And
anything that has galactic travel or has been on multiple planets at least should be and maybe fight a bit or higher.
So that would have so the only things left would be things in Warhammer 40K.
Okay. So hold up. Let's change this up a bit. We're gonna put Dead Space up because you can't say instant obliteration because they're gonna have to wipe out all the Brethren moons, and they're gonna have to go out. They're gonna have to find the Brethren moons. They're gonna have to blow up the Brethren moons. So just because of that, you can't say instant obliteration. It's gonna take them a bit to even find them, much less blow them up immediately. Yeah, they're not restricted by a planet.
Another $2 from Jordan Masso. It would be cool to see a diver with a lancer.
It would be cool for a diver. It would be cool for a diver to add a chainsaw to one of their own weapons, but a lancer would be significantly weaker than any of the regular rifles that they have. Like every single gun that a Helldiver fires is an armor-piercing round, and a lot of them are explosive armor-piercing rounds. A Lancer's just a regular fucking machine gun. Like it's not really that impressive. The thing that makes it impressive is that it has a chainsaw attached to it. So
yeah, I mean, all the rounds that Diver fires have to be armor piercing. The Terminids have biological armor. The automatons are just straight up metal.
Titanium.
Like,
yeah, they're made of titanium.
Yeah.
And then the Illuminists are armored, and yeah, they cannot fire a weapon that doesn't have some kind of armor piercing round. Like I don't even think the planet makes rounds that aren't armor piercing.
Not anymore. They probably used to, but not anymore.
And then the Helldivers, and even if you want to fight, and even if humans fight other humans, the Helldiver armor is also made out of titanium, the same shit that their ships are made out of.
It's a titanium alloy that can survive re-entry into atmosphere.
Yeah, so you'd still have to have even to kill another Helldiver, you'd have to have a armor-piercing round. Who's the other guy who was talking? Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say this won't matter because it's just an instant obliteration regardless. But the Locusts do have like this mind torture, or they did, and it's shown that it's so effective that the Gears, who like one of the strongest mentally fortified Gears, went through like 3 hours of it, and he just killed himself after like. And they just do this until they extract everything worth knowing from you. So one Helldiver, everything he will ever have known in like maybe a day is gone.
That's cool, but I mean, doing it, you could do it.
Not useful.
Like you'd have to do, you'd have to do it. How many Helldivers could do that to? like there's a lot of Helldivers.
Maybe the first one that accidentally has this pod land in the middle of one of their sinkholes. Maybe.
Yeah. And honestly, you might torture them for a whole day, and at the end they're just like, for Super Earth. I suffer for Super Earth. I don't know. No, but yeah, it's cool. But
turns out they get the one masochist on the Helldivers who's just really into it.
Sitting there rubbing his nipples while they're torturing him.
So how many of? Oh, okay. So next up we have Pacific Rim. So Pacific Rim.
Where were you moving Dead Space to?
I moved him up. I moved him up to fight a bit, but he goes underneath the Predators.
Oh, I froze again.
Just, you have to kill all the moons.
Yeah. So. Oh wait, the stream's frozen.
For me, not everyone else.
Okay, I was about to say. I was about to.
Don't worry, I'm still on tech.
Bro, I'm about to fuck up.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry,
no, you're good. You're good. What was I doing? Right. Okay. So next up we have Pacific Rim. Now this is kind of different because you have two different things you have to fight against. You have to fight against the humans with their giant fucking like robots, and then you have to fight.
Jaegers.
I know. Yeah, Jaegers. And then you have to fight the kaiju where they essentially could just keep sending. They're not on Earth. They're like in another fucking universe, sending things.
They do
through the
something.
So you have to deal with both of those.
Complications.
Can I speak for a bit? So I might be a little naive on this, but I think they stopped production of Jaegers, so I think that might be a little easier than the Kaijus.
It will be way easier than the Kaijus. Yeah, no, he in the first movie they had said that they hadn't made a Jaeger in a while and they couldn't make any more. It was a program that they were wanting to shut down. I remember that's the whole reason why they got the main dude to come back after he had retired, because he's like, you're the only person who could pilot your own Jaeger, and we can't make any more. So you got to come back to help us. In the second movie, I don't know, because I couldn't finish it. So I don't know if in the second movie they started producing more.
No,
they did.
They started making more Jaegers after the success of the Jaegers in the first movie. So there are more Jaegers that exist, and there are single pilot Jaegers now.
Who
very tiny.
Who
saw how that works?
Who saw Pacific Rim Black, the anime?
I did.
First season.
Oh, I watched it.
Okay, so y'all see it. So did they add anything really cool to that anime that like sort of expands on anything?
Not really. It was basically they found an AI that could run a Jaeger, and it was basically they had an AI teacher running the Jaeger for a bunch of rookies.
That's interesting.
It's sort of like how Janeway in Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Prodigy.
Okay, well, since a lot of you guys seem to have be more interested in the whole Pacific Rim thing than I am, where would y'all put them on the list? How difficult of a match do you think this would be?
Well, see,
there's the complication.
The problem arises with the Helldivers fighting kaiju. How the fuck do they take down a kaiju?
Well, the Helldivers aren't going to take down a kaiju.
Same way they take on a Biotitan.
Well, the kaiju are bigger than Biotitans, to be fair, but
kaiju are much bigger than Biotitans.
Yeah, but I still think an orbital laser is probably going to kill a kaiju. I still think that
and they'll probably
a 500 kilogram bomb will, depending on where it hits, could probably still kill a kaiju. Like if you hit it in the face or certain maybe the back of the neck, blow its fucking spine out maybe. But
and then there are the like super kaiju bullshit
but
that they did in the second movie.
Yeah, but to be honest, it's not going to be. This is not going to be a fight between Helldivers and kaiju. This is going to be a fight between Super Earth and kaiju. They're going to send down like spacecraft and ships that are going to bomb the fuck out of the kaiju.
Well, unless they've got dimensional tech, the problem is the kaiju will keep coming, and they learn from their mistakes.
No, they would have to go into the portal to find where the kaiju are to wipe them out, which is exactly what Helldivers is going to do. Helldivers are not characters who defend. In Pacific Rim, the humans are just trying to defend their home from invaders.
$20 bump. Pacific Rim is losing because they're used to fighting kaiju. They don't show if rank and file military is advanced as well. So it basically a glass cannon or one-trick pony, and they have no experience against space lasers.
Well, Jordan, we're not just talking about that. We're talking about them having to go up against the kaiju. The Helldivers will have to go up against the kaiju as well. So yeah, they're gonna wipe out humans pretty easy, but it's the fight with the kaiju.
They just said all the Jaegers are fucked.
Yeah, the Jaegers are fucked. But the thing is that the Super Earth's goal will not be to just defend themselves from a constant attacks from the kaiju like Earth in Pacific Rim was. Their goal will be to go to where the kaiju are and take whatever they have. That's like they're going to colonize the kaiju world.
And let's face it, if the guy from It's Only Sunny in Philadelphia can figure out how to fucking do wormhole travel, I'm pretty sure Super Earth can.
Well, Super Earth already kind of has. They just don't know they have
this particular type.
Sorry. One sec, Dan. Keep your thing. They figured out how to bend space so they could travel anywhere in the universe pretty casually. But also, they did open up a black hole, which is a portal to another world that they haven't quite realized they've done yet. So they've already kind of done that. And if they start having kaiju coming into their world, and they can see that these portals are going into another place, it's really not going to take them all that long to figure out that technology since they kind of already have it. So yeah, it might be a little bit. There'll be a little bit of issues, but in Pacific Rim, the kaiju are at war with Earth for literally decades. It's not going to take decades for the Super Earth to figure.
It's the Cold War. It sounds like in the first movie.
But therein lies the problem. If you're going to go invade the kaiju's world, there's infinite kaiju there. It's their home world.
That doesn't mean that there's infinite kaiju. I mean, you could say the same thing about the kaiju. You could say the same thing about the kaiju invading Super Earth. That there's infinite. There's not infinite, but there's so many that's going to be an issue. But the fact is, it doesn't matter if Super Earth is. I don't know if we know what's on the other side of that portal exactly, like what their universe looks like. But
we've seen it. We've seen it.
One thing we know is the atmosphere is going to be very hostile to humans.
That's fine.
Let's say they do find out where the planet is.
That's not even the important thing here. The thing is, if we're putting Super Earth into the universe of Pacific Rim has already built Jaegers. Super Earth is going to come to the planet and take over within a matter of hours. Because, let's face it, the planet of Pacific Rim isn't a united planet. They barely work together to fight off kaijus. So Super Earth takes over the planet in a matter of hours, and then starts looking at the fuck are these giant robot things, and then suddenly sees a kaiju breach. The thing is, all of the Super Earth troops, all of the Helldivers, you put 2 of them in a Jaeger, they're gonna drift perfectly because they have the exact same thought process.
Yeah, no, that's also The whole thing is how well their brains. All of the Helldivers are essentially brainwashed from birth to all believe in the glory of Super Earth and all that kind of shit. So they're going to drift a lot better.
So perfectly together.
But I don't think they would
feel like one limb.
They may add that to their arsenal because that's what they do, but I don't think that's going to be their go-to. I mean, let's be honest. The Pacific Rim universe, it's cool to have giant Jaegers fighting giant kaiju, but giant Jaegers is not the most efficient way of killing kaiju. You could take the technology that you use to make that robot and just build giant walls with massive cannons that just aim at the portal at all times. And if a kaiju comes up, blow them the fuck up.
That was their entire argument, is that we don't need the Jaegers because we have the walls. And then
not the walls. You gotta keep listening to what I'm saying. Not walls, cannons. Like, take the weapons that are on.
They have massive cannons. Too.
Okay, and why didn't they work?
They didn't put them on yet.
New Super Kaiju showed up. That's literally
they didn't put them on yet.
The second movie.
As Ozzy Man puts it, or Jim Sebastian here. To be fair, the Kaiju get genetically modified to perform better against whatever killed them last time. The first Kaiju got taken out by 1 atomic explosion. The second one required 3.
That's fine, but the Helldivers are constantly updating their weapons, so that's not really a big deal.
Oh no, he was just talking about why the cannon.
No, I'm not. That's not an argument. That's not an argument towards him. It's just that's what the Helldivers do as well.
Super Earth will also take any parts of the Kaiju that they can and turn those into weapons.
Yeah, they literally on a monthly basis they update and continuously upgrade all of their weapons and equipment. Like, it is a constant thing that they do. So
there was an entire subplot about harvesting kaiju, an entire black market around that.
Yeah, and we also have to think about once they get to the Pacific Rim world, isn't it only one fucking portal?
No. No.
How many portals is it?
The portal breaches happen in different locations every time.
Does it? Because I
think it's just one.
It's just one.
There are multiple breaches.
In the first one, there's just one portal, but there's multiple breaches at that one spot. That's why they know exactly where to go with the bomb. They know exactly when the portal's going to open each time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about Super Earth, who literally cover the planets to the point that it looks like fucking ants crawling around like a basketball, and you just cover it with fucking ships that are scanning the planets at all times. The moment there's a breach that comes up, they could just launch down every weapon they fucking have down at this breach and kill it. The planet's not going to get taken over by kaiju. And if you say, oh well, they're going to come back even stronger next time, okay. There's literally no limit to the amount of fucking explosives that they can send down at a kaiju. And you can also say, well, and honestly, I don't think the whole upgrading is all that good, because if that were the case, why haven't the kaiju adapted to the Jaegers that fight them in the first movie? Because that one Jaeger is capable of fighting 4 or 5 or 6 of them back to back throughout that movie, and they send one and then it kills it, and they send 2 and then it kills those 2, and then they send a really big one and then it kills that one. If the adaptation
donation.
I'm about to read. I see it. If the adaptation,
$5 Australian.
I already
donation.
said that.
I got you. If the adaptation was that good, then they would have to essentially upgrade the main dude's Jaeger every single time he fought another kaiju, but they don't. He uses the same kaiju and he gets harder every time, but it's not like it becomes completely worthless. So I don't think the Helldivers are going to have to constantly upgrade new technologies every single time a kaiju dies. The adaptation is not that good. And if
Danger literally dies at the end of the first movie.
What's up?
That's when he goes into the portal, he's a broken mess that can't function, and he's basically doing a dead man switch on the nuke.
Sure, but no, Idris Elba dies. The fucking main dude doesn't die. The main dude gets out. But the main dude, even before he goes in through the portal at the end of the movie, he kills like 4 or 5 kaiju throughout the movie using the same Jaeger and the same technology. So it's not like he had to keep upgrading it.
You got donated $3.08. That's how much it is.
Oh, thank you. All right, let's see. Super Earth would just sit the DSS over the planet and bombard the portal planet, or mind control the kaiju. Mind control the kaiju. Did I miss something? When the fuck did Super Earth get mind control abilities?
Apparently, they're going to start making them. They're going to make them fucking believe in the wonders of Super Earth.
Ooh, I don't. Yeah, that's new information.
Could you imagine kaiju running around spreading the democracy and glory of Super Earth?
I always gotta like now normal like.
Hey, what is that mumble rabbit?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Like, every time someone says something like that where they say totally new information that I've never heard before, I can't just be like, no, that's not true, because the Helldivers adds new lore like every other day. So it's like I never know like did they add that? Is it something that's new? Like the fucking kids carrying grenades in school, they just added like a week or 2 ago.
Now got Godzilla wearing a fucking Helldiver armor or handing out pamphlets at a recruiting station.
Yeah, like I mean, I think they'll take the Jaegers, and I think they'll like add the Jaeger technology to their own, possibly make giant robots and shit. Although I think It'll be far
20
superior.
stack Jaegers.
Maybe, but
Or, like,
but
they can
honestly,
with
that's
20
really
people
not.
because
That's really
they
doesn't
can.
matter, and I don't think it'll be that useful because at the end of the day, they're going to go through the portal and they're going to try and find out what's over there. And if we don't know what's on the other side of that portal, we can't even really have this conversation. Like
again, we saw the other side of the portal, and there's just tons and tons of kaiju, and the entire point is kaiju are coming more and more frequently.
Well, the thing is,
numbers and more powerful.
Is the kaiju are technically just bioweapons. They're created. They're basically made in a lab. They're not even real things.
And we don't necessarily know what the aliens that create them are even like.
Yeah, no, they're forward scouts. That's what they are.
Yeah, but
they're meant to be forward scouts to come and start colonizing the planet so that the aliens can then live on Earth.
At the end of the day, I don't think that we have enough information to actually properly have this. That they go across to the other world. The Super's going to go over there. They're going to try and fight it. If they can, awesome. They'll keep updating. They'll do that. If they can't, worst case scenario is they leave and they blow up the planet, which will blow up the breach, which means they'll have no access to this world anymore. And
Jim Sebastian's got a funny take on it, though.
Go for it.
He says personally he thinks that as Super Earth figures out that the kaiju blood can be used as a damn good fuel source, they would keep the portals open on purpose.
Yeah, that's true.
Same thing they pulled with the Terminids.
That's exactly what they did with the Terminids.
In that case, it would probably be an eternal war. Like, even if
no.
they did just bomb the planet.
No, it would be awesome if Super Earth purposefully released the Terminids into the portal into the kaiju world.
Yes.
And then because the
great.
the Terminids have adaptation abilities, they will adapt to whatever they're fighting, just like the kaiju do. But they also there's no way the kaiju are going to be able to completely eliminate them because of how quickly they spread across the galaxy.
But not even just that. The Terminids would be able to adapt to the hostile environment that they're being thrown into.
Yeah.
And would probably wipe out the race of aliens on the other side.
Possibly. And also...
It would essentially just be, okay, now how the fuck do we fight these superpowered Terminids?
Yeah, and also an important thing to note, the Bile Titans, which are the really big... I'm sorry, not Bile. Yeah, the Bile Titans, which are the really big Terminids that you fight in the game, they're the biggest ones you fight, are classified by Super Earth as medium-sized Terminids, which means... Super Earth are aware.
So there are Terminids the size of kaijus.
We don't know if they're that big, but they're bigger than Bile Titans. But we just don't fight them because Super Earth isn't going to send ground troops to go fight something that big. They're just
they're going to send a starship.
Yeah. So even if you do throw a Terminid over there and it starts multiplying and doing all this, you will see Terminid kaiju fights between Terminids and fucking kaiju. And then after that, they could essentially, like, the Helldivers could essentially just block the hole. Like, just seal the hole behind the Terminator they throw in there and be like, fuck you guys. Problem solved.
Two things, though,
Terminators are smarter than people like to think, but they don't have any ability to travel planets themselves.
Yes,
I don't think they're going to be able to...
Terminids? Yeah, they shoot spores through space. Yeah, that's how they populated, like, a large portion of the galaxy in a couple of weeks. They shoot spores across the space.
Also, those large class Terminids are heavily implied to be Terminids that can fly between planets.
Oh, Ozyman didn't donate, but he said that he thinks, I'm guessing this is what he meant by mind control, is he thinks they could probably just re-engineer the the Illuminate tech, so...
Well, they could. Well, that's another thing, too. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 second, hold
No
problem. If Super Earth does go onto the other side and they go to war and stuff, and they find the technology to create kaijus, Super Earth can then match them by making their own constantly evolving kaijus. That they can then it would just be it'd be a big ass Pokemon battle between Super Earth.
It would literally be kaiju from Super Earth, Terminids, and kaiju from whatever this other planet is.
Yeah,
I think ultimately the problem
is a fucking Russian standoff.
Be great.
Mexican standoff.
A Russian standoff.
If the kaiju can evolve faster, then Super Earth can upgrade their tech. The kaiju will win. If Super Earth can evolve their technology faster, they'll win. Really comes down to the fact that we have two sides in an army. This entire building block is every time we're defeated, we make our stuff better and come back stronger. It's really gonna be a matter of who's faster at doing that.
Terminid.
I really think this is just. I really think this is just eternal war.
Well, no, I can't put it at eternal war because we don't know that if the Helldivers go into that world, if they can't just wipe everybody out. We don't know how powerful the fucking aliens on the other side are. We don't know anything about them.
Well, we do know one thing. I actually heard one thing about their selection process of their kaiju. They do actually put them in a big fight, and the survivor of that little tournament is the one they send over.
But that doesn't. But that
They
doesn't.
do make multiple ones.
Sure,
at
we
once.
know that, but we don't. That doesn't tell us how powerful the aliens on the other side of the portal are. The Helldivers have to deal with. We don't know if the Helldivers go on that, they might wipe out the aliens easy once they go through the portal. Like we just don't have enough information.
Is that the aliens that make the kaiju also know how to use tech, because a big point of the second movie was that they had made a kaiju Jaeger hybrid, which means that they reverse engineered the Jaeger.
Sure, but they were at war with the humans for decades before they did that. Super Earth reverse engineers the shit in like a couple weeks. Like it's not.
Yeah, but the thing is, they reverse engineered it because Gypsy Danger had fallen into the portal. A Jaeger had fallen into their world. So if Super Earth invades their world, they'll start reverse engineering.
So what's the timeline between the first and second? How much time passed between the first and second movie? That'll give you how long it took them. But at the end of the day, we can't say Eternal War.
5 years.
We can't say Eternal War because we don't know enough about to see what would happen. What?
When the Jaeger falls into the portal, is their time the same as the time in the like the Jaegers like normal world?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Because they're actually because when they go in through the portal, they're still communicating with the people on Earth like over radio.
Oh, okay.
And it's not like altered time or anything. Yeah, but
Ruga.
What's up?
So 2 things real quick. One, isn't Super Earth's whole thing, and I might be wrong with the Pacific Rim thing, but isn't Super Earth's whole thing that basically every planet that they colonize gets like way cleaner air, their atmospheres are like perfect, and
I don't know
everything
if that's
because they've got emission free energy and all that.
Well, they
shit.
do have. Well, they don't.
That's what it says on the tin.
We know that pollution is barely an issue on Super Earth itself. We don't necessarily know about every planet, but we do know that that's where they get their fuel from. Their fuel comes from Terminids, so it can be implied that that's probably what happens. But the truth
wasn't the whole thing with the first Pacific Rim movie that they had to wait for us to fuck up the atmosphere enough before they could come back again.
That's true. That's not
exactly that.
So as soon as Super Earth takes out the humans,
they could clean up the air,
terraform the atmosphere.
If they cleaned up the air enough,
anyway.
If they did clean up the air, that would stop the kaiju problem. That would not necessarily stop the problem, or maybe not even the problem. That wouldn't tell us whether the issue with this is that we don't know how powerful the things on the other side of the portals are. Like it can't be an eternal war.
They can Power Rangers themselves now.
It can't be an eternal war because if they go in and defeat them, then okay, boom, not eternal. But if they go in there and they can't defeat them, they just blow up the planet and then the problem's solved. They don't have to worry about it because they cut off their entrance into our world anyway, and then it's still not an eternal war and they've dealt with the problem. Until we know more about the aliens that created the kaiju, we can't directly say what would happen because we don't know anything about their technology. We don't know if they have space. We don't even know if it's a whole universe on the other side of there or if it's just one planet. We don't know anything. There's not enough information.
My second unrelated thing is, do you have a power source? Because it looks like your battery's about to die.
Yeah, I do. My computer tells me before it fucking does that. Here, I'll plug it in real quick.
I saw that battery getting lower, and
yeah,
I'm like,
it didn't.
Man,
it did.
I'm about to hop out of here, and I don't want to stream.
No, it tells me. It tells me. A little thing pops up. It tells me it's about to die, but I'll plug it in right now. Okay, so I'm gonna say. And this is hard. Maybe above.
At least go into fight a bit more.
Yeah, maybe.
It should go into the middle tier.
You think it should go in the middle since we don't like it could go either way kind of thing. We don't really know yet.
Exactly. Like we don't know enough to know that they would just get wiped out, but they would definitely put up a good fight.
All right.
And I do see them fighting better than the necromorphs, just the kaiju, not the humans on the planet. I can see the kaiju fighting better than the necromorphs.
The necromorphs aren't fighting. Necromorphs are freaking done. You're putting too much stock into the necromorphs.
No, I'm putting him where he'd be on the list above the stuff. Is what I'm saying. Like
I got you.
Well, the reason Ruga said that the necromorphs are as high as they are is because you have to go looking for them.
Yeah. No, I'm just
fucking time.
Yeah, I was just putting him higher because like this is the first single planet threat because you don't see the freaking them opening portals on different planets because it's stuck on Earth on that one. So, it's the first single planet threat that we have where it's
also
above instantly obliterated. So,
yeah.
Also about the second movie near the end, I had to watch this with a friend, and I just said in the middle of it because all the Mega Kaiju started unbinding. I just said "Go Power Rangers" because I was like, I swear to God, that's just a Megazord of an animal.
That's a kaiju. I mean, it's a giant thing. That's what it is.
No, a bunch of kaiju combined to become an even bigger kaiju. Like it's a fucking in Power Rangers Megazord.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a biological Megazord.
Have fun with the rest of the stream.
I just said "Go Power Rangers" in the theater, and everyone died.
See you,
Power Rangers.
Okay. So next up we have the Mimics from Edge of Tomorrow. Who's seen Edge of Tomorrow?
Oh.
I have.
Awesome. So you know how the Mimics work. The Mimics come down on basically a meteor, and then they just start spreading like crazy. But the basic power, the thing that really like makes them different than everything else, is that they control time. They have the Groundhog Day power, so that if you go ahead.
The Mimic Queen can cause a time reversion to ensure that
instantly. First 3 words you said was wrong. Okay, they don't have a queen. There are alphas and there's alphas and omegas and all kinds of stuff. An alpha mimic, if you kill it, it will reset the day. It resets to a previous point.
It's coming.
Yeah.
I don't know why now.
The problem with this and the massive weakness that it has is that if you kill a mimic and you get an alpha mimic and you get its blood on you, you become a part of its system, of its nervous system, and you basically take its power to reset the day, and now you can reset the day. It's essentially, with this many Helldivers to have to fight against, it is impossible that you have a war where at no point ever does anyone ever get covered in this blood. It's just...
Well, they're also wearing that, but there was also a massive war in the movie, and it was just highly unlikely that...
But two different people acquire the power, and all their takeover is Europe. Imagine a galactic war with trillions of people on both sides. If 2 people got covered in it with just battles that took over Europe, then how many people are going to get covered in it over the course of a galactic war with literally countless times more? What?
So here's the question though.
Well, let him finish. He started talking first. Go ahead.
So, do you need to get it on your skin? And because if that's the case, I don't think there's going to be a lot of Helldivers because they're all wearing full armor.
Well, it doesn't matter because the SCAF don't. The SCAF don't wear full armor.
Oh yeah, no. Then the SCAF are going to become Helldivers, and they're probably going to find a way to optimize.
The SCAF will probably get covered. I think the first SCAF that gets covered isn't really going to be able to do a whole lot, and I think that they probably won't the Super Earth probably won't even believe them when they tell them. But I think if enough of them it happens to enough people, and enough people are like, hey, I'm starting to reset the day and stuff, they're like, okay, I think this is probably something we need to look into. To be honest with you,
in a platoon.
The first person who tells Super Earth that, hey, I'm like going back in time every time I die, I'm in this weird alien thing happening, I think Super Earth's probably going to instantly take that person and start experimenting on him and find out why he's getting put back in time. And once
thing is, like, if he gets killed during those experiments, his day restarts. He would have to go tell Super Earth again. But how many times is he going to do that? Also, $50 for Miss Yummy. Transformers Prime indestructible armor / literally phase through anything. Have a hammer that can make any weapon from their imagination. Sword that can cut through mountain, make clones, army dragons, and maybe the power to cyberform entire planets. Apparently, Transformers Prime would just be immediate dominate as well.
They would.
Have a hammer that can make any weapon from their imagination. Well, those aren't necessarily undealable. Sword that can cut through a mountain, that can be dealt with.
Any weapon from the imagination.
Make clone army dragons. There's nothing over. There's nothing there. There's nothing over.
The problem is the indestructible armor.
It depends on why it's indestructible. Is it indestructible because nothing from that universe can destroy it? That doesn't make it indestructible.
Okay, that's a good point. But also, literally phase through anything. If they can just phase through the gunfire.
Depend on how the phase. It would depend on how the phasing works, and it would depend on how many characters have the phasing, and how the phasing. Go ahead.
They're also immortal. They also have like magnet things that can like attach literally everything metal. It doesn't matter if it's magnetic or not. Like it literally just pulls metal things in general for like an entire battlefield.
That's cool.
Like,
No, I'm not saying Helldivers would win. Like I said, I think the likelihood is that most universes of most universes of Transformers are most likely gonna beat Helldivers pretty easily. But
they got cool shit.
We're gonna have to see. Like,
they also canonically have like thousands of years of experience because they just don't die of old age.
Like I say, I think a better combination would be like Metroid against them or something like that. I think there's better matchups than them in Helldivers, to be honest with you.
I was going. Metroid, we're getting
Metroid would be destroyed because you've only got Samus and the Federation, which basically reverse engineered her armor terribly. And Samus has been killed before.
Yeah,
I don't think she'd survive against Helldivers.
Well, the Metroid Prime universe had, especially if you're talking about like the mangas and all that kind of stuff, they have weapons that could destroy whole solar systems and even sectors of the galaxy. So,
I mean, even the Metroid games technically have that in the form of the chorizo. The chorizo technology that is in the games, it can do a lot of that stuff. We just never see it because Samus is just a galactic bounty hunter.
Yeah, I wouldn't put
Edge of Tomorrow though. Is how many times is that SEAF officer going to keep going back to Super Earth and letting them do experiments on them?
Depends on his level of loyalty.
Well,
and he'll probably
he's
also
be in hell either way.
Yeah, it depends on his loyalty.
He's also probably going to tell them what they've already done.
Well,
he's going to tell them what they've already done. So
yeah.
Wait, what if they keep him? Experiments. What if they keep him alive for more than a day? Would it like if they kill him after like a week?
Well, okay. You also have to. You also have to think about it. Yeah, I'm about to read it. Give me a second. You also have to think about this. In the Edge of Tomorrow universe, nobody believed them because this was our normal, like, modern day Earth, just slightly more advanced, and this was the first alien species they've ever come into contact with. Super Earth, by comparison, have come into contact with like constantly adapting and evolving alien species. They've come in, across fucking Illuminates that can control matter and control minds and are telekinetic and open portals to other worlds. Like, they've dealt with a lot of supernatural shit. If they suddenly come across someone who can control time, they really don't have any reason not to believe them. Like it's not going to be as difficult to convince Super Earth that this is going on as it was for the main character of Edge of Tomorrow. I'm forgetting the character's name, Cage, to convince like Earth. Let me read this guy's thing. They basically respawn at the last checkpoint and was able to do the battle over, and it's so good. Even the protagonist, who unalived himself multiple times and nobody except the lady could remember. Yeah, even
the lady didn't remember he was dying, because although she never really noticed it.
Well, the lady did. Well, if you're talking about the lady, as in like the secondary protagonist, she didn't know. She couldn't remember anything. She couldn't remember anything. Like, he had to keep reminding her every single. No, she doesn't. She doesn't have the power in that movie. Oh. She had the power and lost it, and they make a note that he had to keep reintroducing himself to her every single morning, because she just kept forgetting it. Like, he was remembering every single time, so he was getting to know her really, really well. But to her, she had only known him for that one day. That was a part of the movie. Whereas, like, he was getting super attached. She was getting. What's up?
That's gonna be creepy as hell. Like, hi, my name is. Just like say everything you know about.
Yeah, but she knows because she went through it herself. Because she said.
Wait. It sounds like only one person can remember the stuff at the time. Like, they'll remember that they had that.
Yes, it's Groundhog Day. If you've ever seen, it's literally Cage is the only person that can remember it. So
Groundhog Day with.
Wait, I gotta think. Because it's happening in space. If it's happening on multiple planets, like hundreds of planets, because this would be a Helldivers.
Yeah, this is where it's gonna get confusing. We don't know. Well, no, because we do know how it would work. So basically, every single person who has the power would become a part of the cycle. So when one of them dies, it would reset the day for everybody. Everybody, and the people who are a part of it, like the people who got the blood spilt on their face, they would just get their day reset as well, and they would be aware of that reset.
How would time move forward then? Because if it's happening on hundreds of battles across hundreds of
planets, it would be between the people who actually have the power. Like
they would all have to survive to the end of that day, past it.
Well,
not reset the day.
Well, all you have to do is take the kind of, but all you would have to do is Super Earth would have to take the people who went back in time, who go back in time, and just keep a couple of them away from the battle so they could finish it.
All right, but what about because if you kill the Alpha, the day goes back as well, right?
Yeah. But killing an alpha, but alphas, there's only one out of like, I forgot how many. I think it's like 1 out of 10 million or 1 out of a million or something. They're rare.
1 out of 10.
Okay.
We got a comment from that earlier.
Yeah, they're not that often. But it doesn't really matter because like I said, if it's even if it's 1 out of 100 million, if you have trillions upon trillions upon trillions of people fighting, it's only a matter of time before it happens. Like, it has to happen at some point. There's no way, especially considering that it happened twice, and the war was just between Europe and the aliens.
So would this be an eternal war situation? Because it'd be almost impossible to keep that many SCAF officers alive and that not kill that many alphas.
No, it wouldn't, because all you would have to do is destroy the Omega. If you destroy the Omega, you win. So all it would have to do is they would study the SCAF officers. All of these officers, they would even probably put it out there like, hey, if you're resetting the day, cut it the fuck out and come turn yourself in, and we'll like figure this shit out. And they'll go with it, and Super Earth will examine them. They'll experiment. They'll do this kind of stuff. They will try to get their hands on the power that can reset the day. They might even look towards capturing an alpha, so they could purposely use its blood to get as many Helldivers as they can, as many people of Super Earth Army into that as they possibly could. Like, get as many of them in the program. So like, now we can all reset the day.
Wait,
so it's like we literally can't lose, and then they would just have to find the Omega and destroy it.
I know. I think they have to keep the Omega around for that trick to work, but yeah, they'll just
because once the Omega is destroyed, it kills the nervous system, and all of the mimics die, and it would win the war.
Another $10 from Jordan Masso.
Wait, I have a big question about this.
Planet or just everything? Because then Super Earth could just tell the Helldivers on the ground what to do, and why basically having precognition excellent.
Well, Edge of Tomorrow only takes place on Earth, so we don't see how the wider universe is affected by the time shit. And in Edge of Tomorrow, only one person ever has the power at a given time. So a lot of this is us theorizing, but sort of it's kind of theorizing, because how it is explained in the movie is that all of the mimics are basically one nervous system. When one mimic dies, all of the other mimics go back in time, and they're aware of everything that happened, and like, it's almost like fighting a hive mind that can constantly go back in time. When Cage gets covered in the blood, he becomes a part of the system, and he gains the power to reset the day, but now him, as well as all of the mimics, are aware that he reset the day. So the movie basically becomes Cage trying to find and destroy the Omega, and the mimics trying to find and get Cage so they could steal their power back because he's fucking with their shit. If the Helldivers did this, they could eventually just spread it across a ton of different Helldivers, and they would all be a part of the same system, and they would all be fighting equally, because both sides can now reset the day. And the only thing that would have to happen at that point is the mimics could not overcome Super Earth, but Super Earth could overcome the mimics just by destroying the Omega. So the only person who could win is Super Earth, if they got the power. Go ahead.
Theoretically, say the Helldivers do it, and then they eradicate them, and then so say they have like 600 people left that are able to reset the day after they win the war, right? Those people will go on, and then they'll grow up and be really old, and then when they like die of old age, the world is fucked, because it would constantly, every time they would die of old age.
Once you destroy the Omega, it's done. You know, the Omega is the center of the nervous system. When you destroy it, it kills everything. The people who have the ability to reset the day, they would lose the power, but all the mimics would also die.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No.
Okay, but here's the thing I think Super Earth might do. They might want to catch the Omega and keep doing that. Like, they'll make one new reset guy, but they'll keep doing it, so this isn't a crazy I'm gonna live forever bullshit. It's gonna just keep passing it on to some other guy, because they've seen the method that it works strangely of you can.
Yeah, you can technically pass the no. They actually say in the movie that blood transfusion and stuff, you can't pass the power on. They've tried passing the power on several different ways, and it's not. You can only get the power directly from an alpha mimic. So if Super Earth wants to do that, they would have to kidnap an alpha mimic and then distribute its power to as many soldiers as they can, so they can get themselves.
No, they would do it to one guy.
No, they could do it as many as they want. There's no reason to just keep it to one. Because if they just do it to one, if the mimics ever get that one guy and kill him and get their power back, now Earth has lost its ability to reset the day, and it's not even going to remember that was a thing that it could do. because the one guy who knows is now no longer has the power to reset it.
I was going into the assumption that they would capture the Omega form, basically kill the other things, and just have it as.
Well, the Omega is just a giant fucking like spherical thing that you got to blow up. It's not like a person. The alphas are the ones that grant the power.
And you can't also you also can't really capture it because you can't kill all the rest of the mimics. You're just gonna have alpha mimics targeting you and constantly resetting the day until they get.
Good point.
Yeah, because they can also sense. Because when you're a part
alpha mimic dies, the Omega is gonna be back where it was, and you'd have to capture it again.
Yeah, and also when you
$20 from Jordan Meso.
God damn, Jordan.
Super Earth copied the time power. They could only make a task force or special forces group because keeping billions of Helldivers from dying would be impossible, and they would definitely get PTSD from dying so many times.
Well,
I'm pretty sure Helldivers are immune to PTSD.
Yeah, I don't. Well, okay, so it wouldn't be impossible. Like I said, the mimics aren't as good as warfare as the Helldivers are. It took the war between them and Earth, a kind of modern day Earth with a little bit slightly more advanced technology. It was taking them years of warfare to take over the planet Earth. They're not that good. Super Earth would not have that hard of a time just keeping okay, this battle we're gonna send these people here who are not a part of the time reset shit. We're gonna send those guys in. Like, it would not be that hard for them to just keep these guys away, you know? They just won't throw those guys at the war. And if they want to reset the day, or for whatever reason, maybe the battle's going wrong, they'll just have the Helldivers kill themselves. Like, hey, shoot yourself in the face. The battle's not going that well for us. Shoot yourself in the fucking head. And now you would basically take all of the officers that are like have the power, and instead of having them be on the ground foot soldiers, you would have them as strategists up in the ships, basically being like, okay, next the mimics are going to do this, blah, 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 next this is going to happen, okay, last time we did this and this fucked us up, so now do this. You're basically going to have perfect strategists that can now strategize knowing the future, you know. But to be fair, the mimics will also know the future, so it's like you're not going to be able to properly, but they'll be on the same playing field now, because they'll both know what happened the last time. And yeah, it'll work. And like I said, it's impossible for the Omegas. It's impossible for the mimics to win, but it's not impossible for Helldivers to win because all they have to do is destroy the Omega.
Yeah,
that's
the mimics. They can't destroy their own Omega, or they basically kill their own race.
Yeah, like it would not.
Humans, we don't care.
In order for them to win, they would have to completely wipe out Super Earth, which they won't be. I mean, with how long it was taking them just to take control of one planet, they just don't have the means to take over the entire galaxy. They're just not that good at taking over planets, like the Helldivers are.
You know, all the infected people. All you need is one of them to die, and then time resets.
Yeah, and we haven't even talked about things like the Terminids being able to evolve and adapt to their situation. What would we don't know if the adaptation is this powerful, but what if the Terminids adapt to the time powers?
Yeah, I was to say, what would happen if they
that would be interesting. You know, it's just like a lot of, and what about and then you have characters like the Illuminate who can fucking mind control people. What if they got their hands on any of them? It's a central nervous system. The minds are all tied together. What would happen if the Illuminate start controlling the minds of some of the mimics? Would it infect the Omega as well? And now they can use all of the mimics as a singular weapon, basically a time control weapon. Like, how would that work out? Like, there's a lot of interesting things you can have here. But in the end, I don't think the mimics. Yeah, in the end, I don't think the mimics really have a chance of surviving this. I think it's probably going to be a wash. It's not going to be an instant obliteration because it's just too uniquely strange an ability to have to go up against. Like, it's just going to take the Helldivers time to the Super Earth time to just figure this shit out. Like, what is the power? What's going on?
One day to figure out.
Not necessarily. Well, not necessarily. No, I mean it took Earth like a long time for them to figure it out. Helldivers will figure it out a little bit faster, but it's still going to take some time.
Forgetting there's a time loop, so literally they'll solve the problem in a day.
I think because
they keep bringing it back in time.
I think because of the trickiness of the time shit, I think he's going to go above Predator, but I don't know if he should go in above Predator or below. What's up?
I think it should go below Pacific Rim.
Below Pacific Rim? I'm not bummed out by that placement. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I think that's cool. No, it'd be cool. Mimics versus
A lot of
Predators.
your chat seems to think Eternal War.
How will it be an Eternal War if all they have to do is destroy the Omega?
Now,
They
here's
don't have
the question I
to
got
be
for you.
doing it.
Okay, that was
Like,
way too many
I don't
people.
agree with your chat.
Yeah, I don't get how it would be an Eternal War if all they have to do is destroy one thing. Like I mean, okay, let's say this. The mimics land on the planet, right? The way it works is that the mimics are basically on a meteor that lands on the planet, and then they spread from that point. The Omega then picks a safe port on that planet and then hides out and then just starts creating more mimics, and then it just starts spreading. If all they have to do is destroy the Omega, they could blow up the planet, they could bomb the country the meteor.
That might not work.
Why would that not work?
Because well, if a mimic dies before the Omega reset.
What are you talking about?
Well, you're saying it blows up.
Saying if an alpha were to die before the Omega died.
Yeah, but why would that matter?
No, I feel like
the point is to destroy the Omega. I mean, if the mimic dies, yes, it resets, but you just now destroy the Omega now. I mean, it's not going to change anything. It's just like the goal is to destroy
the entire planet. It's not going to be terribly pacific. It's going to destroy everything, and they'd unfortunately be a good chance.
Oh no, that happens at the end. Nope, that happens at the end of the movie. At the end of the movie, Cage kills an alpha at the same time that he kills an Omega, and he gets the blood on him, and it resets the day. But when the stay resets, the Omega is still destroyed. Because the Omega basically when it reset the time, the Omega didn't come back to life, but it did still reset the day. So it's like once the Omega's destroyed, the Omega's destroyed. It's done.
I got another $5 from Jordan Masso.
All right, let's see
the
it.
Helldivers who respawn wouldn't be soldiers anymore. They'd just be the best strategists and would probably be forced to stay on the ship.
Yeah, that's what
That strategy is going to come to the mimics.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, I don't think you wouldn't put somebody who knows how the battle's going to go and what your enemies are going to do, and you put them on the front lines of war. You keep them up with the generals who have to plot out what's going on, so that you can overcome your adversary. That's exactly what's going to happen. But yeah, and like I said, all they gotta do if they blow up the whole planet, or they destroy the whole planet, or they destroy the country where they think the Omega might be, and the Omega dies in the explosion, even if they kill 100 fucking Omegas, even if they kill 100 fucking Alphas, the Omega's still destroyed. So it's done. They solved the problem.
But then the poor soldiers are gonna be demoted from strategist back to grunt.
I think Super Earth will be okay with that.
Okay, why did you lowball Optimus that much, though? What version are we using?
Movie.
Fine.
Movie.
Yeah. We were asking if anyone knew like the cartoon version or whatever, but nobody really had that much information, so we had to stick with the movie.
If you know the cartoon or comic versions, we'd love to hear.
Well, we already came to the conclusion that the comic version would dominate the universe, and most show versions would dominate the universe. But like we were trying to make it as fair as possible. We were trying to find a version of Transformers that would be fair against Helldivers, but it seems like every version we come up with is either way too powerful or way too weak. So it's not like there is no fair version essentially. And I came to the conclusion that you would have to put Transformers up against something like Metroid or something like that for it to be fair. Like you just can't. There just isn't a version of Transformers that's fair against Helldivers where the match would be interesting. It's too one-sided either way.
It also depends on which version of the comics. Like the newest Riot Soldier for the comics introduced some really crazy stuff to the lore.
Yeah, they all do. But that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think there's a fair.
You can't throw comics at pretty much anything.
You should try and find if somebody knows about the games, like the DS games.
DS games?
Yeah, there was like
just licensed games of the movies, though.
There are some good Transformers games. I wouldn't have talked about the DS games, but there are some pretty decent.
No. The reason I say the DS games, and hear me out, is because it's the War for Cybertron games. I don't think they're related to any specific comic or anything. And
no, they're actually related to the Prime universe. The Prime thing. Ironically.
Oh, they are?
Kind of, not really.
All right. Well, I was just saying that because they felt pretty grounded, and he had an entire army behind him. Like both sides were very large at that point. So I figured it'd be better than Optimus and like 4 other people.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. I think any version. I have to think about like. I have to look into the game versions of Transformers more to come up with a good match. But as of right now, everyone that we brought up was either too powerful or too weak. So I mean, if it makes you feel better, we could put it up and dominate. But it's going to be one or the other. There's no middle ground with any of the versions of Transformers.
Honestly, I feel like Transformers would lose in a fair fight, so I would keep them where they are.
Okay. All right.
Especially with the picture we have being from the movie version.
Yeah, it's from the movie. That's why it's staying. But okay, next up we have Xenomorphs. This is another one that I think is being instantly obliterated. They're just shitty Terminids.
Alright, so I think they might be fighting a bit because they just stow away on vessels and just so they're multiplanetary for that matter. So I think they're like the necromorphs in that matter.
I mean.
But the necromorphs are harder to deal with. Like the necromorphs. I would argue that the necromorphs spreading via dead corpses of their enemies is a more viable way of spreading than the xenomorphs. I have to fucking kill one of you and have this face thing go on you and lay eggs and then wait a little while and then the eggs hatch. Like they have a horrible way of creating more of themselves. Like it's awful. It's a terrible way. And it wouldn't even work on Helldivers because they won't be able to get through their helmets. They won't be. Well, okay, everybody. I said this in my video, but the comment section for some reason like totally missed it because I had like 40 comments about this. They said, well, in the first movie he does get through the helmets. The Helldivers helmets are resistant to acid abilities, and it's made out of titanium. There is no helmet that they get through in any of the Aliens movies that can melt through or break a titanium that is resistant to acid. That we never see that. There's no reason to assume that. So the face grabbers aren't going to be able to take over that. They'll be able to take over the SCAF, but they won't be able to take over the Helldivers. And honestly, I don't think they're going to be able to take over the SCAF because the SCAF also has fucking massive big ass guns that are going to one shot all of the aliens. The aliens they're slower, weaker. They spread slower. They're just in every way worse Terminids. So I don't see how they could possibly do anything to the Helldivers.
Plus, they also have no merit for Super Earth to keep them alive like they do the Terminids.
Yeah, unless they want more acid. Like we really need some acid.
Bye-bye, aliens.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can do a lot with it, but yeah, not enough.
I will say,
technically, you could make a xenomorph tyrannid.
If the pictures of the xenomorphs from Reddit are to be believed, they have plenty of reason to keep them around. That's all I'm saying.
Well, as for the guy who said that
the Rule 34 Reddits, like, come on, dude.
As for the guy who said that xenomorphs might take over Terminids, I don't think they're going to because they can't overpower one. The Terminids are vastly more powerful. And the acid of their blood from killing them aren't going to hurt the Terminids because the Terminids use acid weaponry and they actually have acid in their body.
The Terminids have stronger acid than the.
So what I'm saying is that Super Earth wouldn't have a reason to keep them around. They would keep them around if they wanted to weaponize the Terminids against another enemy, because then they could make them stronger by making them a xenomorph hybrid.
Well, they haven't weaponized the Terminids. That's not really how they weaponize things. They don't usually like control the minds and force other species to fight for them. How they weaponized the Terminids is that they broke them down. They used their blood as fuel, and they used the acid in their biological weapons, the acid, and they started creating their own weapons that were stronger versions of acid. Super Earth was able to take the acid out of a Terminid's body and enhance it to the point that it became strong enough that they can use it to kill Terminids. Like, they made it so that the Terminids couldn't resist the acid. So, best case scenario, they kill some xenomorphs, take the acid blood, and then use it to even improve their acid weapons even more. That's it. That's the only value that xenomorphs have to them. And if that is even value, because they already get that from the Terminids, and the Terminids actually give them fuel that they can run their entire society on, unlike the xenomorphs. So I don't see the xenomorphs having any real value to Super Earth.
Wait.
What's up?
Well, their value is basically what they would have been to Whale on Yutani.
Unless they figured out how to use Xenosip from the comics, but they're probably not going to figure that out because they would just want to get rid of them too fast.
What about a Xenomorph Illuminid? like a psychic.
They're not going to take over Illumina because Illumina has weapons just as powerful as Helldivers. They're just as armored.
No, it would be sort of hard to ambush them.
I mean, what if they were to capture like an Illuminid, and then they were to force a facehugger onto it, and then they made like a psychic xenomorph?
Why the fuck would they want to do that though? Because
I don't know.
The xenomorphs would attack them. Like they're creating they're creating monsters that would make them more hard. It would be cool. It would be cool, but it wouldn't be cool for Helldiver. It wouldn't be cool for anybody except for us watching it. Like it wouldn't be cool for anyone in the universe. So no one in the universe is gonna do it. Now one thing.
Remember how the humans became infected? They found like a egg hatchery, and some idiot looked into an egg.
Yeah.
All they need is one idiot
They're not gonna do. They're not gonna do that. Helldivers are. Super Earth is way too used to fighting against alien races to be dumb enough to stay. Even it wasn't even believable in that movie when the guy did that. Like that was dumb when we were like, this guy's a doctor. Like it didn't make sense. The best case scenario that I could see is for the xenomorphs is if the Illuminate start mind controlling xenomorphs, and then they basically become a tool of the Illuminate. That's the best case scenario for the xenomorphs. Anything, so they're either slaves or they're wiped out. That's your two options.
That's kind of the point. Like they are just
one person at a time. Jesus. Whoever was talking, go.
So you underestimate how dumb like people with very high degrees are. Like I know someone.
No,
who
I
has a
don't.
doctorate.
No, I don't. I don't believe there's a single person on Earth who would see an alien egg opening up with something moving inside it and stick their face over it. Not a single human being. Not a retarded person. Not a fucking vegetable dude who can only like move his neck in the position to get over fucking like alien eggs. Nobody. I don't think there's a single person who would do that.
I know a doctor who wondered how did the bears not eat you at the zoo?
I don't think a child would do that. I don't think a dumb child would.
Who asked, how do they prevent the bears from eating?
That's fine. That's not the same thing. That is not the same thing. You could shoot yourself. You could shoot yourself in the head with a nail gun on purpose because, like, just out of stupidity, and you're still smarter than the guy who stuck his fucking face in an alien egg. Like, that's like nobody saw that scene and was like, yeah, that made sense. That decision was smart. That's the whole reason people hated the movie. Is because everybody in that movie was stupid. Like, it annoyed everybody.
Yeah, the only person who had any sort of common sense in that movie was the main character.
No.
He was surrounded by idiots.
No, not.
Did want or not to.
Ellen. Well, first off, Ellen. Well, okay. What movie are we talking about? Because if we're talking about Alien Covenant, which is where the dude looks in the egg, there's no smart people in that whole movie.
You're right.
That's the one where the doctor looks into the egg.
But even in the very first movie of that series, like everybody is incredibly stupid except for the main character. Like, it's just a fact that world is stupider than ours.
Yeah,
and also, you got another $5 Australian.
Yeah, go for it. Read it.
Most insane Transformers fans don't care what Hasbro says. The games aren't connected to Transformers Prime, but WFC is the best fight to the Helldivers.
War for Cybertron.
Thank you.
WFC is War for Cybertron.
I also hear that's like the best game too. People love War for Cybertron. I played like a demo, I think, when it came out. It's like a third-person shooter. It was kind of fun. Yeah.
That sounds fun.
It is.
Anyway, so where are we putting xenomorphs? We're not putting fight for a bit. They're not even going because they're a galactic species and they're not held to one planet. I think we can't put it on instant obliteration. So I'm gonna say the lowest of fight a bit, and that's simply because they have to be tracked down to be killed, and they're not just located in one place.
So it would literally be a bug hunt.
Routine sweeps of ships.
Yeah. It's like we just gotta find them, and then once we find them, they're instantly dead.
It's a bug hunt, man.
Yeah. Okay, the next one is The Thing, from the horror movie The Thing, not Marvel's
I love
The
that
Thing.
movie.
All right, good.
I think it'll be a little bit of a fight, barely. But it'd still be an instant obliteration because the Helldivers utilize flamethrowers on the regular. So it's kind of like,
yeah.
And you can test
Only
it rather easily.
saving grace it has is if some idiot brings it to Super Earth, but that's also unlikely.
So here's the thing. Okay, so The Thing, it would normally be pretty threatening. Like, all it has to do is come into contact with you and it can assimilate you. It could fly spaceships and even build its own spaceship. It's really hard to kill if you chop it into pieces. Stuff. As long as some part of it is still alive, it can come back and spread and shit. These are all good things. The problem is because it has to spread through physical contact. It takes forever for it to spread.
I just realized Aussie Man's profile is a Unicron.
Is it now? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So well, I guess we should take what he says to heart then. No, but
I forgot how derpy Unicron was.
Yeah, in The Thing, like the movie The Thing, it was stated that it was going to take 3 years for it to take over 1980s Earth because it has to spread via physical contact with another person. That is stupidly long amount of time. That planet would be absolutely eliminated of all life before it ever got a chance to take over anything. I don't even think it's getting out of a state or a city before Helldivers are coming down and taking care of it. The Helldivers also wear armor around their whole body, so contact is not going to spread it. All they have to do is
armor stop it? Doesn't it just like any contact at all?
Why? No, it has to come. It has to come in contact with biological material.
I think it actually has to also hold the person down and assimilate them that way.
Yeah, like it's a process. Like it's not just it's a whole thing. And I've heard a lot of people say that like, oh, if it's in like in a populated area, it could pretend to be humans and all this kind of stuff. It could do all this stuff. It's actually really bad. It's actually really bad at assimilate. They say the only reason why it gets caught in its own place is because it's in a small area with a couple of people. And if it was in a more populated place, it would be better. I actually disagree. Even though it was in a very small area with like just a couple of people, it was still caught immediately after landing. Like it tried to assimilate a dog and it allowed itself to be caught while assimilating a dog. All it has to do is be seen by one person trying to assimilate. By the way, this is a society where every single person has guns. So like any person, like literally everyone has guns. So even if you do assimilate, any person who sees it assimilate is going to be able to fight back against it in some way. What's up?
Yeah, so you just make it spread into a million pieces.
But also not even mentioning the fact that everybody in this universe has guns. If it tries to assimilate but can't give the same devotion to Super Earth that everybody else in the universe has, they're gonna look at it like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and in the original movie, they do show that the thing they think it can replicate memory. However, there are still like little tiny like micro expressions that it doesn't master. Some of the people actually
the director
John Carpenter.
Yeah, he specifically told actors to I forgot exactly what the direction was, but basically he wanted everyone to act a little off so that people were kind of paranoid about who the thing actually was. But the idea is that the person who is the thing does act a little weird compared to like normal people because it's trying to mimic behavior as opposed to actually that behavior coming naturally. Also, it can't copy any like metals and stuff. So if you have any jewelry, it'll show up without jewelry or without like
bad movie. But that was an interesting little point where
did you say bad movie?
No, the second one, the thing, the sequel.
There's a sequel?
No, it's a prequel. You're talking about the newer one that came out like
the 2011 one.
No, well that was in the first movie that he couldn't copy.
Oh really?
Metal materials. Yeah, that was in the original.
Yeah, they figured it out because
I think one of the dudes was missing an earring or something in the movie. I forgot which.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Black guy was missing an earring, and they
been a while. Sorry.
No,
I never watched the 2011 one, so.
Yeah, but like, there's just at the end of the day, like, there's no way they're gonna be able to keep this secret for very long, and even if it gets a whole city or a whole country or whatnot before it gets caught, Super Earth is gonna quarantine. Super Earth is gonna quarantine that whole area, and they're just gonna firebomb it out of existence. That'll be that.
Yeah, just a firebomb.
Yeah, it's just they're not, because they don't have any issues with murdering. They don't care how many innocent people are going to be in that area. They're just going to kill them all with fire, or they'll just send down a bunch of dudes with armor and flamethrowers and just like flamethrower the whole area, even if they don't want to firebomb it and destroy the buildings or whatever. They're like it'll be super simple process, and that will be dealt with. The only thing they just need to find out it's there. The moment they, unless it could take over a whole planet without a single person realizing that it's actually like there's an alien there, there's nothing the thing could do. It's gonna get fucking toasted. So, I would actually put this one.
Probably high up on instantly obliterated because it'll
no, because
take
it is
hot
it's a
moment.
it's a spacefaring species. Like we don't know where it is out in the universe, but we know that it's like yeah, like if he has to deal with more than just on what's arrives on a planet, it might be a continuous threat they have to deal with if there's more out there, if there's multiple planets.
Not a big threat.
It's not huge. I'm gonna say it's better than a xenomorph.
Hey, I got a question.
But by the same token, if
How
even a
would
little bit of it survives.
Wait, let the other guy. Let the other guy talk. He's been trying to talk. What were you gonna say?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Me or him?
I don't know. Whoever the fuck was trying to talk.
The guy who's mumbling.
Right. I'll speak. How would an army of them do? Like straight up, like a shit ton.
It wouldn't matter. The same. It would be the same basic process. Also, I don't think there is an army of the things. I think the thing is one organism. So
I'm just saying, if there was like an army of them, how well do you think they would do?
There isn't. Like an army of them doesn't exist. Is what I'm saying. It's one organism.
There was more than one thing at a time, even in the movie.
Not in the first one. There wasn't. In the first one, they were They like all came together as one thing.
Yeah, I think they all have this primary need to be together.
There was always one.
Like
there was always one person. There was always one person who was. There was never a point where there were 2 or 3 of the guys who were all like things. There was just one thing, and they had to figure out which one it was. And then by the end of the and then by the end of the movie, they had to they all assimilated together. It was like 6 or 7 dudes all formed one big thing, but it's still just one organism.
Hive mind, basically.
But yeah, if there's different ships that land on different planets, it would just be the same situation. They would just have to find where on those planets they are, quarantine off, like kill everything in that area, and then that would be done. And they might have to do that a couple of times. But then after doing that a couple of times, they like the idea they would have to find the source of where this is coming from. That would be the thing. They would have to like go out and explore and find out where these things are coming from. Once they find out where it's coming from, they kill the source. It's dealt with.
That's funny.
Yeah.
The only complication. Is if any bit of it survives. But again, not that big of a holdback. It's just you got to be thorough, and they might miss it a couple of times. But I figure a couple of sweeps, they'd probably take care of the issue.
Yeah,
but it'd be kind of annoying.
Let me see. American Secret saying in the video game there were a lot. There were multiple. There was a whole army of them. Which, like I said, it's fine. Like I said, even if you do have it, it doesn't change what the Helldivers have to do, or what Super Earth has to do. Even if they land multiple planes or multiple ships on the same planet and take over multiple areas, it would still be quarantine, firebomb. That would be the same thing they do regardless of how that goes about. Okay, next up we had Zod. This is from the Man of Steel film. This is not from.
See, okay.
Yeah, this is from the comics.
Zod and his forces, or just General Zod himself?
One would just dominate.
I guess we would have to give him.
They're stupid as hell.
We would have to give him his forces, so it'd be like 4 or 5 Kryptonians. Basically, if you sent 4 or 5 Kryptonians to Super Earth, how would that go down?
How long does it take for Super Earth to capture a Kryptonian? That's how that goes down.
They don't remember the reason.
One dude at a time needs to talk. If you hear someone else talking, shut the fuck up and be considerate. Stop trying to overcome them with your voice. One person. Go ahead. Somebody. I don't care.
Wait. I think there was like maybe a dozen of them in the movie. We remembered.
There weren't a dozen. There was the main. There was Zod. There was the chick. And then there was the big armored dude. There might have been one more.
Soldiers. There were soldiers all over the place in the ship as well.
No, most of it was automated because if you
the whole ship was automated.
Yeah, I mean there was more than just 4.
No.
Yeah, there was the scientist.
I don't think there was. I think
were a few more.
There were there might have been a couple more on the ship, but the ship was mostly automated. If they had 20 fucking soldiers on the ship, you'd see 20 Kryptonians on Earth capturing fucking Superman.
They didn't want superpowers. They're that stupid.
Well, no, they should have all had the superpowers anyway because they were all on Earth. Like they were all feeling.
They were deliberately avoiding it.
It's because of the sun.
No, I don't think they had a bunch of soldiers. I think they had like 4 dudes and a because it shows you at the beginning of the movie when they're in those dick-shaped prisons where they get shot up into space. There's only like 5 or 6 of those prisons. Like there aren't a lot. It's just whoever. It's just Zod and his dudes who were in the room when he got arrested. That's it.
And, like 12 of them
and they
in
got
that room
thrown.
they
Wait,
just sent up.
man, that movie's not very well written because the world's about to blow up, and they know the world's about to blow up. The people who arrested him know the world's about to blow up, so they decided to punish him by sending him in a ship off-world. So they're the only ones in the species that survived the explosion.
I remember someone was like, "We sentence you to live."
Yeah,
someone
it's so weird. But yeah, honestly, even if it was 20, how would I think honestly the best thing that Zod's got going for him is that they're fast as fuck. That's really because I don't think that they're.
They don't deliberately stop themselves from having superpowers because they were deliberately stopping themselves.
Okay, that's not no, they weren't. There was some people on the ships that were doctors and they were not soldiers anyway. Like there were only about 5 or 6 dudes. There were not a bunch of dudes. It was not like the entire there were no soldiers. The chick Lois Lane escaped the ship by just fucking walking out, and the only interference she had was like one soldier saw her, and then all she had to do was like which doors were to open and which not. She completely left the ship, and nobody was there to stop. There wasn't even anyone guarding her cell. There were not that many. There's literally just a couple of dudes who were sent off world.
There was
before
the
the planet
Jor-El AI that helped her, but yeah. But
no, that's what I'm saying.
Lois
Like
Lane.
she left the ship without any resistance from any people. It was
another
They had to
downside.
shoot some people to get out.
There was another downside for the
What?
Kryptonians. Is that remember Kal-El? What made him so special is he was not genetically made. That's why Zod wanted to be on Earth to terraform. So all these guys, they're specifically designed with one purpose in life. So let's say you kill one of their soldiers, since they can't make more. You've got a whole problem of, well, shit. Now I can't make the scientist because the scientist's bones are brittle because we designed them that way.
Well, no. Well, they couldn't make people regardless. That's what the Codex was all about. The Codex was going to allow him to make more people, but they can't replenish their troops. That's not. Yeah. The whole thing. Zod is not like less powerful than Superman because he was genetically modified. He was genetically made. He was obsessed with his
more powerful.
He was obsessed with his sole purpose of recreating Krypton because that is what he was like genetically modified to do. Like that was literally his only purpose. Superman is different than Zod in that movie, at least. Superman is different than Zod in the way that he can choose his own purpose and Zod cannot. And when Zod lost the ability to bring back Krypton, he just went apeshit and decided to slaughter everyone because he literally had no purpose, and genetically he was like he couldn't do the only thing he was bred to do. So it was like he basically lost his shit. But yeah, in the end, the issues here is that the Helldivers weapons are going to be able to damage them, the big ones at least, because fucking one of the Kryptonians dies from a ship running into another ship and the explosion kills them. They're not actually that powerful. Superman is not strong enough to like survive nukes in the face until really not even later, because it almost kills him in Batman v Superman. Nuke almost kills him, but he's stronger than Zod at that point. The Krypton.
Solar energy.
What's up?
Clark has had more time to absorb solar energy, so even though Zod's better at fighting and was able to adapt to the powers quicker, he had literally decades less of solar energy.
Yeah, well, like I said, the Kryptonians, we see multiple Kryptonians die, and they die from, I think one dies from a train exploding, another one dies from a ship smashing into another ship. It's not going to be their durability that's going to allow them to survive against the Helldivers. It's going to be their speed. They're going to have a really hard time actually shooting these motherfuckers. Like, because they move significantly faster. What's up?
Well, remember, it also
you can hit them.
It also depends entirely on the sun they're under, because that's the entire reason is Earth sun and yellow sun empowers them. There are different types of suns. Like if you're in a red sun, Kryptonians lose all powers whatsoever, and that's kind of one of the big things too. And nuclear radiation also hurts them because it prevents their body from absorbing solar radiation.
Well, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that the Kryptonians are probably going to get wiped out pretty early, because the Kryptonians are going to show up on Super Earth and start demanding shit and try and take over, be like, oh, we're going to fucking thing, and then they're going to get their entire ship's going to get blown out of the fucking sky. I think they're going to be surprised by just how powerful the Helldivers or Super Earth's weapons are. Like, I don't.
Let's also say they do terraform a planet. Now they're stuck back down to their normal selves, and Super Earth's gonna show up, shoot them with a normal bullet, and the Kryptonians die anyway, like a normal human.
Yeah, that's why I say they're stupid. They want to change an environment that's even more perfect for them.
That's not stupid. That's smart, because you can't. He wants to populate the planet with billions of people. You can't have billions of people with all the power of Superman.
Yeah. Yeah,
like you would. That would not be able to. You can't sustain a planet that way. He had to terraform the planet to the point that they can live there with normal levels of strength. Like that was an absolute requirement. I mean, can you imagine if 7 billion people, like we're arguing right now about whether or not people should have fucking guns. Can you imagine if they all had Superman powers? The world would have been destroyed a long time ago.
Low-level Superman powers, it would be unmanageable.
Yeah, the world would have been destroyed a long time ago. Like you have to remove those type of powers from everybody. You can have a couple people.
Look at Homelander and realize you've met at least 3 people who are worse than Homelander, but don't act out like that.
Yeah, it's not. Well, technically, they could possibly. Well, see, that's the thing. That's a weird thing. So they're all genetically designed to have particular purpose, and you think that would mean that you can't have a civil war because how can you go against that, right? Because like if they're all genetically designed to all be good and the best for the planet, how do you start a fucking civil war? But Zod was genetically designed to always protect God damn it, to protect Krypton. But his genetic, he viewed what was best for Krypton as going to war with the people in control. So that caused a civil war. Like, even though he is genetically modified to be someone who can only help Krypton, he still drove Krypton into a civil war. So it's a whole thing. But in the end, I think they're going to have trouble with his speed. But I still think they're going to be able to kill him. And they're going to be able to like blow them up or whatever, or shoot them. Not most, but quite a few of their most powerful guns, especially all of their ships, should be able to kill Zod and all of the Kryptonians without any issue. It's just going to be dealing with their speed. It's pretty much going to be instant obliteration. I don't think there's going to be a whole... If Zod goes nuts in a city on Super Earth, he's not going to survive as long as he did fighting against Superman in that movie, because there's just too many people.
Superman doesn't want to kill, too. Like, Superman is a total wimp, and he's like, "Oh, I don't want to kill people. Just do it, dude."
No, that doesn't necessarily make him a wimp.
He might kill like a couple hundred people before dying. Him as 4 people.
Sure, I mean he might kill thousands of people before dying, but the point is that that's a drop in the ocean that is super citizens and the people who are there.
Doesn't care about casualties, so
yeah. So I think this is instant obliteration. I think they're going above Transformers, maybe. I'll put them above Aloy too, because I don't think they're gonna have any issues wiping out any of these people. Zod is gonna be difficult to fight against, at least for a little bit. It's just gonna be they just don't have the numbers. If there was a whole army of Zods, like an actual like massive galactic military of Zods, there would be an issue. But there's not enough. There's like a handful of dudes, and they're gonna be wiped out pretty fast.
You would need like the Viltrumite Empire numbers.
I think also if you had an army of Zods, all of them have such a freaking ego that I don't think they could work together anyway.
He means Kryptonian soldiers.
Yeah, I know. Just throwing that out there. Zod himself has such an ego about himself that he actually thinks he's a genius.
Also,
like, dude, you're bred to be a soldier, not a genius.
Someone mentioned the Viltrumite Empire. The Viltrumite Empire only has like 50 dudes.
Actually, there's a lot more than you think there are.
No, there's like 50.
No, they're empires.
Ask the question.
No, there's like 50.
Current day Viltrum or pre-galactic purging?
Oh.
Well, we're not doing Viltrumites. Viltrumites aren't on the list.
Yeah, true.
But yeah.
Hey, you know those rings that you see on planets in our solar systems?
Yeah.
They were made of they made one of those with Viltrumite bodies to surround a planet in the comics.
I'm aware, but that was not recent. That was a while ago. Like as of what is currently alive, there's only 50.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually a plot point in the comics that they had to start mating with other species because there weren't enough Viltrumites to like repopulate their species without dealing with incest because they had so few. They had less than like a fucking what you could fill up one building with it. You could fill up one small building with all of the Viltrumites that still existed. I think it was 50. I might be off, but it wasn't a lot.
Remember, they thought they were so superior, and then they started breeding with other races because they were like, we just can't keep these numbers up at all.
Yeah, it was like an actual plot point in the comics. Okay, so next up we have the MonsterVerse.
Oh boy.
Yeah, people always argue with me about the MonsterVerse.
I feel like this one's lower than Pacific Rim.
This one would be lower than Pacific Rim. Because at least Pacific Rim at least has the adaption thing and the idea that it's like we don't necessarily know how many there are, how powerful they are. We kind of know how many monsters there are in the MonsterVerse. There's not a lot. There's
a couple complications.
Well, there is an ecosystem, but it's just a ecosystem and on one planet still, anyways.
If there's the Helldivers. The Helldivers will completely wipe the surface of life without any issues. If Godzilla shows up, maybe they'll try nuclear weapons and see that it makes it stronger. But then once it gets stronger, they'll just try non-nuclear weapons, and their weapons will be more than powerful enough to kill it. They can one-shot Godzilla, and he's the strongest.
Is there orbital laser nuclear?
No, there's no indication that it's nuclear. It doesn't look like nuclear. I think it's solar.
So, an orbital laser would kill Godzilla.
Most of their most powerful weapons are not nuclear. Like a Hellbomb's nuclear, and the nuke that you can launch in the missions are nuclear. But like most of their stuff, like as far as what their ships fire out, like a 500 kilogram bomb is not nuclear.
Godzilla can one shot anything they have, but they have enough of it that one of it's gonna hit them.
No, it can't. They cannot one shot anything that they have. They have a space station. They have a DSS space station that is manned by 1.2 million people and is larger than most planets. They cannot. Well, no, it's not larger than most planets. Like you sit it next to the planet, and it's like it looks like it's overtaking. Like it's huge. It's massive. So like no. Godzilla cannot destroy anything that they have. They could destroy the small ships, like the super destroyers. But I don't even think they can necessarily destroy the super destroyers, because the super destroyers can launch attacks down at Godzilla on Earth. I don't think that Godzilla can just look up and blast into space and automatically hit a small ass super destroyer.
No, but he can launch himself into space.
He has never done that in the MonsterVerse.
In the old ones, he did.
We're talking about the MonsterVerse. He's never launched himself into space, and even if we were talking about the old ones, I don't think it would change a whole lot.
And even if he did launch himself into space, it wouldn't change a whole lot, because he launches himself into space. Guess what? The Super Destroyer now has easier time shooting his ass.
So there are a few complications we have to take into effect. The fact Godzilla is radioactive. One of the plot points in one of the movies is when he dies, he basically becomes a radioactive giant ball of basically a giant radioactive.
Super specifically, not the Toho many.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's not gonna be an issue. If you kill Godzilla and he becomes a giant ball of radioactive whatever, why would Super Earth care about that?
Yeah, just go to a different planet.
Yeah, they're not bound by any individual planet.
Matter of fact, most kaijus are gonna.
The complications.
If anything, they could take his dead corpse and use it as a battery.
Yep.
Actually, that's probably why
that
they
sounds
would
more
like
like
to go
what
to
Super Earth would do.
Hollow Earth, because you could actually get pretty good energy down there.
Yeah, I mean they could essentially just use it as one massive battery, as like a secondary energy source.
You don't even need the energy itself, just its signature.
Now, someone did say that Godzilla can absorb most forms of radiation. Like Godzilla is pink because he absorbed solar radiation.
Was that a type of radiation on Earth?
Are we sure? I don't think that was solar. I don't think that was solar radiation.
It was definitely a form of Earth-based radiation.
Yeah, he went into I remember he went into this icy place and he slept, but I don't think it was solar.
Yeah.
But even if it was, just don't use energy-based weapons against them. Use kinetic-based.
Yeah, there's a bunch. Yeah, they have all kinds. They have missiles. They have giant rockets. They have stuff. They have all kinds of stuff that explode
not
massive.
even necessarily explosive rounds. Just load him full of enough of those heavy armor-piercing bullets. He's fucked.
It'd have to be a pretty big bullet, but yeah, like a giant. Well,
a lot of
the fucking rail cannon. The rail cannon strikes.
Yeah, that would work.
A massive rail cannon through the top of his head would pretty much do the job. I don't think that there's any evidence that he would just
We've
tank
seen
that.
him be harmed by an axe that was made of his species. I'm fairly certain Super Earth can make a gun out of his skin.
Well, we've seen him be harmed by punches and all kinds of stuff. I mean, he gets hurt a decent amount. He got hurt from being picked up and dropped from Ghidorah. It almost the fall almost killed him.
I mean, if Super Earth still has the technology from Pacific Rim, just make a fucking Jaeger and punch him to death.
Well, yeah. If we want to say like it's like what?
Going to mention.
What?
Speaking of Jaegers, I was going to mention there's the Shin Godzilla fusion where he combines with Evangelion.
No fun promotional material for.
I mean, that is apparently official for the Shin universe.
Okay. Well, we're talking about MonsterVerse.
Yeah.
So for MonsterVerse, he's not Pacific Rim. I wouldn't even put him with the Mimics. It's another one that's just bound to one planet. Because it's bound to one planet, I think you can't even necessarily put it. I would say this is
below the Xenomorphs.
Probably. I would say it would be difficult enough simply because the kaijus are pretty fucking strong, and you would have to go inside the Earth to deal with all of them and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's still just one planet. You just have to wipe it of life, and then that's it, and you can colonize the world.
And I mean, one nice thing. The only reason they'll probably be around for a while is because they do tend to just like to stay out of the way until something insane happens. I mean.
Okay, next up we have the Green Flu. This is from Left 4 Dead. I think this is another one like The Thing. They're just gonna quarantine and burn it all. I think it's basically exactly like The Thing. I don't even think there's really much of a difference.
Yeah, probably even weaker because I don't think it's nearly as.
One person, please. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, I just said Super Earth doesn't really take chances. They just kind of, all right, we don't care about these 200,000 citizens who got infected. Bye.
Yeah, they have so like I said, I literally think it is identical to The Thing, except the only difference is that Thing might be able to hide a little bit, and then the Green Flu you can't because it just turns them into zombies. It's instant, and it's like, okay, yeah.
Well, how many outbreaks are you gonna think is happening? Like they're gonna kill everyone, send people back, and then wait. People are going to still be infected, and then, but yeah, overall, it's not going to be as bad.
So no, actually, because The Thing is also a multiplanetary species that you have to like hunt down that could land on different planets. The Green Flu isn't. The Green Flu is just going to be on the one planet. Yeah, this is instant obliteration, and I'm actually going to put it like right up, maybe above or below Transformers.
As far as viral infections go, the fact that it keeps changing its vectors is interesting, but it's still tied to a planet.
Yeah, well, it's tied to a planet. Well, it's tied to a planet. It's tied to a planet. It's obvious that it's happening, and it's not that difficult to get rid of. So not for them. Okay, next up we have Ultramarines.
Oh, just Ultramarines, not just the Imperium of Man.
I guess it would depend on how many people are in the Imperium of Man. Like, would it be
the entire Milky Way galaxy?
Would it be a more or less fair fight if it was the entire?
It would not be a fair fight. It would be internal war because, no. Here's the thing. I know this is going to be a shots fired sound. Super Earth is only going to live because the Imperium can't put all its might onto them because they're going to have to be dealing with so many problems. There's actually factions in Warhammer that live because of that facts, like the Tau Empire.
Well, okay, so to be clear. What are we doing? Okay, so if we're in the Imperium of Man, so is the Tau, the Ultramarines, are these all under the same umbrella of the Imperium of Man?
The Tau's an alien faction that it lives basically because.
Okay, so we're not doing the entire Warhammer universe. We're gonna do one faction against one faction. I mean, I guess we.
If it's just one faction, humanity would just ironically, the Imperium would just stomp Super Earth.
Why would the Imperium stomp Super Earth?
I can agree.
Because they are really that much bigger.
Okay, well,
it is.
Well, define bigger.
Don't they have super slow ships?
They do. That is something they do. They are very slow at traveling between worlds. I don't see how they're bigger.
I believe all maps state that it's the entirety of the known Okay, maybe. Okay.
What does that mean? Like if you Helldiver, we don't know how many Helldivers there are. We have no idea. It is essentially limitless. We are going to as Helldivers in the game Helldivers. This game will be up for 10 years. We're going to lose millions and millions and millions of people every day. It's going to continue. As of right now, we've lost like 2 billion people. We're going to keep losing people. Super Earth is never going to care. It's never going to get to a point we're going to run out. We don't know a maximum number. It could be trillions. It could be quadrillions. We don't know.
Here's a measurement that's going to be interesting. For basically 1,000 people are sacrificed every day for 10,000 years, and those are rare people.
38 million Helldivers died in 3 days.
Yeah, but like billions die after one planet gets destroyed by the Imperium when they call what's it called?
Yes, but Helldivers are not their main forces of fighting.
Yeah.
The SCAF are. Helldivers are their elite operatives that they send down for special operations missions. The fact that 38 million of their elite operatives died means that hundreds, if not billions, hundreds of millions, if not billions, of actual SCAF officers were killed.
That's how the Guard actually work.
I know. I'm not saying that they outnumber the Imperium of Man. I'm saying that there's no evidence that there's more of the Imperium of Man.
We're only taking ultramarine space here in the question, right?
There are like billions of planets under the Imperium.
Yeah, we don't know how many planets there are under Super Earth. We know that
Ultramarines win. It's an easy W for them.
Okay, how so?
How so? Well, they have the warp. They can pretty much instantly travel to any point of wherever.
They don't control it.
They don't control the warp, and it takes them forever to travel. That neither of those.
Plus, it opens them up to attacks every time they travel.
Guys, one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time, please.
And secondly, I've been trying to jump in. Look, I know Warhammer is a massive universe where everything is canon. That's because it's a tabletop universe. If you take the entirety of the Imperium of Man, based on the lore we have in Helldivers and the numbers that we have, Super Earth rivals the size of the Imperium of Man.
Yeah, like, I don't. It's not a numbers. It's not a numbers situation.
But it's not a numbers game either. It's Super Earth has more technology than the Space Marines do, and Super Earth can outlast the Space Marines in a war of attrition. Also, you got another $5 Australian. There are officially 10 billion Super Earth citizens, and due to a leaked audio, we know that there are 3/4 of Super Earth are SCAF soldiers.
So how do we know? Okay, so how do we know that there's 10 billion Super Earth citizens? And also, you can't take leaked audio as factual because they have a lot of test footage, a lot of audio that comes out that doesn't end up being canon when the game. They fuck with a lot of shit and they change stuff before the actual stuff comes out. So for this game more so than most, you can't take leaked shit because a lot of times we will know that something is for sure coming out and then they completely alter it before it releases. That's not canon. That's possible canon. But as for the 10 billion Super Earth citizens, where is that at? Because that's not any lore I've ever seen.
No, I want to touch on that because we've already lost over 1 billion Helldivers.
Yeah, I don't buy that. We've lost over 2 billion. We've lost over 2 billion Helldivers in the last couple of months since the game released, and it's going to continue. There's no way there's only 10 billion.
We have clearly not lost 1/5 of Super Earth's entire population as just Super Earth, just Helldivers.
Well, there's no way that 1/5 of Super Earth's population are Helldivers, because the vast majority are SCAF soldiers. So it's like and I saw another comment earlier that was saying that 38 million is still less than 1 billion or 100 billion. Yes, but they won that battle, and the 38 million were the elite soldiers of the war. Like that battle, that was just Helldivers. That wasn't the whole what they lost total. That was only in 3 days, and that was a battle that they won. The enemies that they killed over 2 or 3 billion enemies in that same battle. And they always have multiple battles going on at any given time. So that was one battle that was happening on Calypso. They also had several other battles that were happening in Terminids and this. They are constantly losing every day. They're losing hundreds of millions of people.
Here's an interesting number. A Hive City and Warhammer 40K can literally have like 10 to 100 billion people, and that's one Hive City.
Sure.
That's not nearly as interesting of a number as it is.
I will start fucking kicking people. One person. If you hear someone talking, shut up, please.
I got it. I'm going back to push to talk so that I can use the priority button.
All right, cool. All right, go ahead, somebody.
The number I see repeated throughout Warhammer, most often for the size of the Imperium, is like 1 million worlds, which is likely used as a figure of speech. But even if you're downplaying, that's quadrillions of people.
Quintillions,
quadrillions, whatever number, illions of people.
Sure.
To call upon.
I am not saying that Helldivers is outnumbering the Imperium of Man. I'm saying we don't know because we have no idea how many Helldivers there are. We know that there's no limit to how many Helldivers can die for Super Earth. There are countless Helldivers. We don't know how many planets they have. We know that they've conquered most of the known galaxy. That's all we know. We know that it takes them oftentimes a day or even less to conquer new worlds, and they've been doing this for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. We just don't know. There's no number.
Do we have? Does the setting have anything like a Hive City though? Is the population that burgeoning though?
Where there's that many people and we don't know. Because as Helldivers we don't see.
We can imply that it just doesn't, that there aren't planets that have that kind of population.
No, it doesn't imply that it doesn't. All it is, we play the game as Helldivers. We've never actually been to Super Earth in the game. We don't know what Super Earth looks like. We've seen like some photos, but as far as like their colony, we haven't. The first time we've actually seen a Helldiver city is a month ago, where they added urban areas, and now we can actually see what little colony cities look like. But as a Helldiver, the only thing that you see are worlds that you're invading. You never see what an actual. I am not saying. I feel like y'all keep thinking that I'm saying that they outnumber or something. We don't know the population. It's the same thing I was saying about the Pacific Rim. We can't say what would happen if they went to the portal because we don't know what's on the other side of that portal in Pacific Rim. We don't know the population of Helldivers. We know that they own most of the galaxy.
In terms of manpower and industrial output, I'd probably say they have them beat.
But you're not. But what are you basing that on other than the fact that the Imperium men have a lot of people? Like you're not basing on anything that you know from Helldivers.
Their worlds have been designed meticulously for industrial output.
Yes.
One at a time.
That is
I swear to God, I will start muting people.
The design. You are telling me all of these things about the Imperium of Man, but none of that. That just proves they have a lot of people. That doesn't prove that they have more people than anyone else. That's not what you're just. I get it. There's a lot of people. But you don't know an exact number for Imperium of Man, and you don't know the exact number for the Helldivers. They don't give you. You just know it's countless on both sides.
Right. Well, then it's entirely comparable. It's infinity versus infinity.
No.
Kind of.
Listen.
I mean, theoretically. Go ahead.
But also, listen for a second. The entirety of Super Earth. Children at 5 years old are given live grenades.
That's true.
Children at 7 are given their first gun. The entirety of Super Earth is a trained military. You can't say that about the Imperium of Man. Over 3/4 of the Imperium's population is not trained military. So Helldivers can much more easily take over the population.
Okay, over 3/4. Again, this just goes back to the numbers argument. How many guardsmen are there in the Imperium? You can't count them.
Because now you're changing what you said. You just said a second ago that if they're both, basically infinite because we don't know a number and we just know it's countless, so we're going to say that they're comparable. And now Dan is saying, wait, give me a second. Let me finish.
I said they're incomparable because of that.
No, you said they were comparable.
No, I said it's incomparable. Incomparable. You cannot compare two countless numbers clashing each other. That's not possible.
What are you talking about?
Can I please
if they're the same, yeah, you can speak. Go ahead. Are you going to speak?
Okay, so I was gonna. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So when it comes to numbers, yes, from what I could see, the Helldivers do outnumber the Ultramarines if we're only doing Ultramarines. But on the ground, Space Marines do overpower the Helldivers when it comes to handheld weapons and guerrilla warfare.
How so?
But these Ultramarines can be injured and killed by orbital stratagems.
They could be
stratagems in general.
They could be killed by basic hand weapons. That's written.
Yeah,
that's written in the lore.
All it takes is a single ship to have an exterminus bomb, and But not only that, but what is the time? Do we know what the time is for the Helldivers universe?
What do you mean?
Like, what is the year? What is the calendar date?
It doesn't matter. It's like 20. It's like 22, 23 something, but it doesn't matter because it's an alternate history from from ours. Like you can't compare it to our time periods.
Yeah, but no, I'm just comparing it to the Warhammer time period.
I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's like 22, 23, 2400. I don't remember. Something like that. It's like 200 or 300 future of ours, but they got.
I think it's reasonable to
40K is the year. It's literally the something year like
I know.
4,000.
I'm aware.
40,000.
No, 40,000.
Yeah.
I think it's easy to presume that Warhammer would have.
Actually, they're stagnant.
Would have a larger population.
No. Yeah, you cannot presume that something's more because of a time period. Sorry. Because in 200 or 300 years we couldn't have because in 2 or 3 let me talk because in 200 or 300 years we would not be able to have a population that they have in Super Earth. That would not be possible. So it's clearly not going by that. So like why would that matter? If they wanted to, they can write a fictional story that takes place in the year 1300 and has literally octillions of people. I mean, it's not really a relevant thing. You keep trying to go back to this numbers thing. You can't go to that because you don't know the numbers to the own series that you're trying to define, and you don't know the numbers of the one that you're arguing against. So I don't know
does.
Exactly. So why are you arguing it?
Well, it's the most important aspect in a war.
Not if you don't know it, then it doesn't matter. You can't come to a conclusion.
Away from the numbers for a minute.
The numbers determine how technology will be used, or how anything else that will spin a war will be used.
Sorry, somebody was gonna speak.
Dan.
You need
I was trying to speak.
Stop cutting me off.
Guys.
Dan, talk.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Dan,
ignoring
talk.
The numbers.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead.
Dan. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Even ignoring the numbers. If we start comparing ships and weapons, Helldivers outclass the Imperium of Man. Because a standard destroyer that is issued to a Helldiver can 100% destroy any ship in the Warhammer universe. And I say this as a tabletop player. I know the specs on those ships.
No,
they
I
are
agree.
outclassed.
Let's assume an army of infinite versus infinite, then just compare their technologies.
Well, we're not assuming it. We're not assuming it. Countless. Not knowing this full numbers of something is not the same thing as infinite. If it's infinite and infinite, that means that eternal war is the only possibility. That there is no other possibility outside of that. So we're not assuming infinite. We're just not taking the leap in logic to say that this one has more than this because we can't do that. Like, if both of them are so countless and so unfathomably high, we'll just assume that their armies are probably similar in size, and that be that. And then it'll just be tactics and shit. But, yeah, no, infinite would automatically mean eternal war. Unless someone can literally, like, erase all people.
Ironically, the Necrons could, but they don't want to do that because it would backlash against them.
Or the God Emperor, because an infinite amount of people would amp him and essentially make him another Chaos God.
Now,
That's
to be fair, if we're adding things like that, if we're adding things like the Emperor of Man or Chaos Gods, then obviously, and they're specifically fighting against the Helldivers, then obviously it's a pretty one-sided fight. You're literally adding gods to it. But if we're talking about just an army against an army, and we're not counting all of the other fucking crazy shit on the outside.
The issue is you're taking the Ultramarines at face value, right? It's just the Ultramarines?
No, I was saying, well, I originally I did a video that was Ultramarines, but when I put the picture, I just said, well, we'll just do the Imperium of Man. Why not? I don't have an issue with doing the Imperium of Man.
Well, then I'd say the Imperium wins.
Well, okay, but you got to say how.
Okay. How? Also, before
simple.
you keep going.
One person. Let the guy talk who said the Imperium wins. Let him talk.
All right, Cassius, go ahead.
What is the scale of the weapons in this setting?
They pretty much all their ships can casually blow up moons. They have technology that can blow up planets. They can open up a black hole that is larger than a planet. It's basically I think they could fuck with stars. It's like this in generally that kind of level. They're not destroying solar systems or galaxies or universes.
May I have a turn, please? 'Cause
Yeah.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Imperium. Oh, sorry. Okay,
Dude,
the
Trip.
Imperium has.
Trip, dude. That guy just asked. Guy who asked, go.
All right, so the Imperium could have at one point won a war against Super Earth. However, it is that the Imperium is basically at a barbaric state compared to what it used to be. Now, going by that logic, if the Helldivers take any of the weapons, which it's been shown that even the weapons that even the Space Marines use are pale imitations of their originals. The Helldivers are likely going to take these and innovate them into putting them into their normal casual SCAF infantry to the point where you throw a Space Marine at them, they're not going to care because they already have weapons to punch through. Ooh, what you said is reinforced titanium.
It's titanium alloy. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got so many things, and not to mention is that if we're going to go by throwing the Imperium at them, it would be an eternal war if it weren't for the fact that the Imperium has shown that they aren't equal to fighting like 20, 30 million people at once. That's what they are, but it's just they're unable to concentrate any force at any dedicated place due to the kerfuffle that is the warp. Whereas the Helldivers can send everyone to one place at one exact moment.
Yeah, well, look, is like this is the thing. I think Warhammer fans love to do this shit. They just they will say things that directly oppose what different. Like, I don't know. It's probably because the actual lore is all over the place and contradicts itself. So I give them a little bit of a break. But we know their ships take months to travel between planets. That right there is a massive issue since Helldivers can travel anywhere they want, whenever they want. They can bend space and go from point A to point B instantly. Like, we know that they can only make 1,000 Space Marines, although it does go up when they're at war, and there's even some of them kind of cheap. Yeah, there are more, but generally speaking, before a war starts, most of them only have 1,000. Some of them go higher before that, and they kind of cheat the system. But they don't. That's not the majority of their army. The majority of their army are the regular ground troops, and the regular ground troops do not have weapons or armor or technology that is anywhere near what the Helldivers have, and they don't have as many of them. So it's
and they're held in place by fear.
What's up?
I would, excuse me, I would, oh, you go on.
Okay, first off.
Okay, so.
Let the other guy, Dan, let the other guy talk. He started first.
Yeah, okay, Captain.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what we're focusing on is the numbers of troops. We're not focusing.
Well, we're not focusing on the numbers of troops. We got
firepower.
The firepower is more important than the numbers of troops because we already established that we don't know the numbers for the full numbers of either army. So the numbers it's a pointless conversation that's going to go in a constant circle. So if you're going to have this debate, we're just going to assume that the numbers it doesn't matter. 10 million, 100 million, billions, doesn't matter. We're going to assume same numbers on both sides because we can't actually say who has more. They are both countless and uncountable. So assuming that there's the same amount, give your argument or make your point.
Like which I said a few minutes ago, that yes, Helldivers do outnumber, but depending on what weapons used, they don't outpower. But to put aside the numbers of troops, like I said, Space Marines do have a advancement when it comes to guerrilla warfare and handheld weapons. But
I don't think they
can
do.
Be killed by certain kinds of stratagems.
I don't think they do. You've said that already. They do not have stronger weapons. That's the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So
I said handheld.
They don't have stronger handheld weapons. We went over this in a video when I debated it with this other guy. But yeah, the bolters, even the heavy bolters, they're like the equivalent of like a 20 millimeter shot or something like that. The Helldivers weapons have 40, 60, and 80 millimeter shot. Like, they're way bigger. The weapons they use should not be fireable by a regular human being. They have a cannon called a quasar cannon that shoots a small star that explodes. The Imperium of Man, their basic handheld weapons are not stronger than Helldivers, not even close. Like, you can have a single shot from a weapon from the Helldivers blow up a massive fucking factory with a single shot, and it's regular bullets. It's not an explosive round or anything like that. Like, their shit is insane. Like, they take down giant factory striders, which are these huge four-legged, fucking like tank small
fortresses.
Yeah, they're like giant walking fortresses, and that you can single shot or like 2 or 3 shot blow them up. They're like the weapons. The armor of a Space Marine is not tanking the strongest handheld weapons of the Helldivers. It's not. They're put on. They can both kill each other with their weapons.
Super Earth wins.
What I was going to say.
Okay, so
no, Cav.
Let Dan. It's Dan's turn. We'll go in a circle. Whoever wants to talk, you'll get your chance. But let Dan talk.
So what I was trying to say
ahead,
earlier
Dan.
is just that the Helldivers also have a massive knack for innovation. And if we're throwing the Imperium of Man into the Helldivers universe, they aren't just going to be contending with specifically Helldivers. If they're in the universe as the Imperium of Man, suddenly there's Terminids attacking them. There's automatons attacking them.
Well, to be fair, Dan. To be fair, if we're only giving them the Imperium of Man, we got to give only them Super Earth. We can't have multiple armies against one army. It's just gonna be 1v1.
Even so, well, even if you added them in and it just became a four-way fight, it just becomes a new set for the Galactic War. But the problem is that the entirety of Super Earth that we know takes any technology they are faced with and immediately adapts it within a month. So the minute one Marine, not even 10, but one Marine goes down, which they eventually would, the weapons and the armor and the genetic engineering from that Marine is all reverse engineered and is out to the divers and the SCAF within a month.
How do you know they'd reverse their genetic engineering so quickly?
Because
they'd be able to do it.
Because they reverse engineer all the technology. Yeah, they reverse engineered all of the technology from every being that they fought, every species that they fought against.
Oh, this just seems like a diff in terms of
that's technology. That's not genetics.
Well, no. What I'm trying to explain is
they've done it with genetics too.
The Emperor got the blueprint for Space Marines and for all these genetic enhancements from dealings with the Chaos Gods. So this is something beyond like the capacities of a man who is basically at the peak of science and understanding and human mentality. So this is basically just a diff in what two different universes are capable of. One can do this shit like it's nothing, while the other literally needs to commune with Chaos Gods to do it. It doesn't really seem like the logic behind their strength doesn't really seem to fit.
Not really. I mean, not really. If you're looking, well, Dan, let me say. If you're not really, because it would like. Just because the 40K universe has to be given it by someone else, that doesn't suddenly make like it's smarter what they have to do. I mean, the Helldivers have had to deal with genetic modification of different people, including their own citizens. They've had to deal with beings that can control people's minds. They've had to deal with beings who can control time and matter and space. They have opened up gates into new universes, although to be fair, while they've done that, they weren't really aware that they did that, but they did do it. But yeah, they've taken technology that the Illuminates, who were thousands and thousands of years beyond them in technology, and they were able to not only take it and adapt it, but they improved upon it and turned it into weapons and did things that even the Illuminate weren't aware that technology could perform. Their ability to adapt technology and upgrade it and adapt it, it's better than the Imperium of Man has. Just because the Imperium of Man needs to get help to do theirs and Super Earth doesn't suddenly mean Super Earth can't do it. I don't see if they can open up gates into other worlds and alter matter and time and all this sort of stuff. I don't see why they wouldn't have issues with doing the warp. Like unless you just as a fan of that series just hold the warp in such a high regard more than any other science fiction bullshit.
It's not so much the warp. It's the fact that this is something that is in one universe viewed as simple, while in another is viewed as so complex that even in the age of technology they couldn't have dreamed of having things like this. So
but even
to me,
if I can just get this in here quickly,
yeah, go ahead,
because I don't want the conversation to move too far forward. The God Emperor of Mankind
got the blueprint for Space Marines and was then able to make Space Marines, which means the genetic engineering wasn't outside of their technology, it was the specific method to do it that he hadn't figured out yet, which means that if if one Space Marine goes down and a body is left behind, it can be reverse engineered. It might take longer than a month, but I'm saying based on like Helldivers' previous updates, it's usually a month between when they release stuff like that. I mean, the DSS was longer to build, and we have that now, but it did take longer than a month. So they would eventually figure it out because the blueprint has already been made. It's already happened once, so now you can reverse it and do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I would simply say that I don't think a limitation of the Imperium of Man would suddenly makes it a limitation of all other fictional universes, just because they can't adapt shit.
Well, I'm mostly just trying to say that the logic of the universes are very incomparable. Because earlier on we were talking about like the warp and how it would be very slow for them to get through. But if you're going to include the warp as a detriment to them, you might as well also include it as a boon and bring up the God Emperor existing in his miracles, or the Chaos Gods and all of their dealings.
I'm not
because
saying
if the warp is going to be a detriment to them, it should also be.
I'm
a
not
boon,
saying I'm not
fair.
saying it's a detriment to them. I'm saying that they can't
it's
I'm saying that they can't travel through space quickly. They don't have a method
that's
of doing
a massive detriment to them because of the
but
way
that's their
the
that's
warp
because
and
they
faster
suck.
light
But
travel
that's because
exists in the universe.
but that's because they suck at traveling. That's not that's. I mean, yeah, if they have psychers and stuff, that will be added into it. I mean, it's not like we're not going to have anything that they're good at. But yes, not being able to travel through space, even if you don't want to use the warp and you just have ships that travel through space, they don't have the scientific technology to allow them to do that. So I don't see you can't have this conversation and not bring that up, that they just can't travel quickly. Because then otherwise you just have to lie and make up and say, yeah, they could travel instantly just like the Helldivers can, when they clearly cannot.
Well, okay. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Trip. Go ahead. Go ahead, Trip.
Okay. There are actually people who can predict the future, not perfectly, mind you, because the tides of the war, but predicting futures are possibilities. There are mind readers. Matter of fact, that's actually a main way of communications, because they can communicate farther with telepathic messages than they can with.
So can the Illuminates. Yeah, so can the Illuminates.
True. Okay,
Yeah. Speak.
Let's
go
see
ahead.
Here.
Let the other guy talk.
Me or him.
The other guy. Yeah.
So I think what we should do is just put it in an eternal war, because neither side is going to relinquish this argument. And honestly, it's kind of one of those things where if they're too infinite,
I think it's reasonable to presume.
I think it's interesting.
Infinite war.
I think it's an interesting conversation. But yeah,
we don't forget to mention that Mr. M did.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, Mr. M.
Because while they would be adapting, while it would be easy to presume that Super Earth would adapt the Empire's technology, it could also be presumed. Well, no, it would be presumed that the Imperium would be adapting Super Earth's technology.
It's not so much adapt. Well, okay, I'm going to give them that for a second, that something like that might happen. But it's not so much that they adapt technology. It's so much that they adapt and they improve upon it beyond what the people they adapted from it is. So if they, like I said, they were able to get the Illuminate technology, were way beyond them, and use their technology to do things that the Illuminate never thought even possible with their own technology. And they were the most intelligent, most advanced species in the entire galaxy. If the Helldivers got their hands on the Imperium of Man technology, the Imperium of Man would start seeing them using it in ways that the Imperium of Man weren't even aware they'd be able to use it in. You're talking about you're going to have Helldivers that are superior to that of Space Marines with more powers, more abilities, stronger, and you're like, how the fuck did they even do this?
But there would be some presumption to be made that the same thing could be done on the other side. What's to say the Mechanicus couldn't get their hands on the technology that they adapted from the Illuminates, you say? And,
we weren't adding the Illuminate. Well, we weren't adding the Illuminates in. It was just going to be the Helldivers. It was just going to be the Helldivers.
The Helldivers Illuminate improved tech.
Actually,
not.
I have to.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Trip. No. Go ahead.
I'm gonna have to punch my favorite setting in the dick. The Mechanicus hate using Xenos technology. There are some that do. There are some that want to. But as the overarching loss,
you have to remember, it's still humans.
Yes, that's why it still happens. But they are fanatical zealots to not using alien technology. It's very rare.
Not entirely rare. I mean,
also,
there's
it's
But
it's also considered heresy. It's considered heresy to the Inquisition if any guardsman, space marine, etc. uses a Xenos weapon.
Yes, but there's plenty of chapters. There's plenty of groups in the Imperium that that disregard those rules completely.
Yes, there are, but that they're so seldom that the mass scale that they would need to have an overall change in utilizing the new weapons, it's gonna be slow to a crawl to the point where even I'm, who love this setting, would say they basically won't be doing it.
I'm not even that big of a.
I have to stab my setting in the dick in this.
I'm not even that big a fan of the setting. I just don't see it. I just don't see them losing.
Seriously,
coming to a stalemate. Yeah.
Well, look, if the numbers are high enough, like if the numbers are just ridiculously high, they're not. Both series. There's actually a decent amount that's similar about these. Both series are about like continuous wars that will never end. Like literally both of them. They're both designed in that way. The Imperium and Man are designed to forever be at war with these other groups, and there are things within the setting that are built specifically, like Korn and stuff like that, that are specifically designed. I was like, yes, this is like the whole universe is just gonna go forever. Helldivers is the exact same way. Helldivers has overcome the enemies that they have fought against, but always only temporarily. Like the Illuminate, they defeated they brought them to near extinction, and then they basically banished the rest of them outside of the universe to a whole other universe. I don't necessarily see that happen with the Imperium Man, but the Illuminates were never completely eliminated. Now they're back. Like they are both settings that just have infinite wars. What's up? Hello? Okay. People.
I would put Warhammer 40K or just the Ultramarines in the category of fight a bit more.
I put them in stalemate.
So you think they would lose?
Can I put in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the big bottleneck for Warhammer is that they need psychers to pilot their ships.
Well, see, that's the thing. The guy. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, man. The guy who's arguing for them like the hardest. He hasn't even brought up psychers, which I was kind of waiting for him to bring up psychers and all like that crazy stuff, but he hasn't even really brought them up.
They're somewhat rare.
I'm curious as to why, because I've heard that there are psychers.
They're somewhat rare.
I've heard that there are psychers that could blow. I mean, that would probably be the point that I would make. But I've heard that there are psychers that could like blow up planets and do all kinds of crazy shit, and it's like, okay, well, like, where are they at? But
ironically, the Imperium spends a lot of time hunting their own psychers.
Yeah, so they can feed them to the Emperor.
Yeah, that's the 10,000 people. Sorry, that's the 1,000 people they feed a day because
I just didn't bring up psychers because I just think on sheer industrial output alone, I think the Empire should win.
But the problem with that
but
is
I don't think they
need them to pilot their ships.
I don't think they have. Well, you're talking about when you say industrial output. You're not. Are you talking about the weapons that they create? Or are you talking about the people that they have?
I'm talking about both. I'm talking about just how much shit they have. So
like I said,
although I think the Empire would completely destroy the Helldivers universe. The Empire, as in Star Wars.
Oh,
we'll get to that. We'll get to that one, and if you're here to defend it, we could talk about it.
Can I speak?
I believe that's in here. That is in here. Yeah, you can talk. Go ahead.
So like, first off, I baby always Supreme. But like for the psychers and stuff, a lot of them are like super hard to find, and a lot of those top tier psychers that can like blow up planets and do all this crazy crap they're just so rare that it's very hard to find them. And then even when they do find them, they're often just kidnapped and yoinked and sent to the Emperor. So
yeah, I mean, look, I constantly hear people who are fans of Warhammer 40K talking about it as it is the most powerful setting in fiction. They talk about
I think Star Wars mogs it.
They talk about it the same way they talk about like H.P. Lovecraft and the fucking like the like that kind of, and I'm like, I don't fucking see what you guys are talking about. Like, I really don't see the power here. Like, when I look at what the feats that they're capable of, when I look at like what the like
at most it's galactic. with Warhammer. That's at most you can. That's at most you can put it at.
And that's if you're talking about the gods and shit. Like, no,
Yeah.
I have
Because
heard
the Chaos Gods are contained within the galaxy.
Yeah, well,
they're only as strong as the galaxy.
No, but I'm saying I have heard people make arguments for individual space marines, like individual space marines being able to take on people like fucking Kratos and shit. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? Like,
I mean, Goku just no diffs the Warhammer universe
a
entirely.
lot of
but
people know diff Warhammer universe entirely. It's not that exaggerated. Go ahead, guy who's been trying to talk.
Superman no diffs.
Well, yeah, a lot of people.
So about Psychers. So if I'm correct, the majority of Psychers are the Grey, which is basically a hidden army from a other Legion chapter. In short, anything in Imperium.
I don't think that's all of them. I think they have their own like psyker groups for different cathedrals.
Most chapters have their form of librarians.
Well, yes, but from what I know, the Grey Knights are a secret chapter that have the most Psychers.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop
They're
you
all
there.
Psychers.
They're not gonna use the Grey Knights. They're in dedicated demon fighting duty.
Well, I mean, they could.
I know.
They could. They
But I thought we weren't bringing up. I thought we weren't bringing up chaos here.
We were.
If we're gonna bring up chaos. Okay, well, if you're gonna bring up chaos, then wouldn't Super Earth fall the chaos incursions? Because
We were
the God
look,
Emperor?
we were doing army against army. We weren't bringing up chaos gods.
Yeah, so then they would be able to recruit them. They would be able to use those Psychers because chaos isn't a factor here.
Oh.
That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't bring
Psychers
up
are
chaos.
separate from those warp entities. They're connected to the warp. The chaos
Well, no,
gods
they have to tap into the warp for their powers,
Yes,
though.
they
So
have
if you
to
remove the
warp,
warp,
but
then they don't have any
warp is
powers.
Sorry, can I talk now?
Yeah, go ahead.
My bad. The warp and the chaos gods aren't the same thing. The chaos gods are just entities that reside in the warp and are very powerful. You can use psychic powers. There's an entire race, the Eldar. They use psychic powers, and they're firmly against the chaos deities. So you don't need the
Especially
chaos
Dark
gods
Eldar.
to use warp powers.
I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I don't know enough. So okay, are we all are we all in agreement that as of right now it's Eternal War, or does someone want to keep arguing to the point that
I think it would be Eternal War.
Okay, Eternal. Everyone's
If
happy
you-
with that.
If you aren't bringing up chaos as a factor, then yes, it's Eternal War.
Yeah, I was doing army versus army. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
I've just been sitting here.
Let the other guy talk.
No, he can go. He can go.
That's who I was talking about. Go ahead. Guy.
Okay, so the reason why I say fight a bit more is because the Imperium, yes, is limited, and there's many other dangers that they're familiar with that Ultramarines are pretty much going to dominate if the Dark Angels aren't enough.
What?
Those are separate, even primary chapters.
Yeah, we're talking. That's we're not talking about. I mean, look, and also fight a bit more is worse than Eternal War. It's not better for the Imperium of Man. You'd be putting them down a rank.
Well, if we do Eternal War, then that's just going to put more weight on the Imperium, and I'm sure the Imperium aren't going to want to waste their time with people that are pretty much like the Astra Militarum they have.
I mean, they've been wasting their time for 40,000 years in a non-stop war. So
20,000
I don't think time is the
20,000
thing they're worried
years,
about.
so yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're worried about wasting their time.
They're not worried about wasting their time.
No.
They would fully engage a forever war.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's what yeah.
They're already engaged in a forever war against chaos.
Yes,
That's like the whole
both
point.
universes.
Both Tyranids.
Yeah, both universes are in a forever war currently.
I want to hear what Megatron guy's gonna say.
All right.
Megatron's in here?
Listening to this. Yeah, that's me.
Hey, what's up, man?
So I've been listening to this whole debate, and I'm trying to be neutral. So I'm gonna say it would be fight a little bit more, and the sole reason is just because one of the few things I know that are 100% certain about the Warhammer universe is that they travel so slowly. So even if they are mutual sizes, I just feel like the fact that the Helldivers are going to take the Warhammer tech, so the Warhammer tech is not going to give them an edge. The only thing that they'll have is that they're similar sizes, so it'll be lasting a while. I do think the war will last a while, but I think the Helldivers will eventually win after maybe like decades of them fighting. But it's not going to go on infinitely. Because the Helldivers are traveling so much faster.
I agree with the concept that I think that them not being able to travel very fast is too big of a hindrance for them to win. However, the numbers is also kind of an issue where it's like I don't see them ever winning, but I also don't see Helldivers ever wiping all of the Imperium of Man off the map, which is what would have to happen in order for it to not be
if the Imperium
eternal.
does start dying, it will just go to desperate measures, and it will just use all that technology that they decided not to use.
I mean, yeah, but none of that technology is going to be able to.
They'll just pull a super weapon from the aid of technology out of their ass that they've been saving.
That's fine, but they all have. But both sides have super
yeah,
so
weapons. So they destroy each other.
Well, they wouldn't. They wouldn't destroy. They wouldn't. Well, they wouldn't destroy each other. Helldivers would destroy the Imperium of Man considerably faster because they could travel faster. They could literally just start going from planet to planet, blowing them up, and they can blow up literally, I don't know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of worlds in the time it would take Imperium Man to just arrive to the next planet. Like it would the speed of which that Helldivers can take over a planet and destroy them and move on to the next one is considerably faster than what the Imperium of Man can do. That is why I give Helldivers the edge. It's not necessarily because of the technology or anything like that. I think that the lack of travel speed is the biggest hindrance the Imperium Man have. But you are right in the possibility that they could eventually acquire that technology at some point. I just don't know how fast they'll be able to do that because the Helldivers do it considerably faster. Like the Helldivers can literally do it in a matter of days or weeks. And I just don't think that they just don't work that slow. I mean, they don't work that fast, the Imperium Man. But I'm still putting it in Eternal War because I also don't see Helldivers just straight up slaughtering everybody either. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
It's just gonna take forever. Like, it would take way too long. Like, how long would it take for the Helldivers to successfully wipe out 1 million worlds while they are also continuously having more like kids and like continuously grow? I mean, you're talking about, I don't know, thousands and thousands of years bare minimum, if not hundreds of thousands a year. Like it would take forever. So we essentially should call it an eternal war.
Yeah. Can I actually say something hilarious? The Imperium might be destroying more planets on accidents because filing reports forget a planet exists. I am not joking. That's how big it is.
Fun. All right, next up we're going to do Star Wars. And since one guy said that he was really big on the Star Wars, I'll let him go. You think Star Wars would dominate?
Yes, undoubtedly.
How so?
Well, it's quite simple. There is so much in Star Wars, just the grand scale of it all. Yes, they can simply just destroy planets with a single Star Destroyer. You could just orbital bomb. You can just orbitally bomb it until it's done. And how many stars? No, how many stars? Oh wait. Yeah, how many Star Destroyers does the Empire even have? Again, isn't it like 60,000? Like, if we're going off of the Empire, right?
I thought they had 2.
It's an obscene number.
I thought they had 2.
No, Death Star.
No, I'm talking about Star Destroyers. How they can just glass the surface.
Okay, hang on.
With a single one.
Yeah, hang on. The question begs, what timeline are we going for? Like, we doing
Legends
the Clone Wars or like farther?
This is Empire.
Well, I mean, if we wanted to take things, we could take like the Rakad Star Forge and say, they could just infinitely produce ships that can just completely orbitally bombard planets, because they could like orbitally bombard planets back in the Old Republic.
Yeah, but they could do that. But Super Earth can do the exact same thing.
True.
You would have to come up with something that Super Earth can't also do. Originally you said that Warhammer 40K would dominate. Now you're saying that Star Wars would dominate. But everything you've named,
no.
that's nothing.
Star Wars would literally just it would blow Warhammer out of the water.
Okay, but
What
I'm
about?
talking about how
Okay,
it's comparatively to Helldivers. Like, you'd have to tell me why Star Wars would overcome. It's a Star Wars. It's a Helldivers tier list. So how would they overcome Helldivers? But everything you said, Helldivers is capable of doing. So where is it? Where are they better?
May I speak?
Yeah, anyone can speak. I don't care.
So,
Just
if
one
we
at a time.
consider the First Order part of the Empire, which they technically are, they have a
No,
bunch of
that's
Star
the first.
Destroyers.
That's the First Order. We're talking about the Empire.
They were created by Palpatine.
Doesn't
They're the
matter.
same thing.
Doesn't matter. They're not the Empire. We're talking about the
This
Empire.
is a time-specific thing. The First Order was created way after the Empire initially.
This is the Empire. This is Darth Vader. This is Palpatine. This is the Empire. Yeah. Is that it? Your main argument was for.
I was going to bring up the fact that they have a fleet of.
output.
I was going to bring up the fact that they had a fleet of
The
Death Stars.
Force itself. The Force itself is.
Okay, may
I don't know.
Okay,
Somebody
may I
but
add
one.
something?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so we're all familiar with the Mandalore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mandalorian.
Character or the
Mandalore is the planet.
If
It's
you
the planet
claim-
and the culture.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
claim
the leader.
Well, I'm talking about
The Mandalorians.
I'm talking about the Mandalorians.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So Mandalorians are known to have pretty big beef with the Jedi, which they realize that lasers aren't gonna cut it because they're just gonna reflect it with the lightsaber. So they went back to the good old strategies, which was bullets, or what they call slug throwers, and that pretty much was the way to go to kill Jedi in their eyes.
Yeah, I mean, kinetic shots are kind of a death sentence for Star Wars in general. The Empire's armors does not shield against kinetic attacks. It only shields against heat-based attacks and energy
It
attacks.
actually cracks under.
See, I've heard that the Stormtrooper armor is actually pretty good at defending against kinetic weapons.
Not comparatively. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna.
Wait, let the other guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
so
No, not you. The other guy. That guy.
Okay.
No, not you. The other guy. I don't know names.
Me?
Yeah, you. You were talking. Go for it.
So there is actually some lore. God, this is old, so it's probably been retconned because it's from the 90s. But Stormtrooper armor, technically, is the equivalent of hardened plastic. Like if you were to punch a guy hard enough, you'd crack his helmet wide open, and the only thing holding it together would be the.
Yeah, can I add to that?
Yeah, go for it.
I do remember in the older movies they were like I remember I have a thick memory of this of Han Solo saying something about let's crack some stormtrooper helmets, and then I do remember in one of the movies, I don't know which one, they like snap a helmet in half. I think it was one of the newer ones actually.
Yeah.
It was like a First Order helmet. They like smashed that shit in half.
Yeah, they're meant for heat dispersion because kinetic weapons don't exist in the Star Wars universe anymore. So when you shoot a energy based,
too expensive.
Yeah, when
Well,
you
they
shoot,
do exist. There's
when you
not
sh-
used.
yeah, when you shoot an in war, when you shoot an energy-based weapon, it disperses the heat across it, and it could take the blast. Although, arguably, the movies and comics and stuff don't really show it dispersing ever. Usually, when you shoot a fucking stormtrooper, they die even with the energy shit. But supposedly, it's supposed to disperse heat. But an actual kinetic attack just goes right there. It's super, super light, and it's not. If you have a fight between a Helldiver and an Empire trooper, the fight is a very, very one-sided fight because the armor of the Helldivers will defend against the Empire's troops, and it won't work the same way either way because their kinetic attacks are just gonna fucking go right through, and most of their weapons are kinetic. Go ahead.
May I bring up an interesting point about the titanium? Titanium actually has this really weird quality which makes molding it and everything cutting it really hard. Is the fact that titanium disperses heat really, really well. So if you want to cut it, you have to keep it constantly cooled, which made making the SR-71 really hard because we didn't know that. And that basically means is that compared to the Stormtrooper armor, which is thin and essentially plastic, you've got a metal specific that is like in nature super good at dispersing heat to the point where if you make a plane out of it, you can pretty much go out of the atmosphere without having to worry, and then you can paint it black.
Well, another thing is the Helldivers armor. It's all stated to be made out of a titanium alloy, but an alloy just means a mixture of metals. So every single armor is actually every single armor is actually different. So they have heat resistant armors, and then they have armors that are electricity resistant. And they have armors that are meant for stealth. They have lighter armors. They have heavier armors. They have all different kind of armors that give them all different kind of prop. There's armors that are stronger against acids than other armors. Like it's made out of a titanium alloy, but the alloy part of whatever it's mixed against is different depending on what they want the specialty of that armor to be. But we do know that it's stated to be durable as a as the hull of a super destroyer ship. That's across the board. They are made of is the same material that's made out of that. Now obviously it's not going to be equally durable because the ship's going to be a lot thicker, clearly, but they're made out of the same.
No problem.
Yeah, they're made out of the same material. So yeah, in terms of armor, it's not, and also they have energy shields, which the Empire doesn't have. Just in terms of equipment, in terms of armor, not to the same. The average stormtrooper is not having energy an energy field.
No. They can have energy fields, and they can block bullets. It's a matter of the more powerful shields just cause so much radiation that'll give you cancer and die, which is why you see it on droidicas. But as far as tech goes, personal shields do exist, and they can stop like basic bullets.
No, I know they exist, but they're not. They aren't. I didn't say they don't exist. I'm saying Empire troopers don't have them.
Stronger blasters and certain weaponry will just easily go through the force fields, though. But
why would? Oh yeah.
But I don't think any of this matters because the Emperor would just solo. The Emperor can just destroy a solar system.
Okay. The Emperor. Go ahead.
The Emperor can destroy a solar system.
I feel like what's gonna happen. This isn't gonna be solved between like ground troops or even really the military might that they have. It's literally just gonna be Darth Vader and Palpatine basically soloing most of what Helldivers have to offer.
No, because
obviously Star Destroyers can handle stuff.
You want to know the downside of Star Destroyers?
What?
Their shields have to go down in order to launch TIE fighters because the way their shields work is that
doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Palpatine's going to destroy an entire. He's going to go by every star. He's going to go by every solar system and destroy it.
Why would he? He's a conqueror. That's kind of
counterintuitive. If it gets so dangerous, he's going to go in and do it for them.
How does the Emperor destroy a solar system?
That's
force lightning, literally.
Okay, like how? Like you guys,
that was in the books. It's not just EU; it's also Disney canon as well.
Okay, tell me how does he do it? Like what happens?
Yeah, we don't talk about Disney.
No one likes Disney.
Corvus.
Let me go.
Wait, I have a question about this.
Go for it.
If he can destroy a solar system, why didn't he do that in the movies?
Because that wasn't war yet.
Because he can't is the answer.
Never
He built a fucking.
Not only does that matter.
Wait. Yeah.
Basically, all Jedis are casually FTL, so it's not like their bullets are going to hit.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
All Force users are casually FTL, and they can just simply outspeed the bullets and kill the Helldiver.
No, they're not. They are not casually FTL.
A basic bitch ass Inquisitor could just kill.
You have to. You can't just keep saying these things. You have to actually explain where did this happen? Where is this? Because he doesn't destroy a solar system. In fact, a massive plot in the movies and the books is that he created the Death Star that was like the most powerful weapon that anyone had ever seen. It could destroy planets. So if he could just, with a wave of his hand, destroy an entire solar system, that would make the entire plot points of the film series completely irrelevant.
No.
I don't think he wanted to show that he had Force powers. That's one thing.
No. The thing is, one, people didn't believe in the Force. Second, it's just a force of might. Like, people will believe a Death Star, something called the Death Star, and that looks like the Death Star, over some guy who can destroy solar systems. You can prove it, but that's way too much destruction.
I haven't seen him destroy solar systems. He's destroyed fleets with
he hasn't destroyed solar systems. The closest thing he has is that when Plagueis died and he took Plagueis' power, he it seemed like the stars themselves shook, but that he didn't destroy a solar system. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's enough to destroy a solar system.
That is not. But he did. But you got to read the quote because it doesn't say that these stars shook. He said he saw. It's specifically worded like he saw a vision. He did not shake the stars. This is the thing I don't like about this kind of stuff. That is not. Go read the. I've read it. Go read it. It does not say that the stars actually shook. That's not what it says.
Man, point this
It
out
is
about
it is written in extremely flowery language. It's very metaphorical in nature, and it's talked about as if it's a vision. He does not shake the stars. He cannot destroy a solar system. It's literally never happened across anywhere in Star Wars where anyone has destroyed a solar system. It's not possible. No one has ever traveled FTL. They take these little. Go ahead. Please prove me wrong. I genuinely want someone to, because I keep hearing this.
I think I know what he's talking about, but it was not a solar system or a planet. It probably was a fleet once when he made a force storm that did decimate a fleet.
Yeah, force storms are strong as shit. He can cover a whole planet in force storms, but that's not a solar system.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah, that's not a
solar system. Got a fleet.
So yeah, he can probably destroy a fleet. No, well, okay, a lot of preparation. But that's still probably not going to help him win a war.
Ruka.
Let the guy who's saying my name over. Let him talk. Where you go? Go ahead.
So first of all, Corvus has yet to make a solid point. Secondly, there's a guy in the chat who wants you to look at what he's saying, but he wants to make his points, but you're not reading the chat, and he's upset about that.
I mean, that's what super chats are for, and he's welcome to jump into the Discord.
No,
there's a Discord link right there.
It's in the Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Discord chat. He's in it.
Well, no, well, I'm not looking at the Discord chat. I'm looking at the regular chat in the stream, and I'm talking to you guys. So if he wants me to see his chat, he could do it in the Discord's in the YouTube stream chat. And if I'm not seeing it, then he could do a super chat, or he can actually enter and talk. Anybody can enter and talk. There's a link right there.
I believe he said a bit ago that he can't talk.
That's fine.
Yeah, he said he can't talk and cries emojis.
I gotcha. I mean, that sucks. I hope you can next time, man. Go ahead. Who said Ruga? Go ahead.
It was me. So I was just gonna add some stuff about the Mandalorians, which everything the Mandalorians have, the Helldivers also have. Like laser weapons, Helldivers have that. Jetpacks, who would you know? They also have that. Like the only thing I would say that the Mandalorians don't have is transportation on ground.
They have jetpacks that can go for miles.
Also, they have speeder bikes.
I'm not the one who's saying that Star Wars wouldn't be a difficult fight at all. I'm aware they have stuff. The idea that they completely decimate because they have solar system busters is not true. That's the part that irritates me.
There was the Star Crusher.
Is a Star Crusher destroying a solar system?
Yes, it destroys stars.
That's not destroying a solar system.
Get galaxies and solar system mixed up. That was my bad. It's been a while since I remember those terms, but yeah,
so
it does destroy stars.
Thing about it, the reason why Emperor is so strong is because of scaling to different characters that are Sith. That's why he's so strong.
Jedi that are
but the scaling in Star Wars is bullshit. It's so hard bullshit. Like somebody took like a kind of below average Jedi, and there was I forgot what this device was called, but there was this device that was basically going to like rupture the planet, and he used the Force to calm down. He calmed down the device so the device did, and he like sort of like took it. And people were like, okay, he's planetary. No, he's not. The Force doesn't. No, he's not. How?
He literally contained the blast.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He did not. There was no blast. He used the Force. The Force is not a physical thing. It's a spiritual thing. He used the Force to calm a device that was going to destroy the planet, and focusing that hard killed him. He did not contain a physical blast that would have blown up the planet. You're looking at Star Wars and trying to rate something like the Force that is not an actual energy. It's a spiritual thing where it's all about like your mental state and like it's very this sort of. At no point does anyone like take a star and chuck it or stop an explosion and hold it in one place. It didn't happen. That's not what happened.
Luke actually held a small black hole once using the Force.
How small was the black hole?
It was mentioned as a small one.
And what does holding it mean?
Okay, that's like double check. It's been a while since I heard that.
Yeah, like things have to be proven, or at least they have to have evidence. I mean, if look, I would give you that if the device exploded and he stopped an explosion, like literally held it still, and then he died from struggling and all that, then okay, fine. But that's not what happened. That's not even close to what happened in that scene. And that's the case for all of it. Like you said, you came into this conversation saying that Palpatine destroyed a solar system. That's what you stated. And then I said, well, he did this thing and stars shook. He's like, oh yeah, well that's destroying a soul. No, that's not. You're altering what things are and changing the wording and saying it. But that he didn't. Go read it. He did not shake the stars. It didn't actually shake. That's not that. It was a vision that he had after Plagueis died, and he said that it was like I forget the wording. I'll have to look up the book, but I read it, and I remember when I read it being bullshit because it was like oh, it seemed as if the stars themselves shook when he got it's so not exact on the way it's written. It's flowery and metaphorical on purpose, and people took that and you took it and you're like, he can blow up a solar system. No, he can't. No, it never said that. That you take it and you twist it to mean something that it's not, and that's what a lot of scalers do. And this is kind of why I make fun of scalers a lot. It's for things like this.
Okay, sorry. Are we going strictly off canon?
Yes, but the thing is, the device was literally going to activate. Jarl Proof contained the explosion.
He did not contain the explosion, and you just said yourself that it was going to activate, which means he didn't contain an explosion.
Wait, hold on.
He just stopped. He stopped a thing from exploding. That's not the same thing.
Well, okay, but there was another Jedi, but he was assisted by other Jedi and to actually move star destroyers, and yeah, he actually protected the planet doing that. But again, that did also.
I'm not saying there's not insane feats. There's a bunch of crazy shit. Like I said, Palpatine used a Force storm and covered an entire planet with it.
My thing is that if he is able to wipe out fleets, what is Helldivers gonna do? Like, what are they gonna do if he can just easily wipe out fleets?
Send another fleet.
I mean, there's all kinds.
If he can easily destroy that, they're just wasting resources.
I mean, they're okay with They're okay with wasting resources, but also it would depend on how he was able to destroy the fleet. I mean, you could say the same thing. Why didn't he destroy Luke's fleet? I mean, what Luke had wasn't even a fucking fleet.
Because he wanted to turn Luke to the dark side.
Okay,
that's
but
the reason.
Hey, here's the thing I will say.
What's up?
If he is able to destroy one fleet that the Helldivers sent, they can just keep sending a fleet, and then he'll just keep blowing it up.
There's a lot of shit they can do. I mean, they've been able to launch attacks from ships from the other side of a solar system and fucking blow up planets. I mean,
worst things worse.
Go ahead.
Worst things worse. It's a war of attrition, and then he is like 4 days maybe until he passes out, and then the fleet will bomb him.
No, using the Force, you won't pass out. That's mostly a Disney thing.
No, you will.
But there has been people.
Yeah, like if you're using it, you'll pass out eventually. And I mean, then
the Force does tire you. I mean, you just said it yourself that guy containing it, he almost passed. That was not Disney. Somebody said that. Someone said the guy containing the Force passed out.
Yeah.
Because it killed him. It killed him by overusing the Force.
No, he died. He died because he'd already been stabbed multiple times.
Oh, was it? Who said he overused the Force? Whatever. Fine.
I mentioned
Jarl Proof was dying because he was already dying.
Okay, fair enough. Someone said that he would overuse the Force.
He still had the ability to contain. So this magical idol, was basically just imbued with the Force, and it was going to release it all and kill the entire planet. And he managed to set it and stop it. So I think that's reason enough to presume that. Not only presume, but also, planets can be destroyed with the Force easily.
No.
Just look at Nihilus.
No, Nihilus does not destroy planets with the Force. He absorbs all of the Force energy of a planet, and then it falls apart because it can't contain itself. Again,
he's basically like
he is not blowing up a planet. He is not physically He is not blowing it up. He is not using Force, not like the Force, but like actual scientific Force to blow up a planet. He's not. He is absorbing Force energy from the planet, and then it falls the fuck apart. Yeah, it's not that, and that this is what I'm talking about. It's like you're slightly changing, altering what things are to try and make it as extreme a feat as possible.
Like the mass shadow generator could literally just destroy the entire galaxy, like kill all life in the galaxy.
About the Empire. But we're talking about the Empire.
Yeah,
and are we using
I'm talking about years before the Empire.
That we're talking about the Empire.
That knowledge is lost.
The Empire, the Empire is the feat. Like, I mean, I know Star Wars has gods. They have those two gods. They're like gods of the Force and shit. What's that chick? I forget her name. She's a god. But we're not talking about those characters. Maybe, I don't remember. But we're not talking
There was a mural off the
Son of the daughter.
Yeah, but we're not talking about those gods. We're talking about the Empire. And the Empire's never done that. In fact, there's no Jedi. There's no human Jedi person or Sith that has ever blown up a planet with just the power of the Force. You have to do all these windy, sort of snake eating its own tail, sort of bends in logic to try and force it. But it's never actually happened.
And there's not that many of them to begin with, anyways.
Yeah, especially in the Empire. In the Empire, you got like 2 dudes.
I've been playing.
They can still casually dodge lasers and bullets. Like, they're not gonna get shot. They're not gonna die by getting shot by guns.
Why wouldn't I?
Fighters had the same
actually
token.
as fast as
Okay,
lasers, I
let's say
believe.
the Empire has, I don't know, maybe, let's say 20, 100 Force users. I know that's a lot, but there were more Force users the Empire was using other than just Darth Vader and Sidious.
The problem is if we're using the
still
Empire,
rare.
no, they aren't. It's just the 2. If there's different eras and different like organizations that use Force users, but if we're specifically doing the Empire,
Get Mara Jade.
Mara Jade's not part of the Empire.
Only?
Yes, she
Are we
is. She's
using
an
Canon
Emperor's
only?
hand.
She's an Emperor's hand, yes.
And she's not the only Emperor's hand.
No, and Vader killed like all of them because he learned Palpatine was going to replace him, and he's like, no, the fuck you aren't.
What I'm saying
can
is
I
there
ask?
are a handful, still not a lot of Force users.
Let the guy who's asking to talk. Wait. Before you guys talk, someone just Luke Skywalker moved a dove and tail device which produced a micro black hole. He did not move a black hole. Okay. So Aussie Man is disagreeing with you. So that's another feat that we could throw out. The guy who wanted to talk.
Yeah. So how fast are blaster bolts?
They're
know
not light speed, which is why I said FTL is ridiculous. They're plasma. They fire out plasma. They're not light speed. We don't know how fast plasma fires. They could be bullet speed. They could be slower. We don't know.
Slower than bullets because if
what I'm
I
asking
watch
is
it move, it's slow as fuck.
Yeah, plasma
I'm
usually
asking-
moves slower. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. What I'm asking is there anywhere in lore that says that they go faster than like?
No.
How fast do we see them move in the movies? Because in the movies they're pretty freaking slow.
Well, in the movies we can assume that's probably not the actual speed that they move because they're a visual medium and you have to be able to see the thing that's being fired. So I can assume it's faster than that. What's up?
What about Clone Wars because it's animated?
Clone Wars? Same thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
It's still a visual medium. It's still a visual medium.
It's still a visual medium. Like they make it so that you could see it because one, it's visually more interesting, and two, so you could kind of tell what's happening. Like it would be weird if they were firing and you just couldn't see what they were firing, and it would just be like it would look like nothing's even happening.
Sounds like you're describing the Mass Effect movie.
Oh, you can see Imperial lasguns in video games and Warhammer games, and you're not supposed to see them because they're light speed.
It's the same way as what
light speed
it's kind of similar to where you play a video game and you can see the bullets passing by you so that you can react to them. Like in Helldivers, you can jump out of the way of literally any blast that's being shot. Like you could see it moving. But those things are not moving that slow. Like they're moving faster than that because it's giving you it's giving you to see it because one, it's visually interesting, and two, it allows you to actually not be hit.
Holy crap!
And it be unfair.
Proof Helldivers are
Dragon Ball argument.
Yes, right. That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Like I could say because technically, if you really want to go there, now we don't know what exactly we know that the automatons fire laser weapons. That they are called lasers. Lasers are light. So that's supposedly light speed, but we could see them moving, and you can actually dive out of the way when they're coming your way. Does that mean that I could just say that Helldivers are all faster than light? No, that would be ridiculous. That would be stupid. They clearly aren't.
Well, it's like me saying, because I've dodged a 223 round from 500 yards away, I am faster than sound. No, fucking objects slow down over distance. It's how.
I almost got hit. I got into an issue with this dude once. He tried to hit me with his car. He was going about 70 miles an hour. I jumped out of the way. Does that mean I'm faster than 70 miles an hour? No. I just moved. You know, and like it's
not equal.
No, it's not even close. And there has never been a Jedi or Sith that has moved faster than light or has even moved light speed. It's never happened. And the only reason why I haven't read everything in Star Wars. The only reason why I'm capable of standing here and saying this is because I've had so many people tell me it is, and they can't prove it. Because every single time they've pointed me to where it happens, and I look at it, I'm like, no, you are lying about this. You're manipulating the information. You're looking at it in a very particular way that you're trying to force the numbers here. and no one has been able. I have a friend of mine who he's read like everything. He's obsessed with Star Wars. When I tell him some of the shit that they tell that people in like the scaling community tell me about how powerful Star Wars is, he looks at me like I'm fucking insane. He loves Darth Bane. Like, he's a massive fan of Darth Bane. People wank Darth Bane to insane levels. I'm like, how powerful is Darth Bane? He's like, I think like he could probably lift, like he probably like move a building, you know, with the Force, maybe like a tall building, but that's about it. It's nothing that, like, he's read all the Bane books. But if you go to something like, I don't know how high versus Battle Wiki is, but go to it, I guarantee you it's gonna be ridiculous because all of their shit's ridiculous, and people just go with it. It's weird. It's off. It's awful. Go ahead.
Okay, so I did look up some stuff about what do Mandalorians exactly use, which I knew in the show The Mandalorian there was a Darksaber, and in evidence in the Clone Wars that the Darksaber was passed on for generations in the Mandalore, but I wasn't really sure, so I looked it up not too long ago, and found that yes, some, but barely, do use lightsabers. And I also looked up if they use ground vehicles, and it oddly says yes, but the ground vehicles I only see is an ATST, which I really don't understand how a Mandalorian would even get that.
They stole it once, therefore they all use it. It's because that's how fucking wikis work. It's the reason I hate versus Battle Wiki actually came from, I was looking at some stuff for the Punisher, and it said Punisher was a city level because he took down like Claw and a punch, and I'm like, sorry.
Yeah, I don't care about versus Battle Wiki. Versus Battle Wiki is just I care about what people around me are saying and what people are saying to me.
No, that's why I hate the wiki.
So I'm not gonna go into too much about. I'm just gonna talk about what people here are saying, and people here are saying that that Palpatine is solar system because he apparently shook stars, which never happened, and he's saying that they can move faster than light. Although he hasn't actually given me a feat or anything that proves that they're faster than light. I'm gonna let him, if he's still here, I think I'm gonna let him tell me if there's something. But if it's just that the fucking guns shoot lasers and they dodge it, that's not true. They shoot plasma. So I don't know. Like I said, I think, and I'm not like blaming him necessarily because these are very, very common beliefs that are in the scaling community, and I have a benefit of not being a part of the scaling community. But honestly, I think you've been bamboozled. I think that people have lied to you. I think that if you actually go and read these passages and see what they say, you're going to see pretty clearly, and you actually look at them without like rose-tinted glasses trying to beef up the numbers, you're going to realize pretty quickly they're not that strong.
All right, let's probably get to where the Empire raids then.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, of course.
One thing that sets the Empire at a disadvantage is that Emperor Palpatine set Darth Vader's suit to be weak against electricity, and the Helldivers have Tesla guns to kill Darth Vader.
Well, yeah, he said he made him weak against a bunch of stuff. The reason why he breathes funny is because he gave him a rebreather that doesn't quite work. Like, he specifically weakened him on purpose. Yeah, like they did all.
It has less mobility. The suit was specifically designed supposed to counteract because Anakin as a character was highly mobile, high speed, low drag, and Vader was made to be a walking tank because Palpatine knew he can't compete with Anakin, and if Anakin gets a saber, so he literally made it so that Vader is slow and bulky. He just made everything a pain for Vader.
Well, yeah, that, but like he intentionally made it to where he's
one
weak
got
against
one
lightning.
person at a time.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead. Whoever.
And it also makes him angry, which feeds into the dark side of the Force, making him both more easy to manipulate and more powerful.
I was gonna say the quotes. So you were talking about Darth Bane. The reason they have Darth Bane so high is the quotes I posted in the chat, and also because he apparently scales to Obi-Wan, where Obi-Wan, at least with his reaction speed, is able to deflect 3 blaster bolts in a nanosecond.
How the hell does he? How does he scale to? Well, first off, that's how does he scale to Obi-Wan when they were alive at totally different points in history?
Like by a 1,000-year difference, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
I know.
I know.
Because they're using the example of, as a Darth Lord of the Sith, he should be comparable to Jedi Knights and Masters such as Obi-Wan.
Why? It's 5,000 years apart.
No, I know how. It's because him and Obi-Wan kicked the same rock.
If anything, Bane should be stronger because he had to compete with even more Force users than Obi-Wan ever had to.
Yeah,
so...
but it's 5,000 years before.
Well, you could argue that 5,000 years ago they were stronger because there was less people alive. There were less people like using the Force back then, or more.
I do know. Obi-Wan, he was trained in an era of peace, and I do know it was a fact that they weren't trained as much as they were during the Clone Wars because they had to compete with actual combat.
Yeah, but that's not good because that doesn't matter because
Meanwhile,
George Lucas.
Bane,
it doesn't matter.
Bane was in constant war.
George Lucas himself has said that Luke Skywalker is the strongest Jedi that's ever been or ever will be, and he was born significantly like he was born in a time of basically peace, and he's only actually faced one other Force user in his entire career. So
what Lucas says doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter.
Well, no, he created it. He made the story and everything.
He created it. He created it, but yeah, he didn't create Thrawn. He didn't create Mara Jade.
But it's his story. Everything outside of the official, like what he made, is all based on what he made. So yeah, you have to take it into consideration.
Yeah, Disney could change what he said, but I feel like it's probably
now at this point. So at this point, now that Disney owns it, you may not like it. No one likes it. I don't like it, but they do. So if they say something's not canon, then it's not canon. If they say something is canon, it is canon. It just is what it is. It sucks, but it is. But I'm saying before Disney ever bought it, when it was just like he consistently said Luke Skywalker's the strongest, he always will be the strongest, he always was the strongest. That was his goal. Any sort of other person who comes in and writes books and stuff and does all that kind of stuff, that's great, that adds to it, but it doesn't negate any of what George Lucas says. It's his fucking series. He literally owns the rights to it. He created it. It's his baby. I'm not going to suddenly say he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about because some asshole asked him if they can write a book and then decided to write a bunch of shit that goes against what he made. That's them changing the shit. That's not George Lucas. Like I don't think George Lucas is a perfect storyteller, but I give him credit for his own stuff.
I do want to ask if let's say for all like hyperbole reasons, if Palpatine and Darth Vader were, let's say, like Darth Vader's planetary and then Palpatine's solar system, and they're both FTL, would they be able to beat the Helldivers? Because that's really all that matters. If we're
probably not, because they could still get exhausted after going against endless armies. It's going to be just them two against countless fleets of troops.
Well, look,
after a while, they're still going to pass out.
The fact of the matter is that Helldivers, Helldivers are colonizers, first and foremost. So, and when we play the game, we play as the boots on the ground soldiers who are colonizing worlds. So on the boots on the ground combat, Helldivers win, hands down. In space combat, Helldivers win most of the time, if not always, because their basic little bitch ships have way more firepower than the Empire's basic little bitch ships. In order for the Empire to overtake Helldivers ships, or I'm sorry, Super Earth ships, they have to have like their big boys come in. And you said they had 60,000? Awesome. That's not a lot in the face of the numbers that we're talking about. It doesn't matter. They can have 1 million. It's not a lot.
Something?
Yeah, go ahead.
In the Obi-Wan show, Darth Vader is seen destroying ships.
Yeah, I know. He's shown like ripping it apart. Yeah, I know. But the ships, they're not like fucking moon-sized ships. It's not really irrelevant.
Yeah, but it's not the same size as a Helldiver ship.
But a Helldiver ship is the smallest ship that Super Earth has. It is a ship that is meant to support one dude on the ground, and it has way more firepower than any Star Wars ship that's that size, because it's a glass cannon.
The ships that would be more of a threat to them than the big ships.
They're stated to have the firepower to level a small moon in each of those super destroyers. So they're ridiculously powerful for their size, but they're also the smallest ships Helldivers have. They also have ships that are damn near the size of a planet. The Super Earth tests out their new guns by blowing up moons. They use moons as their fucking target practice, and that's only because they value planets and they don't want it, because they like colonizing worlds. They don't want to destroy planets.
Rephrase my question: do you think Vader could destroy them?
Is there any quote that says that they destroy the moons by targeting them?
Yes.
Yes.
Multiple. Yeah, they destroy
When you
moons.
talk to your crew on the Helldiver ship, they refer to it like, yeah, we tested our weapons and it can destroy a small moon. If you talk to the engineer chick in the back, she confirms that that's a thing.
The creators also released a news. It was like a news clip, like a in-universe news, where they talk about how they were testing out guns on moons and blowing them up. It's
and
very
the DSS
casual.
News confirms it as well.
Yeah, it's very casual. They also they like I said, they opened up a black hole that was larger than a planet. Like if you want to go by scaling rules, which I never do, but if you want to go by scaling rules, a black hole that's larger than a planet is significantly more than just planetary. It's like fucking, like, I think they said that the black hole that Liu Kang opens in his fatality, that's like the size of a truck, is like solar system level or some shit. Okay, if you open up one that's the size, that's larger than a planet, what would that be? That's like a section of the galaxy. I don't even fucking know. Some sort of cosmic levels of power. I don't do that because I think that's dumb. But they can open up black holes in planets, and they could blow up planets by opening up black holes where those planets are. Like
that is metal as fuck.
Yeah, they're powerful as shit. They're not weak. And their average ships are stronger. Their soldiers are way stronger. They have better weapons and handheld weapons. They arguably have just as good, if not better, weapons on their ships. They're better in pretty much every way outside of the Force, and I don't think 2 Force users are really going to make all that much of a difference, and I don't think that Palpatine is just going to constantly destroy fleets as they fly by, because he didn't do it in anywhere in his own series. He didn't do it. He didn't do it in Clone Wars to end the war. If he could do all that shit, he never did it in the films. What do you mean? What do you mean?
He wanted to end the war. He wanted the war to continue.
Done that, he wouldn't have needed Vader.
The fact isn't that he wanted to end the war or that he.
No,
like,
he needs Vader. He needs Vader. He needs Vader because of Rule of Two. He needs to continue. He needs to ensure that when he dies of old age at like 400 or something, that way the Sith legacy will continue.
Oh, you mean until the next movie where he comes back?
You mean the thing that doesn't matter no more because he just came back?
So the idea. So okay. So I don't get where you guys are coming from. Okay, let's say that that's true. So you're giving him feats for shit that you're saying he could do but doesn't ever. Like he never wants to. So then he doesn't do it. Then they still win. I don't like it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't do it regardless of the reason, then he just doesn't fucking do it.
It's because you can assume they have enough military might in their own universe to never need to do that. If they realize,
they couldn't even conquer their own universe.
That's the rock paper scissors excuse. Rock paper scissors gun.
You're saying that if he needs to, then he'll do it, but he didn't. He lost. He lost twice, technically, if you want to go with Disney canon. So clearly, even if he needs to, he still doesn't.
Well,
so it doesn't matter.
It's because he was fighting other Force users. That's the reason why.
I'm saying the reason doesn't matter. He doesn't do it.
Well,
like if he did need to because he lost twice.
Okay, he lost twice.
How would that have helped him?
How would it have helped him to instantly destroy Luke Skywalker and their ships before he came on and toppled his entire empire? I know, and it fucked him in the ass because he lost. You guys, you're making a circular argument. My point is very clear. It doesn't matter what his reasons are. He didn't do it, and he lost. So it doesn't matter. He did because he lost. Stop saying that. Yes, he did. He lost.
He lost because of over arrogance. But he's not fighting other Force users.
Okay.
Let me say this.
Each and every single example you use is him trying to convince another Force user. He's not trying to convince any Force users here, meaning that he's completely fine with using his might.
Okay, and what happens if Darth Vader dies?
Happens if Darth Vader dies, you still have Palpatine.
Yes, but he's gonna need.
Even gonna die. You haven't given an example of how he's gonna die.
Literally, I gave 100 different ways he could die.
You didn't.
How did I not? They blow up moons. They blow up planets. They can kill Darth Vader very easily. No, he can't.
We're saying.
No, he can't. He can't survive any of it.
No, he can. His immortal spirit will survive it and just inhabit one of his clone bodies. This is both true for Legends. This is both true for Legends and Disney.
No, we're talking about Darth Vader, and Darth Vader.
Vader.
With Fourth amplification, okay, we're saying all of this as like the high end, like highball stuff, and with Fourth amplification, with Force amplification, he can easily survive just planet-destroying feats and moon feats, and then just travel across the galaxy and kill things.
When does he destroy a planet? When does he survive? When does he survive an explosion that destroys a planet at the epicenter of that explosion? Please tell me where that happens.
It happens. Here's the funny thing. It happens in this movie called Return of the Jedi. Now, I don't know if you watched it.
I have.
But he survives that giant explosion and comes back in both continuities.
No, he doesn't. We don't see him in the.
Corvus, we're talking about Darth
No,
Vader.
Vader doesn't survive. Vader just chooses to die.
I have a question about.
He chooses to become one with the Force.
I have a question about the solar system thing. So, you guys said that he wanted to get Luke to join the dark side, right?
Yes.
So why wouldn't he just, knowing Luke was a good guy, I don't know, blow up the solar system and be like, "Hey, Luke, I'll blow up another one and then another one if you don't join me."
Because Luke would probably
actually that's Dark Empire.
Yeah, that is Dark Empire. That's literally Dark Empire.
Yeah, that's literally what happens
So
in Dark Empire.
in Dark Empire, he blows up several solar systems to get Luke to join him.
Well, planets, but I mean, yeah. He doesn't want to just waste. He doesn't want to just smoke an entire solar system.
Why?
Yeah,
Fuck it. He could do it to an empty one if he wanted to.
That's so idiotic. That's so idiotic to do, though. He wouldn't do it. Like, that's the thing. He would only do it unless if he absolutely needs to. Which against the Helldivers,
how do we
I don't
know
think he does.
even can do it? Because if
Can
he
I
doesn't
say why
do
he
it,
wouldn't?
what?
Well,
Can I
if
say
we're
why he
using
wouldn't?
expanded media.
Did you just say I don't see why he wouldn't as a reason?
Can I
on
say why he
can't do it?
wouldn't?
Oh, explain why he wouldn't.
The reason he didn't want to blow up just any moon is because he was just trying to establish the Empire. At that point, he didn't control the whole galaxy. He was trying to build up his empire. That's why he wasn't blowing up every planet.
I mean, if you just think about it, he controls the entire galaxy.
He doesn't.
No.
Empire he doesn't.
I'm saying in the movies, he controls the entire galaxy.
No, he doesn't. They applied that in the movies. That's why he was pissed off when they blew up Alderaan, because he wasn't ready yet.
All right. Well, he leads the Empire at least, and that's what, the largest thing in the galaxy, at least the largest Empire faction, right? I would assume.
Largest faction, but didn't own the galaxy.
All right, but would you say he owned most of the galaxy?
No, he didn't even conquer the Outer Rim yet.
Yes, he did own most of the galaxy.
I would say he had most. He had most. He didn't have all of it.
A lot of the galaxy.
There was I would say most, but not all.
There's literally an entire section called the unknown space, the unknown regions.
Okay,
he didn't have the outer rim
of the galaxy. What is stopping him from just blowing up like a solar system that he doesn't own, or that nobody owns, or that is owned by a bunch of people who don't like him?
Because he can't blow up a solar system.
Because he can.
Exactly.
He can't. We've already established that he can't. You haven't proven that he can.
I'm saying under a scenario where he can. I'm saying this under a scenario where he can because I want to know what the Helldivers can do.
Well, it doesn't. Well, you're talking we're talking about the Empire as they are against Helldivers as they are. You're trying to. He did not destroy a solar system.
I do not believe that the Empire by itself can beat it. I feel like the only way they have it is the Force in this scenario. I don't care about the Empire there, though. I think that's the least interesting aspect of Star Wars. I'm trying to talk about the Force here.
But you could talk about. But you're talking about a version of the Force that isn't actually in the thing that you're talking about.
There is plenty of evidence. I just don't feel like fucking reading all.
It's not. The only evidence you have is the shaking star, and I've read it. It does not say.
That isn't the only evidence I have.
That's the only evidence you brought up. That's the only evidence that you stated.
I'm trying to.
And and you said that Vader surviving the explosion of the Death Star. He wasn't in the fucking Death Star when it exploded. Yes, you did. Who said that? Somebody said that.
I thought you were talking about Palpatine. He basically just faced
Jesus
it.
Christ! I thought I keep getting y'all confused. Anyway,
I thought people were talking about Palpatine. I got
confused. Look. You're saying a lot of stuff. You're saying that Palpatine could destroy solar systems. You name one thing. I said no. This is what it is.
He can basically survive a planet blowing up his shitty writing. I will admit it's literally on the part of shitty writing.
But how can Darth Vader just survive an explosion of a planet?
Probably not Vader. But
I don't think Palpatine can either.
No, he can.
How?
He
transfer it.
That's not surviving the explosion. Technically, yes, he's surviving, but I guess I'm saying tanking an explosion. He's not taking an explosion. He lives through it, I suppose, but he doesn't survive it. You could still defeat him with an explosion that size. You could defeat him with an explosion much smaller. You could shoot him in the face, and he'll die if the bullet hits him. He's not
even poison him.
You can do all kinds of stuff to him. Same thing with Darth Vader. But one of you, I guess, I gotta stop assuming because I keep getting y'all confused. One of you guys said that Darth Vader can survive an explosion, being in the epicenter of a planetary explosion. Nowhere does that ever happen. I don't know where anyone got that from. That's not true. That's not a
the
thing.
Death Star blowing up. It's the Death
He
Star
wasn't
blowing up
in the
thing
Death Star. He was in a TIE
I'm
fighter.
saying
No, that's what I
that
mean.
because with fourth
what I mean. They
amplification,
explained. He
he's
literally
able
just
to
flew
withstand
before.
Palpatine's lightning. That's the thing. And if we're saying that Palpatine is solar system in this scenario, he can withstand a planet getting
But he's
destroyed.
not
Why would-
solar system. That's the thing. He isn't. We've
We're
already
going under the
gone
assumption
over.
that he is, though.
Why are we going over the assumption that he is if he's not?
I'm going under the assumption because I
Okay,
just want to know.
I'm gonna go.
In your opinion, Mr. YouTuber man, what do you think if they were solar system and massively faster than light or faster than light, not massively faster than light?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, so you cut off. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would they be able to beat the Helldivers if Palpatine was was solar system?
Would Palpatine be able to beat the Helldivers? The Helldivers were multiversal godlike beings who shoot lightning out their dick. No, it's not. It's not. It doesn't matter. It's not. It's not a relevant. You're just adding powers to a dude.
Because they're no. I
think you're just lowballing Star Wars so your favorite video game can win.
Me?
No, at most he could
Okay,
probably.
then then first off, not far from my favorite video game, but also I am. You guys are saying that it's a domination. I don't agree that it's a domination. I know quite a bit about Star Wars. Not clearly, I'm not a master, but then I'm asking you, give me something. But nothing y'all have given. You can't say I'm lowballing if you guys aren't actually supporting the fucking stuff that you guys are saying. I'm just asking you to support it. If you tell me something or show me something or do something, I'm not gonna still sit here loving on fucking Helldivers. You got to give me something, but you're not. That's not on me.
Look, he does have the ability to destroy fleets, force storms. You even mentioned it where he covered a planet.
Yeah, I
That's
said
the most
that.
He can do.
That's
the most he can do.
That's the most that I have seen him be able to do, is being able to cover a planet with force storms and destroy a fleet. That's the most. But like,
that's still pretty good.
And I agreed with that. But I did not agree with solar system exploding. Yeah, but he's one dude. He's still one dude. His army would completely collapse under the Helldivers, and none of you guys have even defended that part. But they would completely collapse, and he's going to be one guy who could cover a planet in lightning. How long is that going to be able to last before him, in whatever ship he's in, on whatever planet he's in, gets blown out of fucking existence and he ceases and he's dead? Like, it's not.
Well, how
he can't
about this
last.
scenario for you?
What?
So in several games and books, Vader is able to pull Star Destroyers out of orbit and smash his enemies with them.
Sure.
So
that's cool.
How does that stack up against Helldivers when he can like pull the ships out of orbit and smash them into the ground?
Helldivers ships can blow up moons and planets. We've been over this. Like, it's cool. It's good. It's awesome that one dude can do that. But they can match and go over the power levels with the weapons on their ships. That's my point. There is no individual. Well, okay. If I want to sort of wank, well, not really wank. It's actually in the canon, but General Brash. I really don't want to bring these up, but these are technically canon. General Brash can't die. He's immortal. He destroyed an entire fleet with a pistol. He is a ridiculous, over-the-top, meme-like character that I don't use for these types of debates because it's ridiculous. It's over the top on purpose. But apparently, it's entirely fucking factual. Like, he is a all-knowing, all-powerful being who just cannot be defeated under anything.
If you want to bring up something against him, for Palpatine, just use the God Shield from Helldivers. That's canon.
He can use the God Shield from Helldivers?
Yeah, remember when there was that shield bug in Helldivers?
Yeah, but why would Palpatine have it?
I'm saying Palpatine wouldn't be able to counter it because he wouldn't be able to break it.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's, and like I said, I don't use this stuff because I don't like winking shit too ridiculous and try and force the numbers to just have someone instantly win. I don't have to lower Star Wars to fake my favorite game, as you guys are saying, to win. There's things there that I can use. I'm not, because I don't think it makes an interesting conversation, and I just think it's not fair. So I'm trying to make this as good as possible, but when you guys come out and say that he can blow up solar systems because he has a vision where stars shake, that you guys are the ones who are being dishonest. It's not me. I'm being pretty fucking like decent about this whole thing. That's
One thing he conceded about was the fleet destruction. Yeah, and he's got a good point about it not being enough because Palpatine can't just keep doing that, and a lot of shit can still happen, and there'll be other battlefields. It's gonna be very tough.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the Empire's got 2 dudes who are going to be difficult to deal with, but not impossible because they have weapons that can kill them. And even if you want to say that they are this insane, over-the-top shit, Helldivers also has their memey bullshit characters like John Helldiver and General Brash, who I don't want to use, and I haven't used anywhere on this list, and I'm not going to use them, but I could if I wanted to. But there's not, like, what's the Emperor going to do? Single-handedly by himself while his army is getting slaughtered every single second, take over the entire galaxy? No, he can't do that. Nope, can't. How?
What are the ranks again?
Well, there are Dominate, Eternal War, Fight a bit more, Fight a bit, and then Instant Obliteration.
All right, yeah, I think this is gonna be Fight a bit more, because I feel like the Empire will be, like, the army itself will be able to hold out for a little bit, because I mean it's pretty big, but I don't think it'll be able to last for longer than like a few months. And then after they die, then the Emperor is just gonna get bombarded after he. Like, I assume he would hold down on a base, like at a base on a planet, have his entire fleet above there, like his last fleet. It's gonna get destroyed from an onslaught from the Helldivers, and then they're gonna send John Helldiver down there to beat his prickly raisin.
Yeah, look, I think it's completely reasonable to say that if all of the Empire was wiped out and you have Darth Vader and Palpatine on a planet, that they would hold it for quite some time as Super just through ship after ship after ship, not being able to take them out for quite some time.
Yeah,
I buy that. But the idea that these 2 by themselves can completely wipe out Super Earth and take over the galaxy is ridiculous. They're not that powerful. They're not all-knowing. That Super Earth can blow up the fucking planet they're on, and if he does, they will die. They're not going to survive. Now, maybe Palpatine can put his soul into another body, and then there'll be this thing where the Helldivers have to find out where these bodies are, where are these clone bodies that he has to find and destroy that, and that might cause even more problems. Maybe he might try to build a new empire. I don't know with who, though. Like, there's stuff that could happen. Some interesting conversations can happen. But just saying that he's solar system and he instantly blows up everything and he dominates the whole universe is not going to happen. It's not going to happen, and it's not accurate to the story.
Wait, he has one good trick, too. He can get visions of the future. That's a very common occurrence.
Yeah, it is, but he doesn't entirely control it, and he doesn't.
True, yes.
And he doesn't really know what comes to him and what doesn't come to him. And also, and actually, this is another point I could bring up, but I don't, because again, I don't think it's fair. Is that he can only technically do that if the universe that he's in has the Force in it. And if he goes to a universe that doesn't have the Force, like for instance Super Earth, he actually technically won't have any powers at all. But again, I'm not using that.
I'm not prepared for this debate at all, but I think Star Wars beats Helldivers.
The main issue that we're having is that there is so much stuff we have to comb through that as of right now we'll have to concede just because there's just so much we have to look for.
I mean, it's fine, but look, here's the thing. Like, I don't know if it's how you debate or whatever. If I don't know something, I don't say it. I feel like if you like I was saying to the one guy, if you go and read that feat with the stars that you were claiming was solar system, and you actually sat down and read the whole page and saw what it says, I think you would be convinced that it's not actually him shaking the stars because of the way it's written.
It's not that feat I'm looking for. I'm trying to look for a feat from the Palpatine Disney Palpatine book, not the.
I never brought up the stars thing, by the way.
Someone did. I don't know who did. Someone brought up the. I'm not gonna. I'm done trying to. I'm trying to
find a Disney Palpatine feat, not the Star Shake.
I'm done trying to guess which one of you guys said what. It's all over the place. But there, because I'm not in the Discord. I'm not looking at who's talking when. I'm just hearing voices. But look, if you guys want to come back at a different point, like maybe next week or even tomorrow night, and you want to come prepared and we can actually argue this. And I'm not the type of person that just holds my ground no matter what. If you give me something, I'll say okay. And no, I am not I'm not the type of debater who's like, oh no, I just like Helldivers, so I'm gonna fucking downgrade everybody. I don't say things I don't actually think, and I don't have nostalgia for shit. So it's like, if you convince me, I'll be convinced and I'll change my mind. But is it just saying it based on the stuff that you said so far? I'm not convinced. But like I said, if you guys want to come by tomorrow night, we can try again, or we can come by next week. If people don't want to do this 2 nights in a row, we could come by next week and we could have a whole debate about it. I always invite people to these debates. Very few people actually come.
This is your own personal ranking, so I mean you can put the Empire wherever you want. It's just I think the Empire is.
This is not my personal ranking. This is a community rank. So normally I do polls and I have people
I'm barely
vote.
a part of this community.
Yeah, I do. People do polls on where to go and what is. So, but it's a community thing. But like, if you're gonna come into debate for the sole purpose of debating, then you gotta be prepared to debate.
I literally just saw the stream was up.
I got you. No, it's cool. It is what it is. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not too worried about
I do need to find this stupid feat from a Disney book. Because I think Star Wars is ridiculous.
We're just gonna go.
Well, the
since I don't want to sit here for another. Since I don't want to sit here for another. What was it, like an hour, 2 hours?
I don't know.
Trying to listen to everybody. So, you guys have fun.
You don't have to say bye. You can just leave. People come in and out all the time. You don't have to say it.
Well, I'm just trying to be nice. I'm just trying.
No,
you just very courteous.
I'm sure. No, you can just dip. It's kind of like a rule of the thing. Just if you gotta go, just go. You don't have to interrupt the stream, but tell people that you're going. It's cool. Sometimes the streams got 14, 15, 16 people at a time. They constantly jump in and out. So just go. But yeah, I mean.
Oh man, everyone left.
For now, I'll put them in. I'll put them in fight a bit more. Why not? But I still think they're gonna lose, and they didn't convince me otherwise. So.
Completely agree.
Honestly, I wasn't really listening to the whole thing.
Thank you. You added a lot to that just now. Thank you for
Hey, wait, I have a quick question.
What's up?
Honestly,
Is Battlefront one in particular?
Okay, one person at a time. Whoever had a question, that's the only person that should be talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, is the Battlefront and Battlefront 2, are they considered canon to like Star Wars?
Nothing is considered canon to Star Wars anymore. The only things that are considered canon are the Disney Star Wars, the animated shows, the movies and the shows, basically. And then they release some books and some comics, but only after a certain point.
I'm talking about like the tech. Like, is the personal shields and the stuff that is in the games, are those canon?
This Battlefront's not. Wait, hold up. Which Battlefront are you talking about?
Battlefront 2. Well,
which Battlefront? Which Battlefront 2? Because the first one's not canon, and the first one's not canon, and the second one is.
I'm looking at it right now on my PlayStation.
There's one that's first person, and there's one that's third person. There's one that's PS2, and there's one that's PS4 and 5.
The PS4 and 5 one.
That's the one that's canon. Yes, that would be canon.
Okay. I was just curious what the consensus was.
Yeah, no, it's after a certain point they announced that everything from that point on would be canon. Honestly, I think the best thing that's come out in the canon so far is like the Jedi games, Jedi Survivor and Jedi Fallen Order. Everything outside of that, like story-wise and kind of gameplay-wise, everything outside of that I think has been very average to just dog shit. I haven't liked any of it. But everyone told me like the best thing was Mandalorian. I should check it out. And then I saw the first season. I was like, wow, this is the most fucking average shit I ever seen. Okay, but everyone was saying that was like the greatest thing. I was like, man, you guys are just starved of content.
Star Wars.
Yeah. But yeah, that took that, man. I feel like it was like 2.5 hours. We were at like 2 hours or 2.5 hours when we started talking about shit. Where's my thing?
Yeah, Star Wars was the big one.
Here it is. Yeah, but no, it wasn't just It was 40K and Star Wars. Just those two by themselves took like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, Battlefront
2 is canon.
What's up?
Battlefront 2 is canon.
The second Battlefront 2, not the first one.
Why did no one bring up the weapon that they have?
I don't know. They weren't.
Because in the end of Battlefront 2, there's Project Cinder.
Oh yeah.
You gotta tell me what it is. I didn't play that game.
It's a weapon that lets you burn the entire Earth and turn it to ash.
It doesn't matter because it would just because he was already saying stuff like they could destroy solar systems, so it wouldn't have made it.
No, I'm not saying destroy solar system. I mean like the planets.
No, I get it, but it would make a difference because they could both sides could destroy planets.
Yeah, I believe
Project Cinder wasn't brought up.
Was only able to like burn over planets. Like,
well, they didn't bring it up because they were trying to force the opinion that he can destroy solar systems and that they can like destroy stars, and like they were trying to prove that they were way beyond what they were. That's why they didn't use the obvious arguments. They were trying to force shit. It's a scalar thing. I mean, they don't like people call me an anti-scalar, but I don't think it's anti-scaling.
Scaling isn't bullshit. You don't care.
It's just
personally, I
so
think they're
dumb.
pretty agreeable.
I think so. I'm pretty. I mean, dude, you know how many times I've been into arguments on these streams, and then people have like ganged up on the dude I'm arguing against, and I told them to shut the fuck up and stop it. That's fucking rude. Like I do that all the time, constantly. And like it annoyed I'm not gonna lie, it annoyed me a little bit when he said that I'm just like depowering there. It didn't annoy me because it's like it's something that happens a lot, but it's like it's this hole that they cower into. They don't have an argument. They can't defend their points. They can't win at all. They don't see an out. So instead of improving their argument or doing better themselves, they try to downplay you, right? It's like argumentative gaslighting. It's not that I'm doing poorly here. It's that you are actually being dishonest, and that's like it's like, come on, dude. You kind of just gave up the fucking debate right there when you said that, because it's like you don't have anything. Because then you wouldn't. That's the only reason why you're relying on personal attacks. But it is what it is.
Yeah, we should move on.
Yeah, we're about to move on right now. Let's move on to Serious Sam. Who's played Serious Sam?
I've never heard it.
Let me see. Wait, hold up. There's a thing. Aussie man. Hey Ruga, I've got a bunch of unwanked relevant Transformers WFC information. You want it dropped in the disc? I might look at it. Put it down. I'll try looking at it if I can. I'll be honest with you, I probably won't, but do it just in case. Yeah, other people will. We could talk about it. But I got work. Well, no. The weekend is my off time. The reason why I stream on weekends is because that's the days I'm not fucking filming. But I'm going to be filming. I'm going to be off tomorrow. I'm not doing nothing. I might stream again maybe. And then Monday it's back to work. And I got to try and get 4 videos out before next weekend. Because I'm trying to get my schedule back. Well, that's what I usually do. I usually do 4 videos a week. And you know what? Another thing. I really saw it. It was pretty obvious when the dude said that he's not a fan of the channel. He's never watched any of my videos. Because I feel like if he has watched some of my videos, he would have came way more prepared than he did. Like, it's pretty common. Like, he's not the first person that I've had to debate on here. But yeah, he should have came more prepared. Okay. Serious Sam, let's get back to post the thing, post the WC, whatever on there, and I'll probably won't look at it, but I might. Okay, so Serious Sam, where we who knows anything about Serious Sam?
Only from
Serious Sam.
No first-person shooter game.
Okay, let's try that again. But like a simple yes or no. Who knows it?
I'm
aware of it.
Okay, so that sounds like a no across. That sounds like a no across the. Speaking of which, is fucking Dan still here?
It doesn't seem like
he left a while ago.
Yeah.
I do have a question. Serious Sam is the thing that's kind of like a mix of Duke Nukem and Doom, right? It's a guy who goes up against a bunch of aliens with a bunch of big ass guns.
I wouldn't call it I wouldn't call it a mixture, but it's definitely it's what people call, what we used to call them Doom likes. Now they're called boomer shooters. But yeah, it's that.
Doom like is way cooler.
Yeah. Well, Doom like gave Doom credit for being the first one, and now we're not giving Doom credit for being the first one anymore for some fucking reason. Like, I guess it makes sense. Go ahead.
I mean, there was Wolfenstein for it.
Yeah, in Wolfenstein.
That's true.
Almost the exact same.
That's true, but Doom was
insane.
Doom. The first Wolfenstein's not very good. Doom perfected it. Doom was better.
So, Doom's the father and Wolfenstein's the grandfather.
Doom's a cool uncle. Slightly older, but he'll be like.
The Wolfenstein by comparison is janky. The shooting mechanics don't feel as good. It's not as smooth. It's just generally just not as good of a game. They eventually get better. But Doom is the first one that came out where you're like, this shit's good. You know, it's like, it's kind of, which is why people kind of give it like no one really played Wolfenstein. People forget that. Everyone knows what Wolfenstein is now, but the first Wolfenstein, when it came out, no one played it. It was kind of a failure of a game. And then Doom came out, and everybody played it. It was so popular that people had to put signs in office buildings saying that you couldn't play Doom in the office because everybody was fucking playing Doom. And it was such
That's stupid.
And it was such a small file size that you could literally download it on any computer. Even work.
Columbine shooters made maps for it.
They've ported Doom. You can play it on a calculator.
Yeah, there was a guy who played it on a refrigerator.
They're literally playing with rat's brains as we speak. They're trying to play with rat's brains.
It's definitely it holds a special place in the Mount Rushmore of gaming, that it deserves that place in a way that Wolfenstein doesn't. So I'm
It's
okay.
the reverse crisis.
Yeah, I'll tell you
It
this
can't
thing.
run.
While I get why Doom Clone isn't real, because Doom Clone sounds like an insult. It sounds like you're like a copycat. So I like that it has something else, but I think Boomer Shooter is an annoying name because like it doesn't make any sense. Boomers were born after World War II, and you know it's like because they're saying like it's a boomer shooter is because it's like an old style of shooting, you know, older than the current modern military shooter. But that's not true. They still make them. So it's not old. They still make the boomer shooters today. I think it needs a I don't like boomer shooters. It aggravates me. Because it makes.
I thought Boomer Shooter was all right because I thought Boomer Shooter meant like lots of guns and explosions.
No, I think no.
Boomer as in
boomer as in old.
Yeah, you just explained that.
Yeah,
that's dumb.
which annoys me because it's they still make them, and honestly, I prefer them. Like in my mind, when Call of Duty Modern Warfare came out, that changed everything. Like everyone became obsessed with that, and that became like one of the best-selling shooters of all time. And I played that game, and I did not like it. Like in small bursts, it was fine, but I way preferred things like Unreal Tournament and Doom. And then every game that came out after that was just copying Modern Warfare, and that was the case for like fucking Jesus years. And it probably wasn't until like Doom, like the remake of Doom. There was probably something before that I don't remember, but like it took forever. It was like damn near 15 years that we got no shooters that were like the old style shooters. And now they're back, and they're awesome.
I hate COD because I remember playing the original Modern Warfare, and I loved the story for it. I thought it was an amazing story, and that's what got me into COD. And then the next game, and then kind of it was like, oh, all about that multiplayer. And I'm like, fuck that.
Well, it's not so much like okay, I like story. That's true. I like story modes, and I don't really care that much about. Well, not necessarily because like Unreal Tournament was entirely multiplayer. So was Quake. Those are two that were just like mostly multiplayer. My issue with it was the entire style of the game. Like, I don't like the fact that you have to look through sights for your gun to work. That's stupid to me. Because when you play Doom, you already are looking through the sights. Why are you not? Why would you not look through? Why would you not look down the sights while you're walking? Like, who runs around with a gun at their hip when you're in the middle of a war zone? It makes no sense to have to press a button. It's just giving you something to do because you're a fucking dumb monkey and you need something to do with your fingers. I don't like the fact that you have to look down the sights and the gun is completely worthless unless you do. I don't like the fact that you die in 2 or 3 shots. I think it sucks. I think it means that the first person who sees the other person wins the fight. I don't like that the entirety idea of the game is whoever, like, if you have to master the map, and then whoever once you like, it's more about mastering the map than being good at shooting games. And
arena shooters are about mastering the map too, in all fairness.
No, because if you get into there's it's an aspect of it, but once 2 people, if you're playing Quake, I'm sorry, not Quake. Well, yeah, kind of Quake, but Unreal Tournament. I got way more experience with Unreal, so I'm going to talk about Unreal. If you run into another player in Unreal Tournament and you might shoot him first, but he turns around, you guys have a fucking fight now. Like, y'all are jumping around, trying to hit each other, trying to get in close. Like, it becomes like this sort of dance fight thing with guns. It's not the map is one small aspect of it. In Call of Duty games and military shooters, it's all of it. It's the whole thing. Skill is like, I guess your aim is important.
Yeah,
it isn't.
I 100% agree with you there.
Yeah, it's annoying. And also progression systems. Progression systems are stupid because when you get in the game, you're at a disadvantage from everybody else who's been playing the game longer than you, which is not the case for Unreal Tournament.
And then early access became major.
Everyone starts.
Bitch, I think.
Yeah, everyone starts with Unreal Tournament with the same gun, and this is where the map knowledge comes in. You have to know where the gun you want is located in the map and go pick it up. That's where the map knowledge is. That's it. That's all the map knowledge. In military shooters, you can get a significantly better gun if you're a higher level, and then it doesn't matter. There's no way of getting around that. You just have the better gun than all these other players now, and then whoever sees who first, they win. But if you have a better gun, he might see you first shoot, but if you turn and shoot, and even though he got kind of a better shot off than you did, he'll still die first because you have a better gun than he does. I don't like them. I don't like military shooters. I haven't bought one since the first Black Ops, I think. and I didn't even buy it for me. And yeah, I am very much happy about the boomer shooter revival, because those are my
please more.
Call of Duty multiplayer kind of fell off a bit after Black Ops 1. Like they got sloppy at that point.
Yeah, I
Personally,
mean, go ahead.
Personally, I just like the more fantastical elements, like, oh, another modern military shooter. Oh, another modern military shooter. Come on, I like the fantastical stuff.
Yeah, they all started copying each other. So yeah, I don't really know a difference between Battlefield and Call of Duty, other than I think Battlefield you blow up buildings.
Or
like
Rainbow Six, or the Rainbow Six games.
Okay, to be fair, I like
Battlefield's kind of great.
I like Rainbow Six game. Well, I haven't played them in a while. The last one I played was Rainbow Six Vegas 2. But
don't play Siege.
I wasn't. But I like those games. But that brings something different. It's not just a first-person shooter. It's a game where you actually get to be like a siege soldier who actually breaks into a building, puts a bomb on the door, kicks in the door, goes in with a squad, takes them out. That's a different type of gameplay than you would get from something like a boomer shooter. So I'm okay with that one. But the modern military shooters, I just think it's just a worse version of a boomer in every way. I don't like the fact that I don't like the fact that you walk everywhere and you have to constantly click on the button. There's just click on a button to run. Boomer shooters, you were always running no matter where you went. You were always going at top speeds. They just give you more shit to do that the boomer shooters did for you already. Like, there's no reason to add this other than to keep your brain busy doing something when you don't need to be doing anything. It's just.
I will say.
Go ahead.
My thoughts on it are, I like boomer shooters more for just the how you said, it's just constant action. But I feel like the military shooters are better when it comes to an assortment of an arsenal. I don't really like the Call of Duty ones, but for example, Siege, you're able to bust a hole in the wall, throw in a grenade. It feels tactical. It feels it doesn't feel like you're just running around with a gun. It feels like you're running around with a whole ass loadout. That is what I like about those games. They don't really do it well a lot of the time, but the older Call of Duties, when you would play with your friends and then you'd get a kill with a tomahawk or something, that feeling was amazing because it was so hard to do that.
Okay, this sounds like a lovely conversation, but may I suggest we do this after the tier list? I think it's a great conversation.
No, I'm okay with it. I mean, I'm okay with the conversation. It's relevant to what we're talking about. But I will say this. We're gonna get to it, but I will say with the whole throwing a tomahawk at shit, I guess any game where you accomplish something, there's a feeling of accomplishment. That's why people play games, because it gives you a feeling of accomplishment, and it's fun. But I don't feel the same. I will never feel the same feeling of accomplishment from accurately hitting someone with a single thing that instantly kills them as I will when I get into a 2-minute long battle to the death and I overcome somebody with actual combat. You know what I mean? It's just I just don't get the same thing, because I've no scoped people while they're flying through the air and instantly killed them. It's cool, I guess, but I didn't overcome them. They weren't even looking at me when I fucking shot them. You know what I mean? It's just it's I don't know. It's not the same. Not to me anyway. I'm sure some people.
You're more Elden Ring boss achievement guy. You got it.
No, I just I like
for honor.
I just really like Unreal Tournament, to be honest with you. I want another Unreal Tournament. That was a cool fucking game. I actually haven't seen the secret level episode of Unreal Tournament. That was one of the only ones I was interested in watching. And then some people were like, no, you need to watch the Pac-Man one too. That one's really good, and the Warhammer one. I'm like, all right, I'll check it out. But I really want to see the Unreal Tournament one.
I gotta see the Mega Man one personally.
I'll check it out. I mean, it's gonna take me a while. I'm getting through a bunch of shows right now. All right, let's do this. Since nobody knows anything about this motherfucker. Oh god. Okay, we spent so much time doing that. Let's try and get through these last ones kind of pseudo quickly. Okay, so Serious Sam is basically okay. The Helldivers are gonna have to go up against two things. They're gonna have to go up against Serious Sam and Earth, which the only threat on Earth is Serious Sam himself. Sam Stone, hey, what's up? And and Mental is this psychic being who is he's this emperor of all of the galaxy outside of Earth, and he sends all these forces to Earth to try and take it over, and Sam Stone constantly fights against it. It's pretty cool. He's pretty powerful. He could blow spaceships out of the air with his guns. He can hold massive several ton sized guns in each arm, and then run 60 miles per hour back and forth, like shooting them at rapid fire, taking down massive giant robots and titans and all kinds of crazy shit that Mental throws at him. Mental is a very powerful psychic. He once threw a planet at Earth with psychic abilities. He's very powerful. There's a lot of cool shit that happens in the game. There's magic in the game. There's sorcerers, although to be fair, the magic is pretty weak. Characters will just like throw elemental attacks and things like that. Nothing too serious. Overall, it's pretty decent, but I don't think that it stands a chance against Helldivers. For one, Earth is going to fall because Sam Stone is the only person who can even fight against the Helldivers, and if they just bomb the planets, he'll be dead. Like, he's not that durable. So, like, if any Helldiver tries to fight him on the ground, he's gonna kill them all. Like, they're not gonna be able to take him out 1v1 or even 4v1 or 10v1. He wipes out whole armies by himself. But if they're just in space and they drop a bomb on him, he's dead. So Earth is gonna be taken over immediately, and then Mental is gonna have to fight. And they're gonna be a giant, a galactic war. And he doesn't have the numbers. He's not particularly intelligent when it comes to tactics. He really only has like just throwing shit at people and hoping that it wins. And Helldivers, Super Earth is way better at that than Mental is. So yeah, I think Helldivers gonna win. I don't think it's gonna be really even close. But I do think it's gonna be closer than a lot of these. So I would say he would probably be
Fight a Bit.
I feel like Fight a Bit's fair. Yeah.
I would say, but somewhere between the Mimics and Predator.
Ooh.
But I don't know which one.
I would put it below the Mimics.
Like in Fight a Bit?
Yeah.
Fight a Bit more, I mean. Yeah.
I think they're better than the Predator.
They're definitely better. They're definitely better than the Predator. If the Predators went to war with Mental, they would. Like, the Predator just doesn't have shit like that. He can't chuck planets. And any of the aliens that Mental throws at the planet are going to be able to overpower a Predator.
I feel like the biggest thing they got is just like a shit ton of dudes, right?
A shit ton of dudes, a shit ton of varied dudes, like aliens from all across the galaxy.
Yeah.
So he's got like sorcerers and giant robots and giant bugs and fucking.
Yeah.
At one point, he sends a giant.
A lot of magic.
Yeah, at one point he sends a giant Titan that's like 100 stories tall. Like, he's huge.
Cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I feel like it's just gonna be below the Mimics. Like, it's just a bunch of bodies that are gonna eventually all die.
Yeah.
And it's just, they don't have any really gimmick that's gonna make them better, like the Duke Demons or something.
Honestly, I kind of feel like he should go under Star Wars.
Yeah, I think Star Wars probably should go above.
Yeah, I could see it going under Star Wars, yeah. Because Star Wars, it's just, like, it has a unified army instead of it just being a bunch of random shit.
Well, it is a unified... Well, it is a unified army. Like Mental does have a unified... It's a bunch of random shit, but it's different people who have gone under Mental. He has one empire that's made up of all other species across the entire universe. So
but Star Wars at least will use tactics more so than
Mental is not a tactical dude. He literally just throws enemies at the planet and hopes that it takes. Like he's so bad at like the series has like 7 games, and Mental has we've never seen Mental's face because he's never gone to Earth himself to try and take it over. He literally just chucks people at the planet.
Meanwhile, the Empire has Thrawn.
Yeah. Well, if Mental actually does at any point decide to like show up, like he would cause issues. Like, but he won't do that because he never has in the entire series. Sam, like, we're waiting for him to show up. It's been so many games, and he is not. He has never once shown up and like tried. Like, Sam has never had to fight Mental, the main villain of the game, ever once. He's just some dude out in the ether who just keeps fucking with him. It's kind of funny.
How many years has it been since he's fought them, though?
Well, mainline games there's like 5, and then if you're talking about like crossovers or not crossovers, like mobile games and shit like that, that's like another 3 or 4 on top of it. I don't know how much time has passed. Well, okay, so to be fair, in one of the games, Mental actually did succeed in almost destroying the entire planet, and then Sam had to go back in time and undo it. So technically he did succeed once, and time bullshit was the way they undid it. But
do they have access to time travel like regularly, or is that like
it wasn't. I wouldn't say it's a one-time thing. They could probably do it again, but it's not something they can keep doing, and I don't think it would be something that would last all that long. Like there's only so like it was like this whole ceremony they had to stop and do this whole thing. If Helldivers are just constantly sending ships that can blow up their whole planet at them, there's not really. I mean, you can go back in time. You're just delaying the inevitable because they don't have a way to stop them at all.
My thought was they could possibly go back in time to before they made it to the Helldivers place, so they could possibly stand chance at not dying. Oh god, that was a mouthful.
I mean, going back in time to before they got in a fight with the Helldivers.
I mean, you would just now you're in a fight with the Helldivers. It wouldn't
it just be, if they can go back in time, wouldn't it just be better that they just go back in time before the Helldivers even became a thing? Just kill the
what?
The birth party.
The birth party? So Sam is gonna. They don't. Well, for one, they don't have that kind of technology. Like Sam can't get in a ship and travel to another planet.
I said go back if they
Yeah.
go back in time.
I will say,
But if they go back in time, they would still be on their planet.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, he'd just be like in ancient Egypt and shit.
Yeah, he's never. Sam has never gone to other planets. The entire story takes place on Earth.
He also doesn't have any knowledge of the human timeline, at least the Helldiver one. So he could be like, all right, I'm just going to go back 20 years before these guys existed.
And it's actually committing treason for Helldivers or for anyone in Super Earth to talk to enemies of Super Earth. So
yeah, exactly.
Like if they even tried to get information from one of them, they literally won't talk to them even under torture. They're not.
Odds are he could go back 200 years and then just attack I'm pretty sure it would still be a spacefaring Helldiver society, just an older one, right?
I mean, it would depend on how far he went back, but it wouldn't matter. Even if he goes back that far, he'll just stay in that time, die, eventually of old age, and then eventually the Helldivers will still show up and wipe him out. It doesn't matter.
I think they meant Mental, not Sam himself.
Well, Mental doesn't have access to time travel. Yeah, so that's not really. Okay, next up, let's do Attack on Titan. So this is another one that's going to be pretty fucking easy to obliterate. The only thing I see that's going to really happen here is the what do you call them? I think Super Earth is going to want the Titans. I think they're going to want Eldians, and they're going to weaponize the Titans once they see that that's something that you can weaponize. But outside of that, I don't think they have any use for any of the humans. The technology in Attack on Titan isn't going to be able to face off against the Helldivers. It's going to be super casual for them.
On the time they come in.
Yeah, high power sniper rifle. Just shoot the neck and you basically kill a Titan.
Yeah, even the rumbling isn't really there's going to be some issues with initially not knowing how to kill the Titans, and they're probably going to lose some forces there. But then once they figure it out, which I don't think will take very long.
Okay, depending on the time, if it's midway through, I've never watched the series, by the way. If it's midway through, then they're probably just going to look at it, probably send a couple troops down.
Are you in the bathroom?
Huh?
Are you in the bathroom?
No, it's just Gecko.
Okay, because that's what it sounds like when I'm talking to someone who's taking a shit. I feel like you're taking a shit while talking in this room. But no, I mean like I said, I think the coolest thing I think about this possible matchup is the possibility that Eren Yeager might join the Helldivers against the rest of humanity as the Eldians.
Never.
That would be fucking cool.
Imagine if they got all the fucking Titan shifters to join their side, or they made Helldivers into Titan shifters. That shit would be metal as hell.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Imagine the rumbling, but all of the giants the rumbling gets taken by Super Earth, and then they let Eren Yeager lead the rumbling, and that's his unit, and then they dress up all of the colossal Titans in fucking Helldivers armor. Just a fucking 10 million fucking massive Titans just walking across planets, massacre and everything, but with their steps. And then Eren...
Just imagine Titan.
Yeah, and they could just make Eren like an admiral or something over his own fleet. That would be cool. But overall...
I mean, the best thing about Titans, they can be human sized, and then you could put them in a Helldiver pod, and then they can
none of them are human sized.
No, I mean...
Are.
No, they
there are smaller ones.
None of them are human sized. The smallest.
No. I mean, when they're in human form and then they turn
Yeah,
into
that's true. Yeah, Well, actually, they don't have to. If they really wanted to, they could go in a pod. That's sure, but you could probably just drop them out of ships and they could just turn into Titans halfway down. You know, it's more metal. What's up?
Is they could take prisoners of war and they could make a pod that makes it so when a Titan spawns inside that pod, it'll like perfectly form a pod into armor around it. Like when the person expands.
That sounded like. I'll be honest with you. That sounds like some Power Ranger shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It sounds like a different. That'd be cool.
I could see the Super Earth government taking the Titan skin and turning it into armor.
Yeah, my thoughts are they could take people who like are treasonous or something.
Well, I'll tell you that. They could possibly like with Aaron and stuff and the different Titans can make the glass armor. You know, it's not glass, but it looks like glass. You know what I'm talking about? If y'all have seen this series.
Yeah, the crystal shit.
Yeah. They can have them make that. And they could possibly make different types of technology like that. Because that's like basically it's not unbreakable, but like not a lot of technology in the at least Attack on Titan universe can actually break. Well, you know what? It probably won't be that useful.
It could be useful for stuff.
You know what'd be funny?
No, because
Super Earth just making like these thick ass metal collars for the Titans to wear.
Why?
Like chokers?
Because that's
for style?
where the first. No, because as armor, because that's the only place you could really kill a Titan is, you know.
No, well the problem with that is that they turn from humans into Titans. So you could do it to the ones that are always Titans, but you can't do it to the human ones because it wouldn't fit them whether they were small or big. Like one of them's not gonna fit. But
they just released a rumbling on a random robot planet.
Yeah,
Next force fields.
Solve the whole problem.
Yeah, I cannot hear what you're saying with
not to mention the colossal.
Okay, so yeah, this is instant obliteration. I don't think it really matters where I put it. I guess.
Yeah.
Because Titans are because they can't fight them on the ground. Like you can't put Helldivers against the rumbling on the ground floor to fight because they're gonna fucking lose.
Well, I mean,
to be fair, their weapons are.
High power rifle shot in the right space will kill.
Yeah,
them.
but the motherfuckers are. But there's 10 million of them, and there's
rumbling, yeah.
there's 10 million of them, and they're 50 meters tall. So you'd have to aim on this massive dude and hit the person in the body inside of it in the nape of the neck in a perfect shot. It's not that, you know, it would just be very difficult. We're gonna put him below Zod, I think, or maybe below Aloy. No, above Aloy. Yeah, above Aloy, below Zod.
Wait, you guys did Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn?
We did.
Yeah. Well, we did Horizon Zero Dawn as a whole, and they got fucked.
Poor Horizon.
Yeah, they got. Well, I mean, they are in instant obliteration. I mean, everyone pour everyone in instant obliteration. Okay, so this next one's interesting because it depends on what time period we put them in. This is the planet of Sakaar from Marvel Comics. Does anyone ever read Planet Hulk or World?
I know what it is.
Planet Hulk, but that's it.
Okay, so that's not a very good indicator of it because that's nothing. There might be.
Aren't they partially like gods? Like at least Sakaar god, the one of them can control the planet or something.
Hirokala. He's not a god. Well, he's powerful. I mean, he'd probably be a god to a Helldiver, but it really depends on what time period you go. Because if you go before Hulk arrives, then it's at one power level. Then if you go after Hulk arrives, it's at a different power level. And then if you go after Hulk leaves, it's a different power level. So, and it just gets
do a separate ranking.
Yeah, and it just goes.
Do one for like when Hulk's there, one for when Hulk leaves.
I only have one picture, so
okay.
So it's gonna. So before Hulk gets there, I don't think the Helldivers gonna have a hard time with Sakaar. I think they're gonna pretty much dominate it. I think after Hulk gets there, they're gonna dominate it except for Hulk. But I think the issue is Hulk can't fight the entire army on his own. Like they won't be able to kill him, and he's gonna slaughter them. But if you're covering an entire planet with ships that can rain fire down on it, like he can't stop them all at the same time. He can only fight what's in front of him. So the planet will be completely dominated with the last thing being alive is being Hulk, and then they could probably just chuck him in a black hole or something. He'll come back.
Wait, hear me out.
What's up?
Democracy Hulk.
It won't. I mean, that's never gonna be a thing because like they can't mind control him. You know.
Hulk is
I feel
well
like the
known
most
to
you
just
could do
not have.
is at most possibly trap him on like an asteroid or something, and then try to like use loudspeakers or something to brainwash him. I feel like that's their best thing that they could possibly do to make him.
That's your best hope, and that's just gonna make him angry.
What is this?
So the
Helldiver
intelligence
one person at a time. Let Trip talk. Trip, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just saying basically the intelligentsia of the plan just done right this time.
I mean, you'd have to get him on the ship and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, I just don't think they have anything that would be able to like permanently take him out. What's up? Okay, I don't know what that was. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty simple. They can't kill Hulk. The only thing they can do is banish him or get rid of him. And if they do, Hulk always comes back. So it's just gonna be a permanent issue that they're gonna constantly have to deal with. But the domination of the planet is for sure. Like, he cannot save the planet. There's too many people, too many ships are gonna come down to take it over, and he can't fight them all at once. So it still falls. Now, if we do it after Hulk leaves, and then Hirokala, his son, is on the planet, that's a different situation. He's basically a god. Like, he takes over. He beats Galactus, kind of, sort of. He teaches Galactus.
Indigestion, right?
He teaches Galactus what pain is. Galactus doesn't know what the concept of pain is, and Hirokala teaches him. And
Galactus has also gotten pregnant.
Not by Hirokala.
No, but he had a tapeworm that gave birth to Galactica.
Fun.
That's just canon in 616.
We don't talk about her.
Fun. But anyway, yeah, Hirokala can control. He controls. He's a geomancer. He can control Earth, control rocks. He can also, as long as the planet exists, he will exist. So if he dies, he will just recreate his body from rock on the planet.
So he's sort of like Uncle Sam.
Wait, if they blow up the planet, will he come back?
No, if they blow up the planet, he can survive the planet exploding, but he won't be. I don't think he'll be able to come back if the planet's destroyed, because his link is his link is to the old power, not necessarily SCAF, and there are other planets that have old power. So if you destroy the planet, he can come back in a different planet that has old power in it. So yes, he'll be fine, but the challenge would be over because SCAF would have fallen. But I don't think that's gonna happen, because like, he can move the planet, for instance. He can move the location. Like, he literally controls the planet. Yeah, and if the Helldivers show up on the planet, he could literally have the planet itself fight against the Helldivers. Hirokala is so powerful that he fought against the entire Hulk family at the same time, and they couldn't beat him. This is including Hulk, A-Bomb. I think the only one who wasn't there was Red Hulk. It was Hulk, A-Bomb, SCAF. Scar. She-Hulk and Red She-Hulk were all there, and he beat all of them, but like together at the same time. Because like, and if you come to the planet, he's kind of like omniscient when it comes to the planet. So like, he knows everything that's going on at the planet at all times. So yeah, overall, he's just like a god of the planet. So if they show up, then I don't think they'll be able to take him over. Like, even if they do try to fire some sort of planet-destroying thing on it, he could just move the planet out of the way. Or if they like go down and try and make the black hole in the planet, the moment Helldivers hit the ground to plant the devices they need to open the black hole, the planet itself would turn on them and murder them before they get a chance to. So
I imagine you just open a hole and it just goes straight to the core of the planet, just consuming the device entirely.
Possibly. I mean, I don't think they'll never get a chance to plant it. They won't be able to plant it because he'll kill them before they get there. Like, when the moment the drop pods land, he'll just fucking swallow it up and crush them, and it'll be over. Like, they will not be able to get boots on the ground as long as he's in control. So we basically have before Hulk gets there, it's a slaughter. After Hulk gets there, it's a slaughter with the exception of Hulk. And after Hulk leaves, they can't possibly win because of Hirokala.
So
I think that'll be in
because he can just literally hide the planet multiple times. It would just be a game of keep away.
I mean, technically that's an infinite war, but I would put it at fight a bit more, just because they'd be able to kill everything on the planet except him. So it'd kind of be a thing where they like send some troops to blow it up whenever it's like in town, and then it would leave, and then it might come back, and then they'll like try to shoot it again.
Yeah, I'll say we'll just do it with Hirokala, since we'll take him at its strongest, and if that's the case, we're talking about an eternal war. I say it'll be an eternal war it's very unlikely that they can beat Hirokala. But throwing enough people at him long enough and firing enough shit to try and destroy him, they might eventually be able to kill him, but it would just take a whole lot. Like they would have. He's going to kill armies before they finally get a shot off that's going to kill him. So I'll say low Eternal War, high fight a bit more. But I think I'm still going to put it in Eternal War. I'm still going to put it in Eternal War. Because they do have a chance for sure of killing him. It's just not likely, and it's going to take a really, really long time.
Honestly, I feel like they wouldn't really be trying to kill him after a bit. I feel like they would just be like, hey, we conquered you. Wink.
Someone is saying Hulk will die eventually. Why would Hulk die eventually? If we're talking about Planet Hulk and World War Hulk version of the character, this is the strongest version without like a powered up shit. Like I don't see anything that I mean, even if they hit Hulk with their absolute strongest things, it won't be enough to kill him.
I mean, when they said Planet Breaker Hulk, they weren't kidding.
Yeah.
Like Doom, Darwin, whose basic ability is to just I know
exactly what you're about to say.
Yeah, his only solution was like, just not here.
Yeah, he Hulk fought all of the X-Men at the same time, like every single one at the same time. And Darwin has the power to adapt, and when he thought he was going to adapt a power that was going to allow him to overcome the Hulk, and the power he adapted was teleportation, and he just teleported away. Because the only way that his adaptation power saw that he could survive is just not being by the Hulk. So like
also, in World War Hulk, there's a counter of step that's at the end of it, and it said 21 steps. And the reason everyone knew Hulk stepped 21 times in total was because every time he took a step, the entire world had like a Category 10 earthquake.
Yeah, there's all kind of stuff. Oh, but to be fair, with the Darwin thing, he adapted to absorb gamma radiation from the body, and when he started absorbing radiation from Hulk's body, he realized that his radiation levels weren't lowering. Like essentially, this version of Hulk has infinite levels of gamma that he could just keep generating. So it didn't work. So like that's
kind of a forgotten Hulk ability, but he generates gamma.
Yeah,
like,
he doesn't.
If you're in his presence, you're probably gonna die in stage.
He doesn't absorb it. He just makes it. So it's not like Superman where he can actually burn through his solar power and then eventually kind of get depowered, but he needs more solar energy. Hulk doesn't run out ever. He just creates it infinitely.
A drop of Hulk's blood will kill you instantly.
Oh my goodness!
Like, there's a comic line where where he got married and he transformed and an arrow cut him, and his wife, I think it's Betty Ross, just died on the spot because she was within like 20 feet of him.
That's not 616. That's different.
No.
Yeah, we're talking about 616. 616, you don't die instantly. He's actually given quite a.
That's how She-Hulk was, created.
Yeah,
that was Bruce Banner's blood.
He created She-Hulk and A-Bomb by. Well, no, I'm sorry. A-Bomb was made through Abomination. But She-Hulk was created by using the blood of Banner. Like you can actually gain superpowers from his blood. It doesn't kill you.
Yeah, no, for a long time in like old, because I have some like 1960s comics my dad had. Like Banner will go into a monologue about how I want to be left alone because being near me kills people. Well, that's how
it would. It would. Yeah, but
it's just kind of a forgotten ability.
But gaining the blood is a different thing. That's not the same thing as like just being, because he does generate gamma radiation, but giving him the blood, actually the blood will adapt and shape to your to the person's DNA and essentially make them, just give them superpowers and shit. Let me see. But because of the sheer quantity of Helldivers and the ability to destroy planets, if it wasn't for that, they'd stand 0 chance against Dragon. Oh yeah, they're talking about fucking Dragon Ball. Okay.
Where's Dragon Ball?
I don't know. Who knows anything about Halo?
I know some stuff about Halo.
Okay, so that's
I know some lore.
Okay, so I thought that Alden and Dan were going to be here, who are the big Halo guys. I don't know anything about Halo, so I can't really talk on this. I guess where does the chat think that Halo should be? I'll let you guys pick since I got nothing to add here.
I don't.
Here are we talking about?
Wait, actually,
Halo.
I feel like the biggest thing is
in different points in time are different strengths because
the
events of the games.
Okay.
Events in the games. Okay.
I mean, I got two
Beforehand,
things. I mean,
it would be a complete stomp for whatever society was.
The Forerunners would just crush them.
Covenant stealing technology from or worshiping.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just say it like this: for if it's taking place during the games or at the events of the games, I feel like a war against the Covenant or the humans, like the UNSC. I feel like the Helldivers are gonna win just because there's so many more Helldivers than there are of the UNSC and the Covenant. I feel like that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The numbers.
They're kind of small, and as we've been noting, their guns are generally better than most of the weapons the UNSC and Halo.
One of the
Spartans are
logistics.
Spartans are basically better soldiers, but even they couldn't rely on the Spartans. Like, okay, here's the funny thing.
Yeah, the Spartans
Master Chief is a Spartan too. They eventually stopped making. Oh, sorry. Can I continue or?
No, I don't care. Somebody go.
You continue, Trip.
Yeah, so they stopped making super advanced Spartans, like the Spartans 2, like Spartans 3 and 4 are only barely better than humans.
No, you're exaggerating. Spartan 3s are still insane.
They are.
Spartan 4s are able to go toe to toe with Master Chief sometimes.
Yeah, I do know the newer Spartans aren't as good as the old ones, but I do know they're still good. Like they're still Spartans.
And the reason Spartan 4s are so good isn't because they got some super cool cybernetic upgrade. It's because a lot of them are like ODST veterans, and if you're alive long enough to become a Spartan 4, you're just another level.
But y'all motherfuckers said y'all didn't know anything about Halo, and now I know some about Halo.
I know a bit.
Okay.
Well, I know a bit.
Okay.
I know the basic stuff.
I got you.
At least.
Or like
I watched more
only had one
videos.
badge.
What version of Halo are we talking about?
One person at a time. What's up? Who had the question? Ask your question.
So what version of Halo are we talking about?
During the war.
During the events of the games.
There's been multiple wars. That's why I was asking.
During the events of the games.
The human UFC war against the Covenant.
Sorry, I
well,
heard
before
human UFC war, and I was
the
laughing.
war against the Covenant during the fall of Reach. That's when they lost the most Spartans.
Well, I don't think that's a fair fight because isn't Earth like not have that many numbers at that point?
No, throughout the entire Human Covenant war, Earth is pretty much getting curb stomped with minor victories.
Yeah, they don't have that many people. Like I feel like the only way you can do it and have it fair is if the Helldivers take on the whole universe. Because I don't think they just don't have the numbers in the Halo universe to make it a fair fight.
I feel like to make this fair, it should just be that the Covenant and the humans, as they are currently.
So after the Human Covenant war.
Yeah, I feel like as they are. Let's say in Halo 3. So it's the art, like we got the elites on the human side, we got the humans, and then we got the Covenant with the brutes. I feel like all of that, and they're all just working together immediately at the start of this just to make it fair, because I feel like they're gonna get stomped, just because they don't really have the stuff to like hold up against the Helldivers. They're just gonna get slaughtered because of how many Helldivers there are.
Also, logistics. One thing we haven't talked about at all is that the ships in Halo just can't travel at near the speed of the Helldiver ships.
Yeah, so I feel like it's pretty safe to say they lose. But we gotta get to two big things. The Halo rings, which are capable of wiping out entire life in like galaxies, so they're really big things. I don't know enough about the Halo rings to dictate what they do. And then there's the Flood. The Flood is quite possibly the biggest threat, just because of how fucked up it is.
Well, there's one thing with the Halo rings. You don't have to tune them to wipe out all life in the universe. You could use them to be more surgical. The thing is, they only use them to wipe out all life in the universe because the Flood were that big of a threat that you couldn't have anything with a nervous system alive, you know?
Yeah, like, if anything, I feel like you wouldn't really have to really aim the Halo rings. I mean, if they get to the point where they get slaughtered, because this is going to be either the Covenant or the humans activating them. So, they're only going to activate the Halo rings for if they're losing. And, I mean, they're going to start losing pretty fast just because numbers. So, pretty quickly, I feel like they could suicide bomb and wipe everything out, or they could try to spend, like, the week or however much it'll take to aim them. I don't know. If they do,
I don't think you can control the Halo rings like that. I mean, it killed everybody. The only reason I think
Forerunners
the precursors didn't survive is because aren't around just because they chose not to be around. They let everything else come back. Like everything died. I mean, literally everything.
Yeah, the Forerunners could have spared themselves. They chose not to.
Yeah, they chose not to because they didn't want the flood to have a chance of getting through.
Well, also they were like, we've just fucked up so much
that was
that we
mostly
don't even
the
deserve to live.
Forerunners.
You know?
Yeah.
No, see,
Also,
I think no, I think
I'm pretty
everything
sure the
came.
precursors became the flood.
Yeah, the precursors were what became the flood, and the precursors are, freaking absurd.
So-
what
No
they can
precursors,
do.
no
Literal god
Forerunners.
gods.
Those guys would
Like,
stomp.
Guys, Dark Reflection is saying that the flood can defeat any enemy in fiction. Apparently.
No, not any enemy.
Almost every
A lot
universe
of
in
them.
fiction. I can't buy into that. I actually recently made a.
They have some major weaknesses.
I know.
Yeah,
I recently made a He-Man video where I talked about it. I said that like He-Man would instantly obliterate the Halo flood because he literally has magic and he can cure anybody who gets infected by the flood like immediately and turn them back into humans.
On what scale can he do that?
As big of a scale as he wants. He has the Sunstone. It allows him to basically do
He-Man
anything
would
he
have
wants to do.
Okay, then they're fucked.
He-Man is like everybody. The thing about I want to make more He-Man centric stuff because I like
it's fun.
I stopped doing it out of spite because every time I put He-Man anything into a video, it gets copyrighted struck by Mattel.
Oh.
So I hate Mattel, but I like He-Man. So
Welcome to the Transformers fans.
Yeah, I haven't done Transformers really yet, but
No, they hate Hasbro.
I did the movie. I did a video and I put movie images in my like movie clips, and I didn't get copyright struck that way. Like Hasbro hasn't copyright struck me yet. I think I did GI Joes too, and they didn't copyright struck me on that. But He-Man, they copyright struck like everything I do He-Man wise. The only way that I can do a He-Man videos if I have still images of He-Man stuff. I can't do any moving pictures or it gets copyrighted immediately.
You know what you should do?
What's up?
You should do Cyber Ninja Battle Royale. You should do like Snake Eyes and shit.
No.
Okay. Yeah, G.I. Joe and Metal Gear.
Not another recommendation, please.
Yeah. Sorry, I have a quick question.
I get so many recommendations. Go ahead. Quick question.
So, could He-Man use the Sunstone to turn the Flood back into precursors?
He could use the Sunstone to do anything he
There's
wants.
no precursors left, really.
The Sunstone is bullshit magic. Like if he wanted, he can cure it. He wouldn't do that. He would cure. What he would do is he would cure the Flood from the people who get turned into Flood monsters. He would just turn them back into what they were before. He would just essentially erase.
I can do what I want.
Yeah, he would essentially erase them.
Could he turn, because the Flood basically are just kind of, they're just kind of sick, moldy, powdered precursor themselves. Could he reverse that process?
If he knew what they were and he had all that information, possibly. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's like the Sunstone just allows him to do whatever he wants. It has massive amounts of power and it can affect like whole worlds and shit. Like it's he can do whatever. It's like a bullshit. It's basically like having the Dragon Balls or something.
Or the Infinity Gauntlet, or other MacGuffin.
No, I'd say it's arguably better than the Infinity Gauntlet. The Infinity Gauntlet has pretty clear limitations that the Sunstone doesn't really have to the same extent. It's literally just what I don't know what limitations the Sunstone has because we haven't seen any limitations for what the Sun. Like if everything they've wanted to do, they've been able to do with the Sunstone. The only real limitations is unless you have some sort of resistance or defense or knowledge in mystical arts, you might be able to do. I don't think the Sunstone can affect Castle Grayskull or anything inside of it because nothing can affect Castle Grayskull or anything inside of it. It's basically a barrier that keeps out all magic and physical damage or whatever. So there's certain things, but for the most part, the Sunstone could just do whatever he wants to do. Yeah.
Okay, can I try and explain what the Flood is to at least from what I know?
It is dust. It is fucking dust that was made of the precursors' bodies that then gets dirty and then get breathed in and then turns people into Flood monsters, more or less.
Yeah. They can infect and stuff. That's pretty basic. Once you become part of the Flood, all your knowledge will go to a grave mind, which can be made after they get enough mass, and that's their big thing. It's that any knowledge of anyone who gets infected is going to go into the thing. So if they get a general, they get all the strategies, all of the tech, all of the stuff that general knew, combined with all of the troops.
Yeah.
So,
but it can't.
They're also able to gaslight AIs into basically doing what they want.
Yeah, they're like intelligent necromorphs, pretty much.
I'd say they're better than necromorphs.
No,
they're
they
I
stomp
would
on necromorphs.
I wouldn't compare them to necromorphs. Necromorphs can't even infect like people easily. They infect dead corpses. Then like they can only start their little plague if they put down these black markers on the planet before there's any life there. Because if they do it like afterwards, it won't work. It's like necromorphs are extremely limited. I don't think that's even a close match. I'd give that to the Flood pretty easily. Also, the Flood can affect technology in a way that necromorphs can't, and there's a lot stronger shit with the Flood.
But yeah, the Flood is pretty much able to use any tech that like the person who they bring into their thing has used. So they have Flood that can use guns, they can use ships, so they can travel. They're interplanetary. They can cover up like entire things and like make entire flesh hives. Those are kind of creepy and sticky. They're like really sticky and gross, actually.
Well, the only thing that I would say about the Flood is well, they can be killed with fire, which is pretty fucking pathetic.
Yeah.
And they can't.
One of their big weaknesses.
And they can't infect people through armor. They have to touch flesh to flesh.
Oh, actually, here's the thing. They can create... You don't really see this in the games much because it'd be kind of lame. And also, you're playing as someone with an energy shield, which protects you from this. But they can just fill the air of an entire planet or just any space with spores. And you breathe in those spores, you're getting infected by the.
Yeah, but if you have a rebreather, it doesn't.
Yeah,
that's not a concept.
You can protect against that.
Yeah, that's not a concept. So the only way that they can infect someone is if they can actually get into the suit somehow. And the suits of the Helldivers are made out of, like I said, a titanium alloy. They are not shy about blowing up planets or completely wiping all life on the surface of a planet. Especially if it's something that's as dangerous as the Flood that will spread like that. They did something similar when they couldn't control on Meridia, when they couldn't control the Terminids. So I think that the Flood have a pretty good chance of taking over if it wasn't for the fact that I don't think the Helldivers are going to let them leave a single planet. I think it's
that's the issue.
Commandeer ships, though, they will have the knowledge to do that.
Yeah, so like they could take literally any civilian vessel. Hell, they would even be able to make ships technically. They just have to get the knowledge of somebody who can make ships, and then they can just build ships.
Sure.
And that information is stored forever.
Sure, but then
that point.
I don't think that would necessarily matter because I don't think the Helldivers are going to let any ship take off the planet. Like when they decide to, like, the idea would be when the Flood gets on a particular planet to take over. Do they have time to take over enough things, get in a planet, get the fuck off there before Super Earth's like, something's going on over there, let's go check it out? Because if they don't get off the planet before Super Earth goes over there to check it out, they're done. And considering that Super Earth usually is on point when it comes to stuff like that, like they're like if a planet starts getting taken over, they're like an hour later they're like, oh shit, this planet's getting taken over. Let's send 50,000 ships over there to deal with it. That's kind of their whole deal.
So here's the thing, though. The Flood, once they get to a certain point, do gain the ability. Like, you know how the way that the ships in Halo are kind of slow, at least in modern times. But since they are basically just, ground up precursor, they have access. They're basically able to use that same tricks that the ships use, but to an insane degree that basically just lets them teleport across the universe.
Yeah, that happens.
Like
but again, they would have to be able. Okay, so there's a lot of things that are determinate about this. So are they on a planet that already has ships, or do they have to build their own? Are they on a planet with intelligent life, or do they have to actually are they going to get very intelligent? Like it depends on where the spore, like how do the Flood get onto this planet, and what kind of planet are they getting onto? And then again, even if they do get on a ship and the ship starts traveling through space, are they going to get intercepted by Super Earth ships and get blown out of the sky before they can arrive to a second planet? And if you're saying that they can bend space and do that, then
yeah,
that
your mind itself could just teleport.
You're assuming yes, but that means you have to give them enough time to actually build a ship, which is going to be.
They have to build a ship. That's what I'm saying. A grave mind itself can just kind of.
But you have to absorb a shit ton of people to even form a grave mind to begin with.
It's true. That does happen well before you absorb the biomass of a planet.
So it's all based on time. That's the thing. So it really depends. Look, if we have an army of Flood, like right out the gate, an army of Flood just invades the Helldivers universe, I think you're probably going to have something close to an eternal war. But if you have the Flood infect a planet and have to spread from that point, I think the Helldivers are going to be way too quick on that shit and just fucking wreck it. Like I don't think they're gonna get off the ship.
Can I speak?
Yeah. Oh yeah, if it's one of Super Earth's planets, yeah, they're gonna be on that shit.
Well, even if it, well, not necessarily a planet that's owned by Super Earth, but just a planet, like any planet in the galaxy. I think the Super Earth's gonna immediately know about it. They keep track of of all activity that happens across every known world. So. Like when a planet gets taken over by even if it's like even if it was like not populated beforehand and it suddenly gets taken by like they know instantly and they're there within the hour fighting back against it.
Can I say something about the Flood?
Yeah, go for it.
The newer games they introduced this new race that's immune to the rings. So if the Flood infects them, if they evolve enough, there's nothing you can do to stop them now, with the new race, because their biggest weakness would be countered, which is the rings.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I spaced out, bro. Can you say that one more time? My bad.
The newer games, they added this new race called the Endless, and they're immune to the rings. So if the Flood evolved enough and they affected the Endless, they can't be killed with the rings no more.
All right, that is.
We weren't bringing up the rings at all in this factor. We were just saying because we're not giving Helldivers any weapons that they don't already have.
But they can also infect Spartans because they have a protocol for if a Spartan gets infected to nuke the planet.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's cool. Like I don't think they're gonna have an issue with infecting people. I think they're gonna have an issue affecting Helldivers because of the suits and because they're not gonna be able to like get through it necessarily. But
my question was, if they can infect Spartans, why wouldn't they be able to affect Helldivers?
I just noticed something.
Why? Well, let me answer his question.
The same way you're gonna infect it.
Let me answer his question. Why can't they infect John 117?
Because he's lucky.
Well, no, he's on a planet that's covered in spores multiple times throughout that series, breathing and acting.
He's
in armor.
That's what I'm saying. He's saying that they can affect Spartans. I'm assuming he's meaning while they're in armor.
They'd have to rip through the armor.
Yeah, that's the entire reason they infect them is that they rip through your armor. You can wear a rest.
Yeah, there we go. That's the point.
Suit, but if the dude takes off my fire suit,
that's the point. You have to get physical. You have to be physically. I didn't say that the armor's indestructible and that they can't get through it. I said that. I said that you would have to have physical contact with his flesh in order to infect him.
A big thing that I think could be used to get through the armor is the Flood. Most of their ranged attacks aren't actually from guns. They're from like these needles that get shot out by ranged Flood like forms. They shoot these needles that'll like pierce through your armor as well as like UNSC armor and shit like that. I feel like that would be really good against like.
Well, the Helldivers have energy shields. And then once you get through their energy shields, then they have the titanium alloy armor. So I'm not saying that they can't get through the armor. They can. Yeah. I just don't think it's going to be instant. I think it's going to be a bit. And they have and you got to think about it. The Helldivers like there's not that many Spartans. You throw down John 117 and he's taking on all of these Flood by himself. Helldivers are getting sent down by the tens, if not hundreds of thousands, to planets. Like you're gonna and then
they're not of the same caliber, but yeah.
Well, like physically no, but their guns are their equipment is better.
Oh yeah, they have better.
Like way better. So they're not beating Master Chief in a fist fight, but they definitely have better have more firepower, and their stratagems are a lot better, stuff like that. Like if you throw down a couple 100,000 Helldivers down to a planet with flamethrowers, you're dealing with the Flood issue. For the most part, like it's not. I don't really see. I don't really see if one dude can take on literally hundreds, if not thousands of them. I don't see why like a decent sized group of Helldivers wouldn't be able to do the same thing.
And they can glass planets, no problem.
That's true.
So.
They can blow up moons. They can glass planets. They can yeah, they can do all kinds of stuff. They can blow up they can turn the planet into a black hole if it becomes so infected that they can't deal with it. Like I said, they have their options.
Wait, holy shit! I forgot. Two things. One, what would happen if the Flood got the Tyranids, or not the Tyranids, the Terminids? That'd be super cool because the Flood do have like acid attacks. Some of them do have like acid shit.
So, my question for that would be, do they get to keep all of the abilities of the things that they take over? Like, do they still mate?
Yes.
Do they mate the same way and all that?
There's commonalities.
Do they mate?
I don't.
Do they
know.
reproduce, basically?
I'm sorry, I haven't spoken before, but they do not at all.
I didn't think so.
They do not. They
Because
only reproduce by infecting.
Then it's not that it would be like shitty, but you're losing the main thing that makes Terminids so dangerous, which is the fact of how fast they multiply.
The idea isn't that they would take out all the Terminids. The idea is that with how many Terminids are coming out, they're going to be able to turn all the Terminids that are coming out that are coming to fight the Flood into other Terminid, like into
that's a lot of free biomass.
Sure, but but once the Terminids get taken over, even if they completely take over all the Terminids, you just made less dangerous Terminids because now they can't multiply.
That would actually
You've also created a grave mind or a key mind.
And also, the Flood would be killed by the Gloom as well.
Well, the single like infected Terminid Flood form would be stronger than a regular Terminid, but it would be not as like adaptable.
It would be strong. Well, that's another thing. Yeah. Well, I don't know if they would keep that power either. Yeah, because it's Terminids can adapt. They can adapt to things that happen to them. So they grew when they were originally they were relatively peaceful, and then they started getting attacked by Super Earth for their blood, and then they started growing armor on the outside, like shells that were bulletproof. And then they started growing like acid, so they could spit acid attacks. Now they turn invisible. They gained wings. Now you have flying Terminids. They couldn't fly before. Like they constantly evolve and update to get better. So I don't know if it would be possible. Maybe this is too much of an adaptation ability for them to be able to do. But
I don't think
could they out adapt the Flood?
I don't think
they
could.
Before the Flood take the world.
To not have a nervous system?
No, maybe a specific antibody that would fight the Flood.
There isn't. If you have a nervous system, the Flood can get you.
Well,
it's not that like the Flood is a disease. It's that it straight up just hijacks your body.
It hijacks your nervous system. If you have a nervous system, you're done.
Yeah. Well, that might not necessarily be true, but if they can do it to robots don't have nervous systems.
No, they're able to gaslight robots into doing what they want.
Yeah, they can. Like they're able to go onto robots.
Oh, so they can't control the automatons at all.
But they could probably get them with a electric plague.
Wait. Let the guy not Trip. Let the other guy talk. What were you saying, man?
I had a question about the Helldivers because what if
the other guy? Okay, whatever.
Sorry.
Ask your question. You already started. Go ahead.
The Flood can learn everything, so would Super Earth be able to prevent them from using stratagems initially?
They would need their own stuff to do it with.
Wait, why would the Flood be able to stop them from using stratagems?
No.
Talking about Super Earth because they learn their technology as they infect the host.
They would be able to just throw down the little stratagem grenades and use them.
Yeah, sure. If they had their own ship and shit. Yeah, I don't.
No, wait.
It's supposed to affect the Helldiver. That's why my question was.
No, one guy, one person at a time. I don't know what anyone's saying. One person.
I think I know what they mean. Like if they.
Well, let them say it. Let them say it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If they somehow affected a Helldiver, would they be able to use the stratagems against the Helldiver initially?
That's a good question.
Yes. At first. So if a Helldiver gets infected by a Flood and then he starts throwing out a stratagem, that would be like the ship up above would not know that he's infected. However, if it was reported or whatever that he was infected, the ship could actually turn on their. It is possible for the ship to turn on its own captain essentially and kill them. That's what happens if you go out of balance for too long. Like, if you go out of balance for more than 10 seconds, your own ship fires and kills you for treason. So you do have control over your ship to a point, unless Super Earth takes it away from you. Now, at first, I think that he'll be able to use stratagems against his own people. However, there's going to be a certain point where if a decent number of Helldivers are getting infected, that I think Super Earth is probably going to create a new policy that's essentially like, okay, when people are infected, bomb them immediately. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to have their ships basically turning on them instantly after they're done. So I think you'll be able to do it for a bit, but I don't think it's not gonna be like a constant thing they're gonna keep being able to do over and over and over again, because the ship still has people in it, and those people still have orders, and they're not gonna like allow a fucking an infected Helldiver like kill everyone and take over the mission and shit. If they're gonna if they know that that's something that could happen, that he could be infected and endanger the mission.
There'd be a new policy of monitoring what the Helldivers are asking this time.
At some point, at some point,
it
probably.
wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, it would
Flood
be.
injection is like the least subtle thing I can imagine.
Yeah, like I don't think it would be. It would be a big deal.
I feel like Super Earth would do what the UNSC did with some Spartan armors, where they would put explosives in there. That if there is an infection, the explosive would like blow the back of their head open or something or other, just to destroy the knowledge and kind of function of parts of the body.
Okay, so let's get to a sort of point. Where do you guys think that this should be at?
Oh wait, I forgot to mention. This would be happening at the same time as like the Covenant and UNSC would be in a war with the
A joint operation thing. They're all fighting.
I don't think the Covenant and the UNSC is going to do much. I honestly think that they're going to be completely wiped out. They don't have the numbers, and to be honest with you, they don't really have the technology either. I think that the main fight here is going to be you're good. I think the main fight here is going to be with the Flood. What's up?
So at the time of Halo 3, the Covenant is insanely weak because all the elites are gone, half the brutes are dead because the elites killed them on their way out, half the elites are gone, most of humanity's planets are gone, so nobody would be a capable fighting force. And the Flood is sort of just trapped on the Ark, a single Halo ring, and a little bit of Earth, but that's being taken care of by the elites glassing Africa. So it would really be everybody in a weakened position fighting up. I do not think Halo stands a chance.
Even with the Flood? Even with the Flood?
Even with the Flood at that point. Unless the Flood have a working ship, which they don't at that time. Unless they have a working ship and they leave the galaxy and play the long game like they did.
Okay, so just to make this interesting, let's remove the Covenant, let's remove Halo, and let's just take the Flood. We got an army of Flood coming in. It's the Helldivers in a universe, and the Flood. Throw them in the same universe. The goal for both is to take over everything.
Do they have a single ship?
The Flood?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll give them
a single ship.
Yeah, we'll give them an army.
They could probably win with a single ship because all they got to do is sprinkle Flood on all these different planets and play the long game, kind of, just like seed little infections everywhere. And I think Super Earth could. Like, it wouldn't be a forever war, but I think, like, they would be on equal footing if they could do that.
Yeah.
So we'd have to give the Flood a ship, and they would have to.
Well, okay. Could Super Earth cure the planets of the spores by firebombing it?
Well, they could. Yeah. You can't cure the Flood. You can kill the spores.
That's curing it.
And you can kill the people they infected, but you cannot cure it.
That's curing it. I mean, I'm talking about curing the planets.
Oh.
If the planet,
you could cure the planet, but you
like
could
make
not,
the planet habitable.
The
make the planet habitable by wiping out the spores via heat, essentially.
Well, I mean, it would probably be like a rock after you firebombed it to get rid of the Flood. But
it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Wait, I have a question.
What's up?
So what do you think the odds are of the Flood like just leaving the galaxy like the Illuminats did? And then just
100%.
If they want to.
Yeah, and then building up like a massive.
They've done it before. They did it in the ancient past with the Forerunners.
Yeah, I wouldn't see why they couldn't. I mean, the Helldivers wouldn't.
100,000 years.
I don't think the Helldivers would try to stop them. They didn't try and stop the Illuminats. They chased the Illuminats out of there.
The Helldivers are kind of fucked. Honestly,
why would they be fucked?
If the Flood came back, well, if the Flood came back with a ton of tech, multiple key mines,
Oh, hold up. No.
Would be,
Y'all got to explain. Before y'all get into this, y'all got to explain. Okay, how do they get the key? If they're in an equal universe, how are they leaving and getting all this stuff?
They would have had to leave like thousands of years prior, go to a different galaxy, get all that biomass. You'd be giving them a crutch. Like,
you'd be and if you give them thousands of years, then you have to give the Helldivers thousands of years of technological advancement.
True.
And then who the fuck knows what they got?
They'd be like something else.
Yeah, they'd be a totally different. I mean, you gotta think about it. The Helldivers universe is only like 2300 or 24 or something. It's an alternate reality to our own, but it's not that far into the future. If you give them thousands of years of technological advancement,
and comes back, it'll be good enough.
Wait, what's
to
up?
Be a fight.
Say again.
I feel like if the Flood left and came back within 10 years, I feel like it'd be a fair fight. Because all they would have to do is just send like a single spore to like 5 million planets outside of the Helldivers area. And then
to be fair, the Helldivers don't have an outside of their area. I mean,
they're the whole galaxy.
They're basically the whole. Yeah, anything that's not Terminid anything that's not Terminid or Automaton is owned by Super Earth, and now Illuminates are now here, and they're taking over some shit too. But yeah, basically the entire galaxy that's not owned by somebody else is owned by them, and they have the vast majority of it.
I just looked something up.
I feel like this could be a forever war scenario, just if they get a good start. Like, just landing on a Terminid planet would be... that's a lot of biomass to form a key mind or a grave mind with.
But then you'd have to like lure the Helldivers in or something.
Well, okay, so if we're doing, so that's also I guess we would have to, wouldn't we? Because we can't just have the flood
leave.
We can't just have the flood show. Well, because the idea that I was trying to say is like just Helldivers, just flood. We're not giving the flood, the Covenant and the thing, and we're not giving the Helldivers, the Terminids, and the Automatons and all that. It's just two. But you kind of have to give the flood because it's an infection. So they have to infect something.
They take and they corrupt. They don't ever do anything.
They can't just
they do
be
stuff
them.
On their own,
but
they don't make like biomass ships and fly around as a living blob.
So would the flood just leave the automatons alone since they can't really infect them?
Probably. I feel like the automatons are too dumb of a computer.
They're not dumb.
They're
not dumb.
Well, I know altogether they aren't. But
no,
like,
they're not done. They're not dumb. They're not dumb individually.
Are they not?
No, they're intelligent.
Oh,
they build and make all their own technology. Like
I thought they were kind of a hive mind, where like the basic ones were drones that don't know anything.
No, they're not a hive. They're the creation. The cyborgs created them as like the next evolutionary form of themselves. They're just more machine versions of the cyborgs who had like superior human technology intelligence.
I mean, they do harvest brains. So.
I think they'd logic plague them. Just.
But you can't logic plague them because they have human brains.
But they
don't. They can just infect them.
But they don't have nervous systems.
Well, they can take
a brain is part of
the nervous system. They can just kill the robot. They don't have to infect it.
If they're computer, so they're like computer like AI humans. I think they can logic plague them.
No, they're not. They have human brains, but they are completely machine.
I mean, a Gravemind could still drive them mad, like mentally.
If they have brains, then they can be hijacked.
Yeah, if they have a brain, then the
how are you gonna hijack them? How are you gonna hijack them?
They literally just hook into their fucking brainstem. That's simple.
But that's what I'm saying. How? They're titanium alloy machines. They don't breathe. Yeah. They're just brains inside of a shell body that fights. Like how are you?
They would have to kill the shell first.
So they would have to. A leg up. And then what? You just destroyed the fucking body that you wanted to control. Yeah. Like it's like I don't see how that's gonna happen.
They wouldn't have a good time there. I don't think they could.
It wouldn't be fun for them.
Do it?
I don't think they would.
They could do it. Would it be worth it?
How about this?
No, it wouldn't be worth it.
What if they were to take over and like they were able to repurpose like the facilities that are producing them? Because we know the Flood is able to trick AI, and I feel like most of that stuff would be autonomous. And of the stuff that isn't, if they're able to say take over one of those things, they'll be able to make automatons that are working for the Flood.
I mean, I feel like
I
at
don't.
that point,
I don't. No,
it would
okay,
just
so
be
for
better
this
off
one,
getting flesh beings.
for this one, I don't think. I'm not sure we necessarily know enough information of how the process of making an automaton works or how they're made. Like we don't know what's going on inside of that factory. Like we know that they harvest human brains, and we know that they have that the automatons are brains inside of a metal shell. Where do the brains come from? Are the brains that they harvest? If that's the case, then they're not. Then what do they do to the brains to make it control the automatons? Because if they're stealing brains from Super Earth citizens and creating automatons, that brain clearly isn't working the same way as it did when it was in that person. Because now it's sided with automatons. So what's the process? We don't know what the process is. So it's kind of hard to determine how exactly.
I feel like I would put this at Forever War, because I mean the Flood's smart enough that it'll like leave, so I feel like they're not gonna like really chase it into like Terminid space or something, because they're war with Terminids.
They probably would leave and just come back later.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying.
as far as we know, outside of the galaxy that we're in, we don't know if there's any life.
What I mean by leave is like they'll like escape way to the back of the Terminid area, and then they'll build up mass again from Terminids, and then they'll come back to fight the Helldivers, and then I feel like it's just gonna be endless because technically
They're just gonna bounce around.
Yeah, they're just gonna bounce around, gaining mass and trying to infect as many planets as possible.
I mean, they could just.
I think it would be a very bad idea for them to. I think if they go after the Terminids, it's going to be the end of them. Because
I don't think they'd get very much smarter.
The Terminids are intelligent, but the Terminids also have the gloom. The Terminids also have the gloom, and the gloom.
What is the gloom?
It is a massive cloud that covers a large section of the galaxy, and it spreads
Is it
constantly.
organic? Is it organic?
We don't know. It's just a giant. It's a gas. It's
if it was like organic, they could probably like repurpose it.
It's a gas.
It's a spore cloud.
They could probably repurpose it.
Yeah, if it's a spore cloud, they can infect it and make it so the gloom.
But it kills all biological creatures that are not Terminids. Like it kills anything that goes near it that isn't a Terminid, and any Terminid inside of it, it acts as an incubator and basically super speeds their adaptation abilities.
Could they infect a Terminid and send it in to there to infect the spore?
That's what I'm saying. I think if they went into the the gloom, I think it would kill.
Oh, it would
the
like
flood.
kill the flood on the person.
I think it would kill. I think it would kill the like you can't go into the
like
gloom.
burn it off.
I don't really know how it works. I just know that anything that's not a Terminid that goes into it dies.
I don't think.
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Would infect it or
like
wouldn't.
what kind of resistance?
Now, to be fair, we don't 100% know all of the rules surrounding the gloom yet, so it's probably just too early to have this conversation.
I assume Terminids that are infected by the spores already would probably resist that because it's from. But I don't think the spores by themselves will survive. If it's already infected a Terminid,
well, it depends on how the spores work. Like if the spores. Like, if how the spore works is to just kill all, essentially, foreign DNA, for instance, then the flood's gonna fucking be killed by it because it's introducing something different that's not into an ecosphere, and that ecosphere is killing everything that's not, and then it's going to, and it's also possible that because the gloom is specifically supposed to increase the adaptation abilities and supercharge it, essentially, that any spore it could possibly kill the flood and also upgrade the Terminid to the point that it could possibly reject or resist that sort of infection in the future. Like that's. But again, we need to know more about the gloom before I die on that hill. But I think it's possible.
I think it could like.
I just came across some interesting information.
Go ahead. What's up, Trip?
Well, okay. Now, we might be wrong here, but I think we've actually got a rough estimate of the number of planets Super Earth might have.
We don't. They've said it several times that like there isn't really one. But go ahead.
Really?
Just go ahead. See what does it say?
Well, okay. It says about 261.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No.
Way more.
No. The reason why they say 261 is because that's how many planets you can travel to in the the game map. But that's not an actual. No, that's not a number. That's just
the game map. even says that each planet is a system. It's the Galabir system. It's the Malevelon Creek system. So it has, however many planets are in that solar system, the star, maybe exoplanets.
Yeah, and the map is even the map itself is propaganda, because like if you look at it's a map of the galaxy, and the center of the galaxy is Super Earth. Because they view Super Earth as the most important thing, and everything revolves around it. Like if you look at the Super Earth, there's Super Earth, and there's like the moon, and the sun like revolves around Super Earth. Like everything revolves around Super Earth. So it's like you can't look at the galaxy map as indicator of what the galaxy actually looks like, and that's where they got that number from.
We don't even know where like the center of the actual universe is in relation to Super Earth and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not. I don't even sure we're 100% clear on if the galaxy that you're in is the same makeup as the Milky Way. I don't think we know that.
I mean, we can't even like land on Super Earth to look up at the skybox and see.
True.
Like.
Yeah, you can't. You're not in gameplay. You can't actually go to Super Earth. You're a Helldiver and you spend your entire time on your ship going to war, but you're fighting for a planet you've like pretty much never seen for the most part. But for all we know, we can go to Super Earth and it could be just a fucking dirt rock, and like we've just been protecting nothing this whole, which actually would be a really cool twist. If it's like Super Earth actually fell a long time ago, and the whole defending Super Earth thing was just propaganda and bullshit, and like in reality, like everything sucks, and it's just an ongoing war. You know what I mean? Like that would be like.
I honestly wouldn't doubt it.
That would be really fucking cool. But also at the same time, I kind of like the idea that Super Earth, that you have all of this horrible like darkness and like authoritarian, like but all of it at the end of the day actually does make Super Earth a better place. You know what I mean? It kind of puts in this interesting gray area where it's like you guys are evil as fuck.
It's all suburbs.
Yeah, all of the but again, that's all propaganda footage. But all of that footage, like Super Earth looks amazing, like blue skies, crystal clear blue waters, everything, all the grass is super green and like everything looks perfect. But that's all just like propaganda movies. But so I kind of like either way. The idea that Super Earth might actually suck is kind of a cool concept in one way, but the idea that it's perfect and that everything that we're doing, all this evil shit, actually is like making it better for other people, so it sort of almost justifies the evil. I think both of those things are kind of cool ideas. I probably would prefer if Super Earth was actually a pretty cool place, because I just think I like the idea that this is all happening. Like the evil actually is making the world better. You know what I mean? It just gives an extra little layer of kind of fucked upness to it.
I just read a bit on the wiki, like the Helldivers wiki.
Be careful which wiki you read, because one of them's really, really good, and then a lot of the other ones are written with just very poorly. So just be careful.
Yeah, I know. I'm just reading like what quotes and stuff are said about it.
All right, go ahead.
So I found out a lot of the stuff that is talking about it is propaganda, so it might not be taken literally. But we do know two things. One, it's spores, and two, it's possibly, because it says it says experts say that it like supercharged. So we don't know if that's like complete, and that could just be propaganda to be like it supercharges them. So be careful.
Yeah, but and I don't disagree. I don't know why that would be propaganda though, because I mean it's clearly it's like if you're gonna make it propaganda, like not. Most things that's the information that you get from Super Earth is propaganda, or at least some form of propaganda, but not all. There are accurate things in it. Like for instance, they did blow up a moon. Like not every single thing that that they say is propaganda, but a lot of it is, and it's sort of you do have to kind of interpret like what is true, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not dying on that hill, but as of right now, it incubates what we believe is that it incubates the Terminids. And that it is spores, and anything else that's not Terminid that goes into it dies. That's now if they announce like, oh, actually, because the gloom is just gonna build up to a future story that they're going to do in the game that we haven't seen yet. For all we know, it might add something totally. It might, who knows? It might add something. The gloom might be a living creature that's just like a giant cloud monster that we have to fight. I don't fucking know. Like it's just It's up in the air. Go ahead.
Outside of the lore, they are talking about having modifiers that will like change the certain like Terminid species, like models, and give them different buffs and abilities and stuff that they're coming out with soon.
They're doing all kinds of stuff. I'm still waiting for.
So it could be just it changes the Terminids to be different.
Yeah, I mean they're doing all kinds of stuff. I'm still waiting for like ship combat and the ability to board enemy ships. That's the thing I want. Yeah, that's the thing I want. Yeah, I would like to be involved in. Well, you can see ship combat. If you it's not really seeing it, but when you invade, when you go to planets that are, I don't remember if it's defending a planet that's about to be taken over or attacking one that you're trying to take over, but one of those two, if you look up in the sky while you're on the planet, you can see the ships fighting in the sky. So you do see it. You're not a part of it, and it's not like but you do see it, sometimes. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay, wait. Let's get back to what we were fucking talking about.
I have one thing to add to the the flood thing.
What's up?
So, I think the flood will be able to take over the gloom. I think it'll be able to. Now, just hear me out on this. The flood, so far as we've known, it's able to take over literally every single living thing, except for the new things that the one guy mentioned.
It can't take over those worms. It can't take it in Halo because they don't have nervous systems.
Yeah, it can't take them over.
Does the gloom have a nervous system?
But listen, we do know it can take over.
I mean, if it's a spore, then no, it doesn't have a nervous system.
Yeah.
So no would be the answer to that question.
We do know that it can take over like plants and shit. So I think it'll be able to take over the spores, but for a different reason. The bacteria. I believe the flood can infect bacteria. I don't remember where, but I remember hearing that the flood was able to infect bacteria, and that's how it makes its spores. Like its spores are just infected bacteria. That is what I heard. And now
I thought the spores were just like hives or hive planets just shooting it in the air.
This is just speculation from something I think I remember hearing. I'm gonna do a little more research and come back like maybe tomorrow or next week and maybe mention it if I remember. But I think that if the flood is able to do that, then that would mean that they'd be able to take over the terminid spores, and then that would mean they'd be able to take over the gloom. If they take over the gloom, they quite literally, any planet in the gloom is instantly gonna become flood.
I don't think they would take over the gloom though. Like how?
I don't think they'd take over.
How would you take over a
I'm
spore?
curious to see where you heard this from.
Yeah, I don't see how you'd be able to take over. And also, if the gloom is specifically destroying biological matter that's going in it that is not terminid, then it's fucking being destroyed. Like their spores are going to be overtaken by the gloom spores. It's not going to be controlled if it's specifically killing anything that's not terminid related. Like the spores would literally, the flood spores would literally be attacked and killed.
Like all the flood really could do is like kill it and repurpose the organic.
It's not destroying, it's just killing. Like if you toss a Helldiver into the gloom, he's gonna die from it.
We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
The Super Earth is not currently aware of what happens to anybody who enters the gloom. They just know they're dead and they don't come back.
They just lose contact.
Yeah.
They could.
I mean, honestly, technically, for all we know, humans could go into the gloom and then become terminids, and it's like their own infection thing. We don't we don't know. Well, no, we know that's not where terminids come from, but it's possible that it could be like a sort of infection cloud. Let me see. I'll show you guys because none of you guys actually play the game, right?
Yeah, what I do? There was
played it.
So y'all do know what the gloom is?
Yeah, I know what it looks like. It's like a giant space cloud.
Okay. Because I was gonna show you guys, but if you guys all seen it, then it's not.
There's a news announcement that they tried breaching the gloom, but it failed.
Yeah. No one's come back from it.
When the first gloom came out, they like sent us. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like this thing is like there used to be like it would be every day. They would post new planets that were taken over by the gloom. So it's like, oh, this day 15 planets were swallowed by the gloom, and this day so the gloom travels super fucking fast through space too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's like doubling its size like every day or something like that.
Yeah, it's massive.
Everything in Helldivers is like nigh instant. You can get like bugs on a different planet the same hour.
Yeah.
You can get
and it's all canonical. And the crazy part about that is that the time that passes in the Helldivers universe is equal to our own. So if a planet gets taken over in an hour in the Helldivers universe, it actually got taken over in an hour. Like it's not like that's the way that the time frame of the series works. Everything's very, very quickly, which is why I was saying that the Warhammer universe has like a serious uphill battle to get over, and I don't think they would dominate. because they're
They
much
would lose
slower.
logistically.
They would
They
lose.
couldn't
Yeah, they're
supply
not
it.
as good. They're not as good as taking shit over as quickly. Like they're
You
everything
can't
in
get
the
shells, people, guns.
yeah, everything in the
anyone.
Helldivers universe is insanely efficient. All of it across the board, not just the Helldivers, but also the Terminid, the Automatons, the Illuminate. They're all super efficient. The Illuminates can take over the minds of an entire planet in like the moment they drop. Like it's stupidly fast. So it's something you gotta worry about.
All right, I'm thinking we put this at the bottom of like near the bottom of Infinite War. I think it's Eternal War.
You think
Or
that? You think?
Eternal
All
War.
right, I'm gonna let you guys pick because, like I said, I don't
agree with
I don't know
that.
the universe.
I think
Honestly, the thing that I probably know the most about the Halo universe is the Flood, is because every time people bring it up, they want to talk about the Flood. But it's mostly just talking what other people have, what I've heard other people talk about it.
But yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable to put it at Infinite War or Eternal War, just because
You'd
the
have
Flood
to
is always gonna keep
give
running away
and take.
coming back.
Okay.
But I feel like it's
I
never
don't-
really gonna get to the point where it's gonna be like winning.
I think they could win if they took the Illuminate civilization. Like if they infected them, we
Oh
haven't
yeah,
seen
that's
much
a
of
rough
it.
Oh yeah.
If they get portal technology, which
I
the
don't.
Illuminate
Okay,
have,
so I don't necessarily.
Oh.
I don't necessarily think that's the case. Actually, we should talk about that before we move on. I don't necessarily think that's the case because Illuminates are they're mind control masters. Like that's their whole thing, is they could control people's minds and alter their thoughts and affect
I feel like
how
if
what they
tried
do.
to do that, like if they were like reading or changing the mind of a flood, it would kill that single unit. But I definitely don't think they could like mass overpower.
They
a Grave
mass
Mind or a
overpower
Key Mind.
and they mass overpower and take over the minds of entire planets.
Yeah, but
I will say-
the thing with when you're dealing with the Flood, you're not dealing with an individual. You are dealing with this insane, massive hive mind.
I understand,
That
but
might be able to pull
I
back.
understand, but but the technology that they have they control the Illuminates all think the same way because they have technology that simultaneously forces everyone's thoughts to think the same way. It's how they have a peaceful society that is all on the same page about everything.
The thing with that though,
they also take over the planet. They when they land on planets, they took over the minds of every single person on that entire planet. So I don't really think it matters that it's a hive mind. I mean, if they could take over the minds of whole planets, multiple planets, even their entire species, which by the way is a intergalactic species, or at least it used to be before it was mostly wiped
Helldivers
out.
are able to resist them. Are able to resist that though, right?
Specifically, Helldivers are, but nobody else has been shown to. And if the Flood has never been shown being able to resist any sort of mind control, I don't know why we would assume that they can. No one else in their universe is even capable of doing it.
I just feel like it might be numerically overpowering because the Flood has billions and billions of years of grave mines and key mines and just mines from infected hosts. So that's like trillions and trillions of mines, from the smartest Forerunners to Primordials to the random UNSC Marine that got infected in Halo 1. Jenkins or whatever.
Yeah, but Illuminate,
Dude,
but Illuminate is an ancient race that is far older than the human race, and the human race is several billion years old.
But the Primordials in Halo are like way older than that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The
comparatively.
Illuminates. We don't know how much older the Illuminates are than the Helldivers, but they are significantly older. Their technology was far beyond. Like they were having space travel and altering the fabric of reality while Helldivers were like still before Helldivers existed, and when we had like basically modern technology. Like the difference in technology is insane across the board.
They're honestly pretty similar because the Primordials did have.
They're probably everyone pretty much says the same thing, that the Illuminate are essentially amalgamation of a bunch of different other aliens, including War of the Worlds. A little bit of the Covenant is in there, possibly a little bit of the Flood as well. I mean, they're basically an amalgamation of a bunch of other different alien races.
I have a question.
I just feel like
I don't know how much this would help, but key mines and grave mines are both like telepathic. Like they can talk to people psychically throughout like where.
Well, they can.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Like Illuminates are it's two psychic races basically.
Yeah.
But the difference is, and the reason why I think the Illuminates are better when it comes specifically to psychic ability is because they dominate they take over the people that they take over through that psychic ability, and the Flood does it through physical contact, not through just the domination of people's minds.
Well, they can do it.
They can do some mental fuckery,
but they can't. But they don't spread the. But they don't spread the Flood through mental fuckery.
Yeah, no.
The Illuminates do. That's they don't have to touch you in order to turn you in order to dominate your mind.
Set up like those spikes that like.
Yeah, it's through technology that they do it, but it's not through their own mental power. It's through technology.
Oh my god!
But they still have that technology.
Wait,
we just haven't
Flood were able to
seen.
win.
Wait, say one of you talk. I didn't hear you.
I said, imagine if the Flood were able to win. Like if they were able to get the Illuminate's mind control tech, they'd be able to literally make anyone on a planet bring themselves to the Flood to be.
Oh, they do more than that.
That would
be their terrifying. Primordial and like Illuminate knowledge, and they'd just make a giant antenna that infects like half the galaxy or half a solar system, somewhere on like a bigger scale than just a planet, and they would just beam it out. Because we've seen, like, the Gravemind can talk to Master Chief. When Master Chief's on a ship in space, and the Gravemind is sending, like, pictures of Cortana from, like, the Ark. Like, they're far away, but he could still do it. If you gave him that power-up, where they could, like, mind fuck people and change them into Flood or just change their minds to work for the Flood.
Who do you think would be getting the bigger upgrade? If the Illuminate can actually dominate the mind of the Flood, or if the Flood can take over the Illuminate?
The
Illuminate wouldn't get terribly too much from the Flood, I feel like, if they mind controlled them.
Yeah, because they already have it.
They already have the tech, but they'd lose all the minds that the Gravemind and everything has, all that knowledge. Because their mind controlled people just go brainless. They turn into zombies.
Well, no. The voteless are. But the entire Illuminate society his mind is altered.
I feel like it's gonna be worse.
Have we seen them being smarter?
Yeah, the Overseers are smart. The Illuminate are the most intelligent species in the universe. But the entire society, the society is run by a high council, and the high council determines what the society does, and then they alter the minds of all of the Illuminates to just be on the same page about it so they can do it. They did this to create a perfect society so that there's never any civil war, or there's never a disagreement among the Illuminates, because the High Council determines everything. They determine everything through a vote, and then they force everyone else's thoughts to be aligned with whatever they voted on.
I mean, Super Earth did that without machines.
No, Super Earth definitely because Super Earth had to fight a civil war. So Super Earth was
with the cyborgs. I forgot.
Not just the cyborgs. The cyborgs were a colony, and they became separatists after Super Earth took over. But Super Earth actually had a war. They weren't the only political party. There was 3 or 4 other political parties, and Super Earth basically went to war with them.
Wasn't that 300 years ago before even the first game?
It was before the
a while ago.
It was before the first Galactic War, and then they took over after basically slaughtering everybody, and so that and then they changed the name of the planet to Super Earth, which was just the name of the political party.
Hadn't they not even left Earth yet when that war happened?
Yeah, they did. No, because they had it. They didn't have as good of technology because the cyborgs were on Cyberstan, so they had colonies, so they were capable of leaving Earth, but I don't think they had the ability of instant transportation between planets. I think that was.
They didn't get that the drives until they had the bugs as fuel, so it would have been slower, wouldn't it have?
It would have had to be, yeah. Well, I assume they were probably using nuclear energy before they got the Terminids.
Probably.
But yeah, no, it was because I think they had space travel, but it wasn't to the point that they could take over the entire galaxy, and it was after they met the Illuminates. That's because I know that because Cyberstan was a colony of Earth before Super Earth took over and became that. And then when Cyberstan saw that going on, they were like, oh shit, we don't want to have anything to do with you guys anymore. And then they decided to basically become separatists and rebel against Super Earth, and that's what caused the war. And that's what started the First Galactic War. The Illuminate, despite their power, did not start the First Galactic War. The Cyborgs did. And then we basically wiped them out. But But no,
they're
that
a bunch of filthy communists.
because they're a bunch of filthy socialists. Technically, they call them socialists.
And they got that little space magic that's BS.
Yeah.
Can't do nothing with it.
But yeah, I think the Illuminates in the Flood is an interesting conversation. But I think,
It
but
is.
much like it, we need to know more about where the Illuminates are currently. Like I could tell you everything about the Illuminates back in the first Galactic War, but they just came back in the Second Galactic War, and they've been gone for like 100 years. And the whole vote list thing, that's new. They couldn't do that in the first Galactic War, so we don't know what else they can do. So
I mean, aren't they also kind of like limp-wristed with their response to violence? Like,
they
have
were.
the
They're not
ability to
anymore.
do more
In the first
are,
Galactic War, they were because they were a peaceful society. They actually didn't really have many weapons. Most of their stuff that they used to go to war with Super Earth were like non-weapons that they were forcing to be weapons so that they could fight. But they've been away for 100 years, and now they've gotten back, and the first thing they do is mindfuck an entire colony, an entire planetary colony.
Well, they were like
instantly.
kidnapping people for weeks prior to showing up.
Were they kidnapping people for weeks? Okay.
Well, yeah, because they were saying that whole colonies were disappearing. Not that I know
Oh.
they did fuck the colonists when they got there, but I know for a fact that there was on the little TV in your ship. They were talking about how entire colonies were going dark.
Yeah, no, you're right. The fucking dude was talking about that. Yeah. Okay.
They definitely were like taking their time preparing.
Well, they've had 100 years to prepare for this. Like before, they were fighting for their own survival. Now they're just fighting for payback. They're
With that,
clearly
though, how
far more
fast
violent.
Can they like mind control someone? 'Cause
Well,
it's possible.
yeah, that there's like a time limit to like how fast they could do it. Possible.
Yeah, because it's possible
We
that
just-
like
we-
the Helldivers are. but
We
it's
need
just taking
more.
longer
We
than
need more
they're on the
information.
planet.
We need more information.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because we just don't. And the developers have said that the introduction to the Illuminate is part of a several month-long storyline that they want to do as they dive into like more into the Illuminates. So as of right now, like I've been wanting to do. I announced it a while ago. I wanted to do a video that was like who would survive of like a three-way fight between the Terminids, Illuminates, and Automatons to see who would come out on top. And I've avoided doing it because we don't know enough about the Illuminates.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for
You
the
know
Illuminate. Go ahead.
You know the Illuminate we're fighting now is a scouting party.
Yeah.
They are a smaller force.
Yeah. Well, they're also a smaller force because we nearly put them to extinction. So.
Did you hear about that one war?
World War.
It was I don't know. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true or not. But
Vietnam?
apparently, the reason why the Illuminati are pissed off is because we tossed the fucking bugs into their fucking planet with the black hole.
I think that's just like a rumor.
That's just a
swear I
rumor.
Yeah, that's
saw
why I
that on
said I
Reddit.
think
The
it's a
Illuminates,
rumor. I
the
don't know if
Illuminates
it's
don't
true.
need the Illuminates don't need a reason to be pissed at Super Earth. We wiped out almost their
Listen, we
entire
already took
species.
their wallet.
Yeah, like we
already
did
took their
enough.
wallet. They'd be pretty pissed.
We did
I'm
enough
sure
to
we
them.
let them know we were still kicking when we opened the portal, but I doubt we like peeved them any more than.
Well,
they
we
were.
had no idea. Well, Super Earth had no idea when they opened up the black hole that they were allowing the Illuminates to return. They didn't know that was going to happen.
Well, and we don't even know yet if that is what brought them. Like, it could have just been.
It's pretty obvious. Like, I mean,
it's
it would be surprised
insinuated.
if they said that it was something else. I would be surprised. They very heavily implied that that's what it is.
Well, I feel like
been back to the black
what
hole.
we're talking about is. Well, imagine if you learned your next door neighbor just had a nuke just lying in the garage. I'd come over and be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
It's not like that. It's like you went on vacation and you found out your neighbor blew up the neighborhood, and so you're on your way back pissed.
Yeah, probably just fucking
These are
asshole.
hilarious.
I mean, before Helldivers 1, weren't they just like all over the galaxy watching these people?
Yeah, I mean they watched Earth as Super Earth took over the whole planet. They just let it happen. Like they could have stopped all of this, but they didn't because they were just watchers. And they believed them. It wasn't until Super Earth took over. It wasn't until Super Earth like completely took over like successfully and were starting to upgrade their technology that Illuminates were like, maybe we should like offer peace to these guys because they're getting kind of powerful pretty fucking fast. So they went up to them and were like, hey bros, can we be friends? And Super Earth was like, oh cool, advanced technology, let's kill them and take it. And then they did that, and that was like, oh man, that was not good. That was not good. But yeah, no, it was it's an interesting universe. It's really cool.
Yeah.
I really think that they should start like writing comic books and stuff, like diving into
They
shit
should
more.
do other media. I mean,
Yeah.
other than just the movie that's coming out.
There's a movie. There's a Helldivers movie coming out.
Yeah, they announced a movie.
Animated, live action. What is it?
Live action, I believe. But
It's coming
I
in
mean,
theaters.
But the creative.
We don't know yet.
I don't know.
Like they just announced it.
If it's live action,
I've
I'm
been
going to
hearing
assume
rumors.
it's theaters. I'm kind of hoping it's animated and they just
Probably.
like put it on a streaming service somewhere.
They could do such a good animated if they like hired the people who are doing like DC right
I
now.
think it's the type of like unless they put like several $100 million into the budget, it should be animated. Because if you're gonna do this properly, that's gonna be an expensive fucking movie.
I'd love if they
I've been
did the
hearing
movie
rumors
like.
about
Go ahead.
I've been hearing that I've been hearing that the friggin' creative directors for Helldivers 2 will not have a final say on the production, but that's just a rumor.
Oh, then who
No,
cares?
they're
If
just
it's
console. I mean, it's Sony. It's gonna be like
if it's
somebody
true,
who did Madam Web or something.
if it's true, then who gives a shit? If it's true, I don't care. But if they made a movie, I would like the creative director to have I would like not necessarily to write the story because nothing says that they're like good story writers. They've never done that before. But at least a specialist on the lore that could get this. They could like kind of say like, oh no, this isn't right. This is against our world. Blah blah blah. And then just make it an animated film. Make it and just give it the exact same like art style as the game. Just literally just that. You know, just like a CG.
You know what would be a cool Helldivers movie?
What would be a cool Helldivers movie?
Propaganda with General Brash.
I don't want to see a Helldivers movie with General Brash. General Brash is a goofy, over-the-top meme
That'd be
character.
a little too goofy.
And I
Maybe
want him
like
to
an
stay.
animated show.
Well, they should have spanned it a bit.
I don't want
His
to ever
character.
see anything around
Or like
General
a
Brash
comic.
that isn't just a voiceover over the TV.
Yeah. But they
That
should try to do a good job with it because this is their only live service game that
Oh,
Sony
if
has.
they
It's
fuck
good.
it up, if they fuck it up, nobody's gonna ever forgive Sony.
No,
I don't think anyone's forgive them now.
Yeah, Sony's already. I mean, when you shit on basically everything Spider-Man that you possibly can for several decades, you're gonna piss the people off. They're gonna be annoyed with
Like the only time they do anything good is when they hand it to people, like other
Well,
people.
well, to be fair, the Spider-Man movies, the ones that aren't like the spin-offs,
Yeah.
those are made by Sony, not Marvel. Sony made those.
Which ones?
The ones with Tom Holland. Those are not Marvel
those
films.
are-
Those are Sony films.
Those are like mediocre though. I mean, they're decent. But
I
they're
agree.
Spider-Man.
I
I
agree.
like
They're
the
not.
second one.
They're not my films. They're not my Spider-Man
Yeah.
films. They're okay. But yeah, they are. But they're still like the best thing Marvel's making right now.
Yeah.
I mean, what the
Guardians
best.
of the Galaxy 3 was pretty great.
The best thing that Marvel's made in the last 5
Well, that-
years is Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and Spider-Man No Way Home. Everything else has been trash or mediocre. at
Guardians of
best.
the Galaxy is all James Gunn. If it was left up to like who is it, Jon Favreau or whatever?
John
he'd
Favreau
fuck
made
it up.
no. John Favreau made
He's
Iron
not
Man.
bad. He's
John
not
Favreau
bad,
made
but,
Iron Man.
Like recently, he's been doing worse. He's not horrible.
Wait. What do you mean recently? What has he done recently? He did The
He's done-
Mandalorian season 1.
Hasn't he been doing like the little new Disney Plus shows? Like, well, I guess
Yeah.
Moon Knight was good, but like She-Hulk.
No, John Favreau hasn't touched on
Who's
any
doing
of that.
those? Who's
I don't
doing those?
Different people. Not John. John Favreau did
Okay.
Iron Man 1. He did Iron Man 2. But even he says, and a lot of people say, Disney came in and basically altered what he wanted to do. Like he didn't even he originally wanted the villain of Iron Man 2 to be Iron Maiden, who was a chick. And he wanted it to be. He wanted to do a story based on Demon in the Bottle, which is basically going to dive into Tony Stark's alcoholism. And Disney said no because they didn't want their hero to be an alcoholic. But he built it up in the first. He built up in the first movie that he was an alcoholic. Like,
yeah, and he was drinking even. in,
He constantly
like,
drank in the
Avengers.
first movie, and every time, and he made sure that every time he was having a stressful moment, he had a booze in his hand, and he was building it because in the second movie he wanted to do the Demon in the Bottle storyline, but they wouldn't let him, and then instead he did Iron Man 2, which was one of the at the time. There's been a lot worse ones now, but at the time that was one of the worst Marvel movies, and and then Jon Favreau went on to make Chef, which is really good, but yeah, he's not so kind of subtly mentioned several times that he's been a pretty big victim of studio interference with a lot of his movies. He wasn't happy. Go ahead.
I would definitely agree that like majority of the issue with everything made is studio interference these days.
Well, no, there's a lot of just people making shitty
Well,
stuff.
there is, but like there's so much like Microsoft, Sony, all these parent companies are like cutting off their
There's a,
They're
well, it's not. It's
IPs.
not. There's a lot of nepotism and people being given jobs
Yeah.
as writers and stuff who aren't particularly good writers. There's also a lot of scripts not really having the time or care. Like they'll get a script and then they'll send it off to 20 different writers that all change it and alter it, and it has to go through this very quick writing process so they can get the movie out as fast as possible. Same thing with the CG and like the effects of it. They have to just kind of be rushed through really quick and just kind of spit out, which is why it's kind of difficult to see CG in movies now that's even as good as like Jurassic Park that came out 20 fucking years ago, because they're just not giving things the time they need. It's just this constantly moving machine to push content out, and it's not good. It's not the best way to do things.
Hey,
But-
I got a question before I go.
What's up?
Do you guys like Starship Troopers, the movie?
Of course.
The first one.
Yes.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
It's good. I like it. Yeah.
I haven't seen it in years. but
I
yeah.
even like the CGI show they did.
To me, Starship Troopers is the best bad movie ever made or the worst good movie ever made. It's one of those. I don't know which one, but I like it either way, so I don't care.
The best
Yeah,
bad
man.
movie is Evil Dead. One
Evil
of them.
Dead is a good movie. Evil
It
Dead's
is
not a
good.
They are
bad movie.
great movies, but they were made with the budget of a shoebox.
But that doesn't make it a bad movie. Like just because the
Well-
budget isn't good or it's not, because the effects in that movie, while not realistic, are amazing. They're really good.
They are amazing.
That doesn't just because they're not realistic looking doesn't mean it's not good. You know.
One of the first movies I remember watching was Starship Troopers, and I mean, like, I watched it.
It's good. It's a good movie. I like it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
entertaining.
great. I didn't even know there were sequels, and I was upset that he didn't.
They're not good. But I mean,
They're not-
if you're a fan of the
Yeah.
first one, check them out. But they're not good. There's an animated sequel too.
Well, it's like that 3D.
Roughnecks something.
I mean, the Terminids are essentially just like a way upgraded version of the Arachnids.
I
Yeah.
feel like Starship Troopers did a good way of like setting up how a Helldivers movie should go if they want it to be like very actiony like that as like a war thing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's pretty good.
Very
Either that or
over-the-top
they could try to
cartoony.
do it. They could try to do it in 1917 did, where it's like just like two troops doing something really stupid.
Yeah.
I feel like they're
Helldivers
gonna
is-
do it like.
Ooh.
Oh, sorry.
There you
Go
go.
No,
ahead,
okay.
you first.
Mine will be quick. Helldivers is Starship Troopers 2 if they actually made clever satire.
It's Starship Troopers the game. It's literally Starship Troopers the game.
There is
Well,
a Starship
like-
Troopers game
I think
now, too.
I think Helldivers does its satire a lot better than Starship Troopers does.
They do.
I think
They
Starship
do.
Troopers
Yeah,
is trash
that's
ass.
the problem.
Yeah,
They
did
kind of
trash
forgot
satire.
to do satire.
No, they didn't
I mean-
forget. They just did it wrong. It was supposed to be a I think it's a decent
Also,
satire on
there's-
propaganda, but it's a terrible
Oh, yeah,
satire
like-
of fascism,
yeah.
which is what they wanted the satire to be.
Yeah.
But that's
know
not a
what's like
fascist
that?
society.
Yeah,
I think there's also been people have contested how much the director even meant to do proper satire on fascism. Even,
No,
because
he
there's been,
specifically
like,
stated that was what he was trying to do.
yeah, but
I wanna
then
say this
he's
about the
kind of
Iron Man.
contradicted himself in other shit he said too. So
Probably because people said it was bad. It was bad satire. But he
Yeah.
he initially said, and he's been saying for years, as far as I could tell. Maybe he's contradicted himself somewhere along the line. But I've always seen him say, "Yeah, this is a fascist." He said he was trying to make a film about fascism and basically showing like the real face of fascism or whatever. And
wasn't that
that's
the
not
stuff that he
fascism.
said decades later, or wasn't? Because I think he was
No,
saying
I think-
something slightly different. Like,
well, when the movies
when
come
he
out,
made it,
when
you
the
know?
movies come out, he never says that they're satire.
Yeah.
Because you're not supposed to ruin the joke by telling people what the movie's about. That's the whole point. I wouldn't
well-
expect him to.
See you people. I'm leaving.
See ya.
Goodbye.
All right. Do you guys want to continue on with the fucking Borderlands and Mass Effect? We only got 2 more.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's played Borderlands?
Oh, I would like to
Yep.
make a joke about Iron Man.
Borderlands.
Since I learned about this. So essentially, you're telling me Iron Man 2, who put Tony's like biggest character flaw, alcoholism, in the cuck chair.
In the cuck chair?
Yeah.
Who's being cucked?
His alcoholism.
How?
Well, someone said earlier that the entire second movie was supposed to have like a.
Yeah, but
demon in
cucking
the
is when
bottle
you
storyline.
fuck someone's wife in front of them. I don't get how you could cuck a
Maybe
storyline.
Sean Favreau was cocked by
I don't
Disney?
know. I don't get
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
The fucked Iron Man?
cuck is having
Yeah.
sex with a dude's wife in front of him. I don't know how you could do that with a storyline in a movie. I'd say the joke needs work. But okay, so let's get on Borderlands. Pretty decent. I mean,
Quite a bit more.
they actually it's a large universe with a bunch of different factions, a bunch of different
I
crazy
thought
powers.
they were like 2 planets.
No.
And a moon.
No, there's a ton. No.
No.
There's a whole
No,
galaxy.
you played the third game.
There's a well, we knew before Borderlands. We knew in Borderlands 1 that it was a whole galaxy. It's just that the game took place on one planet in 1 and 2.
Okay.
Like all of the characters who show up are all from different planets. We knew that going in all the way back in Borderlands 1. But Borderlands 2 allows you to go to a bunch of different planets. I forgot how many there are in the game, but overall we know there's a whole galaxy, and there's a bunch of different factions, and the entire galaxy is run by basically like weapons corporations that make guns, like gun manufacturers. Like the entire economy of the world is made through gun manufacturing. Basically everyone knows how to shoot a gun and knows how to fight, has some sort of power or crazy ability. You have sirens, who some of which can like move moons and fucking destroy countries
There can only
and
be
shit.
7 at any given time, though.
Yeah, there's only
There
7.
Can only be 7.
That's true. There aren't that many. And also there are the big thing, like the most powerful thing, is the monsters that are in the vaults. There is one whose name I'm forgetting, is like the Devastator or the Destroyer. Not the Destroyer. I forgot what it was called. But basically, you could destroy. Was it solar systems or galaxies? I don't remember. It's really fucking powerful. And that's it. That's basically everything you need to know about Helldivers. I think Helldivers is gonna have some trouble with this one for the most part. They're in their space combat. Helldivers gonna win because they don't have, like, Borderlands doesn't have ships that do that much. They've never been shown blowing up a moon with a ship. The only time they've done that kind of damage is through like special powers of giant monsters, vault monsters.
And Hyperion.
I don't think Hyperion blew up. Hyperion never blew up a moon.
I don't see how they can win unless they all unify.
What's up?
That's the closest they have to space combat.
Yeah, they have like these giant. They have a giant laser that they fire. I think It doesn't destroy a moon though. It destroys a decent amount of area.
Everybody has a giant laser. Let's be real.
Yeah, but but their ground forces are a lot better than your average Helldiver. Like
you could throw like 1,000 Helldivers at the problem.
Yeah, the loader bots are stupidly powerful. If you actually like take into they fire the loader bots from space to the ground, and they land and without a scratch on them, and then they just start fighting. They basically have the physical durability of a fucking hell pod, like, and then without any damage. So that means they're pretty sturdy robots, and they're not even the strongest thing that they got. And then you have all different sorts of dudes and bosses and shit with superpowers. And the one thing that I think that Helldivers is gonna have an easy time with is the fact that none of these factions are aligned. They're all fucking trying to kill each other. And I don't.
When there's a bigger threat.
Yeah, even when there's a bigger threat, and I don't think that they're ever going to come all together as one to face off against the Helldivers until it's too late. And
what's the numbers situation like?
Can't they come
Do they
back
have
from
the
dead?
people to field?
We don't know. We have no idea.
With
a lot of these spacefaring universes, no developers don't come out and say this is the population of the entire. No one says that. It's just it's a galaxy, but we don't know. And that's really all we can say is that it's a galaxy of a bunch of different
it's just
planets.
Like Super Earth's biggest strength is burying their enemies in bodies.
In what?
In bodies, like corpses, like dead Helldivers.
Yeah, no, you
just keep throwing them at the problem until.
Well, they're strong. Their strongest thing is their guns. Their guns are stupidly overpowered. Like that's their biggest thing.
Yeah.
Numbers is a big part of it, but in the Helldivers universe, saying that Helldivers' strength is their numbers is kind of not accurate because all 3 of the armies that they fight against have more numbers than they do.
That is fair, yeah.
Like the Illuminates, look at the death of Helldivers compared to the death of everybody else. They've killed.
I mean, yeah. What is it? 30 billion.
It's one dead Helldiver to every 50 dead everybody else.
Wait,
so
I could just look at them out. What am I doing?
Yeah, but it's they weigh like if you send 4 Helldivers to a planet, you're gonna kill fucking what 800 Terminids. It's just it's like, go ahead.
Another big thing for Borderlands is the respawn on system. Like, that is a canon part.
It's not a canon part. It's not a canon part.
The Digistruct system.
It's not a canon. No, it's in a. They mention it in a funny side quest, and it's a part of the game that you keep coming back from the Digistruct. But in the actual story of the game, it's never mentioned. When characters die, they never come back from being digistruct. Even the guy who's like in control of the digistruct system, the guy in charge of Hyperion, did not come back from the digistruct system. So no character who's ever died has come back from it in the actual story of the game. So it's just a gameplay feature. The digistruct system in the actual game is you can create weapons and vehicles and items from it, but it's never been shown in game creating a person.
Is it infinite resources, or is it bringing it from somewhere else?
As far as we know, it's taking digital matter and turning it into actual matter.
Essentially, it just makes it out of
like it's creation.
nothing.
As far as we can tell, it's creation.
So it's a lot of robots.
Yeah, they can infinitely make robots, and they don't need materials.
I mean, at the weakest
to do
you
it.
could make it is they would just need energy to make it.
The problem is with that is that the digistruct system is found everywhere. It's not like something that only Hyperion or only certain companies have, and it's not like widely found technology. It's literally everywhere. So the first planet that the Helldivers take over, or that the Super Earth takes over, they will have access to the digistruct system, and they can just repurpose that technology. And now they will also have it. And if they
These
start
are
making
companies, right?
Hyperion.
They're like any of the factions.
Yeah, most. Most of them are gun manufacturers, but you also have like what's her name? The Tyrene's faction of bandits, which is not a corporation, but most of them, like the entire world, is essentially run by gun manufacturers.
Well, other than them, could Super Earth just like buy them out? Like they have a lot of money, apparently.
By the corporations?
Like you'd be like, hey, I'll give you so much money if you just like sell me guns and let me use this planet for.
They're not going to do
putting
that.
people.
They're not going to do that. So
Not at
Super
all?
Super Earth's main point is to spread Super Earth. They're spreading managed democracy and their influence across the world. Buying a company would not suddenly make all of the people who work for that company believe in the glory of Super Earth. Like the idea would be to wipe them out and replace them with Super Earth citizens and colonize. That's their whole goal.
Here's the thing. I think that this is gonna go. Okay, can the corporations even muster that much of a standing army? I mean,
yes.
Most of them have like plain.
They don't have to muster anything. They have massive galactic armies, all of them, like military.
They have a space
Well, I mean,
base
even
on
with
the
that,
moon.
they have all these
Right.
like robot.
They are
making
essentially
things.
governments. Like each corporation has a whole bunch of planets that they own. It's their planet. Like Pandora is owned by Hyperion. Yeah, Pandora is owned by Hyperion.
because you go to a planet that's controlled by Atlas in the third game, and it just. Yeah, I guess it'd be pretty hard in gameplay to show the actual scale of a invasion of a corporate planet.
Well, I mean, the invasion, there is no invasion because they already have the planets. Like when all of the enemies you fight, all the enemies.
There's another corporation invading Atlas's planet in the third game.
Oh yeah. When you meet Zero and shit. Yeah, you're right. Right. Well, but that's like a war between two different manufacturers. But like if you go to. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Like, you're not going to see, especially with the graphics that the game has, you're not going to see, like, a full-scale army versus army just because it's limited by technology. But, like, if you go to Hyperion, anyone you fight that's not a bandit is a Hyperion soldier. Like, all of them. So, it's like, they have enough people that they can fill and completely populate tons and tons of planets all across the galaxy. They're big. They're big armies. I don't think numbers is necessarily going to be an issue because it's kind of similar with the Warhammer 40k situation. We don't really have an idea of how much they have. We just know there's a lot. I will say this. Super Earth by itself is taking over any individual manufacturer, which is why I think it's an issue. Like, I think if Atlas and Hyperion are at war with one another and Super Earth starts invading Hyperion worlds, Atlas isn't going to do anything about it. Because as far as Atlas is concerned, you're helping them out. And then if Hyperion has to face off against Super Earth, and then Super Earth takes over and wipes out Hyperion, Atlas still isn't going to do anything until Super Earth moves on to Hyperion. So, I'm sorry, to
I think
Atlas.
Super Earth would win in that case, then.
I think there's going to be a certain point I think at first they're not really going to think much of it. It's just going to be like another faction being added to the universe. But there's going to be a certain point where there's going to be a point where it clicks in everyone's brain where it's like, okay, these guys are a threat, and we have to fight against it. And they might put their little grievances aside to fight it, but I think by that point they've already taken over a decent amount of the guy. Especially considering that you could take over whole planets in a day. Like, that's the issue. Go ahead.
What I mean is Super Earth. Oh, sorry.
Let that guy talk.
I think the Jacobs and Torg company. I'm trying to remember this, but Jacobs and Torg, the companies actually aren't that
They're small.
Aren't that against each other? No, they're small. Well, Torg, they're small-ish, but still they're massive, and they are both, and they don't hold much animosity. In fact, I think they're like some of the family of.
They're not big enough. They're not big enough to hold animosity. Like they can't go to a Torg and Jacobs cannot go to war with Atlas or Hyperion. They wouldn't win. They wouldn't be able to. Even if they teamed up, they wouldn't be as big as Hyperion or Atlas. They're small.
Yeah, although they are my favorites to use in the game.
Yeah.
Those vault monsters. What if like they just open the vault from orbit with like a big ass bomb and just let that thing kind of rampage?
That would suck.
Would that be a play?
That would suck. Well, there's certain ones you don't want to, because there's certain vault monsters you would open up and it would completely eliminate all life in the galaxy, and nobody would be able to stop it.
Earth
would accidentally do it.
Yeah.
I don't think so, because Super Earth's goal isn't to destroy planets; it's to colonize planets. So the only reason they've in the entirety of the Second Galactic War so far, which has almost been a year, they've only destroyed one planet because it was lost. Like they just came to the conclusion, we can't take this planet back. It was Meridia. It's the only one they've destroyed. And
I feel like there's been more bugs on other ones since.
Possibly, but like I said, that was the only planet where they felt like it was so like they couldn't win it back. So then they just decided to destroy it. Like there was just the bugs was the whole planet was covered in spores. They were popping up like crazy. It's like it's a lost cause. We can't do it. And they were actually using that planet to shoot spores off into other surrounding worlds. So like, okay, if we don't take out this planet, we're gonna have to like 8 or 9 other planets in the area that we all have to deal with. So let's just fucking blow this planet up. So they did. They just blew the planet up. So, but they're not going to do that to, especially if they, and also, never mind, I wasn't going to say that, but they're not going to blow up, for one, they're probably going to learn some stuff about the planets, like, for instance, the vaults. They might actually want to open up the vaults just to see what's inside and get shit from them, possibly. But I don't think they're going to go out of their way to blow up planets if they're not forced to, and there's really nothing in the Borderlands universe that would force them. Like, the only things that would force them would be something that's like, oh, this is like an infection, or like the Flood might force them that they have to blow up the planet. Just a bunch of dudes fighting back is not going to force them into blowing up the planet. Especially considering that they, like, take over planets in like a day or so. Like, the Atlas and Hyperion war over the planet, I forgot what the name of that planet was they were at war with. They were at war for, like, months. And nobody had taken over the planet. That's never happened in the Helldivers universe. It's always like a couple days. I think the longest one we've ever seen in so far in the Second Galactic War is 9 weeks. That was Creek. Yeah, Malevolon Creek took 9 weeks. But other than that, it was always like a day or two.
What happens when Super Earth gets that digitized technology?
Everyone
that really.
Absolutely everyone.
Because they already have like crazy gun, like.
Yeah, I mean they just make they would
production.
just. I'll tell you. Well, the main thing that'll happen is that there will no longer be limits to stratagem releases.
Oh yeah.
That's
just the 500 kilograms.
They can just the whole reason why there's a timer, like the lore reason there's a timer, is because each ship has a essentially
budget?
It has a budget that it has to reach. So they don't, like, when you go on a mission, they'll only give you 3 napalm strikes or whatever. And it's like, you only get these 3 because you're not going over we're not wasting any more budget on this mission than that, because they say that launching one stratagem costs more than a Super Citizen makes in a year. All of them, any one. So it costs a lot of money. If they have Digistruct, money would no longer be a factor, and they could just literally keep making stratagems forever across all of their ships.
Wait, wouldn't that mean that regular soldiers could basically now afford Helldivers quality armor?
Wait, I didn't understand what you were trying to say.
I mean,
Would it mean
the
even
armor
the
that Helldivers
SCAF could
wear.
get on?
Wait, let him talk. Trip, say that again.
So wait, that would mean all their soldiers could have Helldiver quality armor then.
I don't think they would give Helldiver quality armor to all their soldiers, because I don't think that's not an issue with materials. That's an issue, like, the Helldivers are supposed to be, like, the reason why the Helldivers have capes is because they're looked at as being superheroes. Like, they're like above normal man, and I think everyone on Super Earth who can dreams of eventually becoming a Helldiver. I think that by giving Helldiver armor to non-Helldivers, they would be basically taking away the prestige of the role, and I don't think they want to do that because they use it as a form of manipulation.
But they might give the Helldivers, like...
They'll give them some armor. They might give them something.
Armor or something, like General Bash.
Yeah, they might get...
armor, like...
They would likely upgrade Seif's armor, possibly, since it's free now. But I don't think that it would necessarily be Helldiver armor.
Well, I meant quality, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
They'd probably also give them, like, bigger magazines. I'd imagine. More bullets.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible. Like, there's a bunch of stuff they could do. Make more vehicles, mass produce vehicles, mass produce ships, mass produce.
I mean, they're way underusing their vehicles. Like, we've seen tanks and all this other stuff.
Well, a lot of that. I mean, yeah, canonically, yes, but a lot of that is due to they just haven't put it in the game yet.
Yeah.
Like, they're still working on it. They're gonna put it in the game later. But yeah, mainly I think what they're gonna use with it is basically just they no longer have to spend money to do anything they want to do, so they can literally just keep making shit infinitely, whether that be bullets or stratagems or whatever, or ships or whatever. And I think that's
probably
the main
make
thing.
a bunch of space stations, DSSs, kind of.
Yeah. They might even make.
Construction. Using
What's that?
construction. So technology isn't at that level where you can just materialize something like that, like Hyperion.
Well, you would materialize the small parts and put them together.
Yeah,
like a 3D printer.
In Hyperion, and the second game is talking about how, like, when they're building the city, they're like, oh yeah, this city will take like 5 years to build, and it's supposed. I can't remember the scale of it, but they bring up how, like, essentially you're trying to build like a New York, and they're saying it'll take like 5 straight years to build something like New York.
You're saying that like that's a lot of time.
Fast.
That's fast as fuck. Yeah.
For a city,
it is
that's
fast
like...
as fuck. But imagine making something as big as the DSS with it, as much as there is.
I was in construction, and we built an airport. That airport took like 6-7 years.
Oh yeah, I know. There's an airport being built here.
Yeah, like regular highways take.
Yeah, 5 years for a whole city is not just like kind of fast. That's like literally not possible. That's insane.
I mean, those homes have to be. Those homes have to be crap.
Yeah, but overall, like I said, I think they're gonna. We could also possibly get Super Earth loader bots, like a variation of Super Earth loader bots, where they might not even have to send like people to their death. Like, they will still, but they can sometimes send in giant fucking robots, possibly better mech. They will possibly get a lot of gun technology from Borderlands and adapt that technology into their own guns. They already have. Go ahead.
I think their guns are already like on par.
Well, no, but the guns of Borderlands have more interesting effects. Like for instance, when you reload,
healing effect somehow.
Some of them, well, more than that. Like there's a gun where if you reload, he just throws the gun down to the ground. It grows legs and it starts running around shooting your enemies for you. And you could just, like, after you're done with your weapon, you throw it down, and then it just like starts. There's a gun that shoots other guns. There's just different things.
There's a gun that if you throw it, it explodes, and then
there's a gun that has infinite ammo.
There's guns that have infinite ammo. There's stuff like that. I think that, and I think
it just never. Yeah. They never explain how.
And then super. Well, I mean, Digistruct is probably a good answer. It's probably a mini Digistruct thing.
Personnel armor level, like, we know the robots are pretty tough, but the other people,
everybody's got energy shields, like everybody.
Yeah, regular people have energy shields that let them match those loader bots in durability.
They're powerful as shit. The Helldivers are not gonna have an easy time, or Super Earth in general is not gonna have an easy time. But the one thing that they do have is their ships are vastly more powerful.
You know what would give them an easy time?
What?
If they took the infinite ammo thing and put it in their fucking mechs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's a lot of stuff they can do.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, I still think that they're going to win. They have the numbers. Yeah. They have weapons that are capable of damaging, even though they're not physically as powerful as Borderlands characters. And they can adapt the technology that they find from Borderlands people. But the main thing is that Borderlands doesn't have one solid military to defend it. It's going to be a bunch of fractured like corporations. So that's going to be the main killer. And I don't think that releasing the fucking Vault Monsters is going to be because anyone who releases the Vault Monsters knows that they're committing suicide and they're going to drive the entire universe to its death, because that's a big thing that they talk about, that some of the Vault, not all of them, but some of the Vault Monsters are just straight up like they're destined
to open those vaults. Apparently, and to open those vaults, it's not like a Hyperion in the entire second game is constantly trying to drill through into the vault, and it's just found at the very end that they get to this final spot, and it's like, no, you need this very specific item because you could destroy the plane and this vault will still stay closed.
Yeah. So.
Oh well, then that.
For this one, I'm probably gonna say above Star Wars and fight a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like if we agree that Palpatine can just destroy fucking planets or whatever, you have
I think they're
way.
going off Legends.
What's up?
Like pre-Disney.
It doesn't matter. Even with them going off,
yeah.
it still isn't as powerful as they said. They were saying things that never happened, or they were purposely or possibly not purposely altering what things said to sort of bend the logic of what was happening. Scalers do it all the time. It's something I generally enjoy calling out. Okay, but yeah, I just think Borderlands has several characters that are up to par with even the exaggerated version of Star Wars that they were talking about. So I think it's above Star Wars pretty easily. But then your average.
Would be interesting for Borderlands is the new one.
Yeah,
that one's supposed to be more futuristic-y.
I don't know if I'm interested in Borderlands 4 because I hated Borderlands 3. That story killed the whole franchise for me.
Oh, yeah, that was a bad story.
I couldn't even finish.
Hopefully the game. I'm curious how the gameplay is gonna be.
The gameplay for Borderlands 3 is good. The story is what killed. I don't play Borderlands 2. I liked Borderlands 2. I didn't play it for the gameplay because I don't think Borderlands 2 has good gameplay. But
isn't it a looter shooter?
It's the first ever looter shooter.
Yep.
Yeah. Borderlands 1 was what invented the concept, but Borderlands 2 had such an interesting story with such good characters. Like, it was worth, even though the shooting aspects weren't that great, the game was awesome. And then 3 came out and they way improved the gameplay, but the story was absolute dog shit and it killed the franchise for me.
I still like the side missions, but the main story is ass.
There's decisions that they made in that game that you can't come back from. Like, that permanently ruined. Yeah, it's not like it wouldn't bother me if it was just a bad story. I was like, okay, whatever, maybe they'll do better next time. But they literally made decisions that killed it. You cannot come back from the poor decisions that you made in that game. It's too late. You would have to just say that the game never happened. Like, they retconned so much stuff and rewrote things and killed off characters, beloved characters, in the dumbest ways. They had Lilith. They made characters really dumb. They had Lilith make this really annoying girl who caused the death of several people and was awful. They made her the leader of the new good guys now. So now we gotta fucking deal with this bitch forever, and she sucked. She was awful.
Have good guys?
What's her name? Who am I thinking? Ava. Fucking Ava. Yeah, Lilith. Ava was this chick who got Maya killed. And she was whiny, complainy. She never took responsibility for any of her shitty actions. She was constantly rewarded throughout the story with characters just talking about how good and awesome she is and how she's gonna be super special. And then at the end of the game, Lilith kills herself and then tells Ava that she is now in charge, with Tannis standing right there and other people standing right there who have been with her the whole time. Like, why is this like fucking 14-year-old kid who's immature and whines and complains and is annoying gonna be the new leader?
I wouldn't want Tannis in charge. But
I wouldn't want Tannis in charge.
Anyone else?
I wouldn't want Tannis in charge necessarily, but like, I mean, there's so many. Know who I think would be a good leader after Lilith? Moxie.
Moxie would be great.
Moxie would be a good leader. I'm trying to think of who else would be a pretty decent leader. I'm trying to think of who else the names of everybody. No, not really Brick. Not Tina. Is Mordecai dead too?
Mordecai's still around.
Mordecai's still around. Maybe Mordecai.
Although Mordecai is kind of a drunk.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Yeah,
Yeah, honestly,
that ever stopped anybody from leading.
Honestly, probably Moxie would be the best one. I think I had it right the first
When
time.
I think back on it in history, drunks are normally
Oh, you mean
good
the
leaders.
sexy as hell great businesswoman? And I mean, she's a good businesswoman.
She's
I'm
like
saying.
she's like 60 or 70 now. They never age her. Every game they jumped in the timeline like another 10 years, and she was like
Really?
Yeah. Like they jump in the timeline a lot. Like Tiny Tina, when Tiny Tina was I think 1 and 2 has like a 10-15 year time skip.
No, it's almost immediately after. It's
is
maybe a
it?
couple
I don't
years.
think it is.
Yeah, no. Tiny Tina isn't that. Tiny Tina is still like barely. I don't.
Well,
even think
Tiny
she's
Tina's not in the
teenager.
first game.
No, I thought.
No,
She got introduced in the second
she's
game.
introduced in the second
I
game.
thought she was introduced in the pre-sequel.
Maybe.
I don't think so, but it doesn't matter.
It's been years.
The pre-sequel takes place before 2, but 1 and 2 are years apart, and 2 and 3 are years apart. Like Tiny Tina goes from being like 7 years old to being a grown woman in 3. But like if you look at Moxie's age, like in the first game, she was like 20 or something, and by the time you get to the third game, she's like 40 or 50 or some shit. And she still looks like the exact same characters. I gotta see. Let me see. Timeline of Borderlands. I forgot what it is.
Well, I mean, they must have
are they
good
just
medical
at that-
technology.
Wait, are they still at that like it's been 10-15 years and they're still at that like stalemate that they are?
What do you mean? What kind of stalemate?
Aren't they at like the corporations? They're at like a stalemate kind of.
Well, I mean, they're at a continuous war to take over for power. They're constantly they're making deals with each other. Sometimes they're allies. Sometimes it's not like one war. It's like they're just constantly fucking with each other.
So I'm like, depending where we put the Helldivers, they'll be at like a severely weakened state. I feel like very war torn.
Yeah, no, I don't think there really isn't anywhere in the last 200 years that you could put them that wouldn't be war torn in some way or another. Let me see. Okay, so Borderlands 1 takes place in the year 13 to 12 YA, and then the pre-sequel takes place in 11 YA. Okay, so all right, that's cool. And then Borderlands 2 takes place in 10 YA. So Borderlands 2 takes place like 3 years after Borderlands 1. And then Borderlands, okay, Tales of the Borderlands is 9 YA, a year after Borderlands 2. And then let's see, Borderlands 3 is 1 YA. So Borderlands 1 takes place 9 years after Borderlands 2. So overall, it's about 13 years between Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2. Okay, so I was exaggerating a little bit. I thought it was a lot longer than that, but that's still not bad. Now, how old is fucking Moxie, though? Because I remember Moxie being old as shit. Because Moxie has 2 grown children. Remember that. The fucking Scooter, who's a grown-ass man, that's her son. And then the fat...
I mean, you can have kids at like 14. You probably shouldn't, but...
And then the fucking really overweight chick who sells you cars and shit. She's
Wait, that's her kid?
That's her daughter.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
I'm not sure. Alright, I was blanking on who Moxie was for some fucking reason. Yeah, no, Moxie.
Dude, I'm so bad with names. I was the same spot when he was listing off like other good leaders until he said Moxie.
No,
Moxie, I think, is
no,
the only
Moxie.
one that's like a reasonable replacement. I think. I'm not sure.
Also,
Unless
is-
they pick someone.
She's one of the smartest people.
She is. She's the smartest. She's been said multiple times to be the smartest character in all of Borderlands.
Well, have you met I've met like 3 bartenders, all of which are probably like smarter than most of the people I know.
Let me see. I'm
It's
trying to
just
find out this
general
bitch's
accumulated
age.
knowledge.
I mean, if I was smart, I'd rather be a bartender than like half the
A
smart
doctor.
jobs. Like doctors
yeah,
get
'cause-
treated like iffy. They get paid
You know,
well.
because if I'm a genius, it's just,
Yeah,
if I'm
okay,
working
so-
at a bar, I can just fucking do what I want. No one can really tell me no.
Well, man, Moxie not playable.
I mean, the
Just one of the more
ATF,
sensible
they
people
can
in the
tell you
series.
stuff.
The ATF hasn't done shit for alcohol in like 100 years.
That's fair. More than no, yeah, 100 years.
Like, and by the way, here's
They
how
just
shit
care
the
about.
ATF is at its job.
Oh yeah.
There's a bar in Butte, Montana, that did not close for the entirety of Prohibition, purely because apparently when an ATF agent who was came in like the 40s said, yeah, we're not gonna do that because you have so many workers who like drink all the time that we fear there'd be a riot, and it's like,
Well, there'd be more than a riot. Like the ATF agents would enter town, then they'd just disappear. Like Montana's the middle of nowhere. Back in
well,
the
you should
30s and 20s, it
look
might
up
have
the
been
Berkeley pit.
might as well have been the birthday what?
The Berkeley pit. That was a mountain.
Oh, Berkeley.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was a
Well,
mountain, and we just deleted it because copper.
well, I'm not saying they couldn't invade Montana.
I'm just saying it. I wouldn't recommend.
Are we doing versus battles of the Montana people and the ATF in the 1920?
Wait, what?
I don't know. We just got kind of off track there.
Okay, so just to be clear, I just looked it up. Moxie's daughter Ellie is 37 years old in Borderlands 3.
Oh my God, Moxie's got to be like in her 70s. 80s?
I don't know if she's in her 70s, but she could very easily be in her 60s.
Yeah, 50s or 60s.
She would kind of have to be in her 60s. Yeah, like early 60s at the earliest.
Medical technology must be awesome in that universe.
I think it has something to do with her.
yeah.
I think it has something to do with her guns. I think it was like something about like I think they tried to explain it where it's like her guns when she shoots people like steals life or something. I don't remember.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
That's crazy.
All of her grenade. There's a grenade you get in a side quest for her that has a special effect and steals more life than other grenades. It's a secret effect.
Yeah.
It has the red dialogue.
Yeah. So basically,
And it's
she's
much
essentially fucking immortal because
That
she has
could
guns.
be a forever war then. Like if you
That
just
most
handed
people
out
don't.
those
Most
grenades.
people don't have that.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
it's very rare. No, those.
That's
effects,
that's
like
specifically
field
Moxie's shit that she's got. So for the Borderlands, where'd the Borderlands go? Oh, yeah, okay, we already said it. It's a fight for a bit. No, I think this fight, like I said, it's too much of a with the fact that Helldivers can acquire their technology, and with the fact that they're in a constant war with each other, and they're not really going to focus on Helldivers for a while. I think Helldivers is going to spread too fast and eventually overtake them. Pretty quickly. So, but I still think he's probably, they're more powerful than Star Wars than the Empire, but they're also more fractured than the Empire. So I guess they would go below the Empire. So we'll put them below the Empire.
I feel like Star Wars could do better in space battles potentially at first.
No, they fight so close together. Like,
Here's the thing: how well
I think
would
Star Wars could do better in space battles because Borderlands doesn't have a whole lot of like really powerful space battleships.
Also,
like from
I'm
Borderlands.
not even talking about like
no.
power of guns. I'm like just how well. Like this is an issue with Star Wars ships. How well can Helldiver ships deal with swarms of starfighters?
I
They
mean,
don't have to.
the bigger ones. I mean, well, for one, the super destroyers are about the size of starfighters, and they have one for every single Helldiver they have. So numbers.
No,
really an issue.
they're not the size of. They're not the size of.
No,
they're significantly bigger than a starfighter.
But they're smaller than an actual.
They're
like,
bigger, but they're still small. They're still small ships that can bend space to
probably
go
like the
anywhere
size of a
instantly.
frigate.
They should
True.
be relatively just as fast, if not faster.
Oh, they're faster.
They would have to be
They
faster.
can go across the planet in seconds.
Well, they can go across the
You're
they can go across the galaxy in
Are
like.
they able to?
FTL bullshit. It would not be applying.
Yeah.
In the middle of a gunfight.
Exactly. How
But
maneuverable are they? Using the
it
FTL
would
drives?
it would when they're flying from one side of the planet to the other because you can literally be on one side of the planet and fly to the other side of the planet and it takes like a second or two. Even if you're not counting the FTL shit, they're still traveling faster than any real plane would be able to travel in real life.
I think that's
Any
faster
jet.
than most of the ships in Star Wars travel at sublight speeds.
Yeah.
So they're actually winning on that front.
Yeah, and it's a bigger
I don't
ship,
think they'd
and it
fight
has
at
bigger
Borderlands,
guns.
though.
It's a bigger ship with bigger guns and arguably thicker armor.
Yeah.
Oh, also some of the
Although-
Star Wars ships like Star Destroyers, for some reason, is that they'll need to lower their shields to let things out of their shields. But when you want to fire, but if you fire a physical projectile inside of it, that'll go right through the energy shields for most Star Destroyers.
Now,
they would just drop Helldivers in.
Now, to be fair, the super destroyers are not meant for space combat. They can, but they're not meant for it. They're meant for support vehicle. They're meant for support on Helldivers on the ground. They do have ships that fight in space combat, but we don't get to see them or really know much about them because it's not Helldivers' job to fight in space.
Also, I think if the Star Wars started swarming them with starfighters, like just hitting them with more starfighters than they could take down before they did serious damage to their ships, they would just start creating ships that were better at fighting off those kind of tactics anyways. So
possibly.
I mean,
but
wouldn't the Gatling cannon be
evolve their
wonderful?
tactics against
What? One person. Go ahead.
Wouldn't the Gatling cannon be wonderful at just taking out TIE fighters? The little I forget what it is, but it's the cannon that fires shells in a Gatling pattern at the surface. That'd be wonderful at taking out a horde of TIE fighters.
Yeah.
Can eagles be used for space combat? Because that could be.
I mean, they
effective.
can leave the atmosphere. We don't know how well they function, but we know they can.
I mean,
but
should work
I don't think we know enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've never seen it. I have been asking for this, not asking, but I've been thinking about something that they should have been adding to the game for a while, and that's some form of space combat that I think should act something similar to the way ship combat works in Black Flag or something, where you can kind of.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be great. And then you could board a ship and then as a Helldiver jump into their ship and kill a couple of them and I don't know, whatever. I think that would be really fun.
The drop pods would be wonderful for that. You shoot them at the hole, they go in.
Imagine shooting the drop pods at at the the Death Star and just smashing through the top of the Death Star at different locations. Just
and
going
the
inside.
Death Star, Imperial ships.
Yeah, but we've never seen that. But it would be really cool. It'd be really cool.
Everybody has windows for some reason. You shoot the pod into their command.
And then you could have pseudo boss fights. You could fight a Bile Titan that's flying through the fucking space from one planet to another, but you're fighting it in a ship.
Zero gravity combat would be pretty hard.
It'd be pretty. I don't know if they would add all that, but
it would be a lot.
I think in order. I'm not saying to add totally new game modes, but space combat is something that would not be super harsh on the. It's something you can add that wouldn't be super harsh on the engine. You wouldn't have to struggle to do that. And it would actually be less than what the engine has to do when you go down to planets. Just keep it small, but give us interesting shit to do. What's up?
Could they add it with their engine? Because their engine's outdated. They even said no. The developers that made it don't.
That's why.
No more.
That's why I'm saying that if you do it this way, if you do a space combat, it would require less on the engine than actually going down to the planets and fighting is. Because when you go down to the planets, it has to make the entire level plus all of the different enemies. You're talking about hundreds of enemies in the level at a given time. I mean, I would say that it would take way less if you're just two ships in the sky fighting each other. I think that would be way less.
The interior of a ship, it could be modeled like a Skyrim dungeon where there's just tunnels and everything outside of it.
Well, the interior of the ship could be the same size as your fucking super destroyer. It doesn't have to be massive. Yeah. It could be it could be a really quick little 10-minute mission where it's you have to fight these ships and then board this ship and get on there and kill it and boom, really quick, really easy. It doesn't have to be so much. Now, if they do add this, it's going to be way down the line because they're trying to perfect the on the boots combat type of on the ground combat type stuff right now. But I would be a little disappointed if 10 years from now they don't at least attempt or think about adding some kind of space combat. I think it's a fucking it just feels like when you're playing a game that is about a galactic war, for you to not have space combat, something's missing.
I'd love to see what the Illuminate have for bigger ships than their tiny little saucers that land.
Mm-hmm. I like to see what a lot.
Bigger saucers.
I would like to see the difference between an automaton ship and an Illuminate ship, and just how would they you can make a mission fighting a ship with an Illuminate completely different than a mission fighting one with an automaton. And when you're doing a mission fighting someone in space with with the Terminids, well, like I said, now you're just fighting like a giant fucking space Cthulhu monster flying through the sky, which would be pretty fucking cool. There wouldn't even really be a boarding mission. You'd just be like, can you beat this giant monster that's attacking you? That'd be kind of cool. Maybe Terminids can jump.
Mission that would work with that.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
like
jump with
maybe
wings.
if you have to like keep the Terminid like Bile Titan thing away, and if it does, it gets to the side of your ship and clamps on, and then it starts shooting Terminids inside your ship, and you have to like fight Terminids in your ship. You know, just a lot of cool. I don't know. There's a lot of little cool things you could do.
That reminds me of Star Wars Battlefront 2. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they could do it like that.
They could do it
where you,
exactly like
half the
that.
mission
Just a small
is on the
thing, you know,
ground.
nothing too. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, well, their engine's not good enough. We were able to do this shit on the PS2. Like you could do it. It's not like you don't have to go. It doesn't have. It can be smaller than the main missions, and with less what do you call assets and stuff being used.
And you don't even have to like generate like plants and ground. And
Yeah,
water.
I mean, you should see all the shit that they do with when you're playing on the hardest difficulties, like the Super Helldive, and all the shit they could fit on the screen with the explosions and stuff.
It's
doing a little ship combat is not gonna push the engine to the same degree that does. Anyway, we already did Star Wars.
It does crash all the time.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, it doesn't crash. Well, I have it on PlayStation. It doesn't crash. I've never crashed.
I'm on
Also-
PlayStation.
You crash?
I crash pretty often.
Oh damn! But only on the higher difficulties.
Only on the higher difficulty. Once there's
Okay,
like
there you go.
Titans
But
and
fair enough. Okay, let's say you crash there. Well, then you know what the limits are. Just
Yeah.
make when you do the space combat, just don't push it to those limits and keep it a little smaller.
They can't even put like the harvesters or Bile Titans on ships. Probably.
I don't know. Like I said, they're gonna have to like see how it works. I honestly I don't think they're ever gonna do it, but it doesn't mean that I'm not gonna be bummed out when they don't.
Yeah.
But I still don't think they will. I think it's gonna be just a third-person shooter. But eventually, I think that it's really fun. It's fun to do, and I like to keep doing it. But eventually, they're gonna have to have some kind of different gameplay mode. It can't just be this forever.
Yeah.
It's gotta have something. I mean, fuck, even Call of Duty is online and story mode. You know.
They're probably gonna do more like structured linear missions at some point.
Maybe. I don't know. I like to look at Warframe as like the go-to for how to update a game over time. You know, because I think that they've probably done it the best, where it's like they have it started off with just you got a sword, a gun, you fight people. Now they do have space combat. Now you can actually get a jetpack and fly through space. They have a fucking they have like a different like RPG mode where you go back in time and you play as a totally different character, and it's like it becomes like a roguelike type thing, and I'm like, the fuck is this?
Oh, is that the one they just announced? The 18?
No, the roguelike one's been out for a while. But
Okay.
yeah, but they're constantly adding like not just new storylines and gameplay modes and stuff like that, but literally different genres of game depending on which of these missions you do. It's not just a sci-fi third-person shooter in some of these. Some of it becomes a fucking fantasy or like a bullet hell type thing, but like a third-person bullet hell game. Like they do all kinds of stuff. It's pretty cool. But
a lot of people have been asking for PvP. I don't want that.
I don't
really.
want PvP. There already is PvP. If you want to go down to the fucking planet and kill your friends, you could do that. It just won't be tell you you're winning.
Yeah.
The game needs progression like Helldivers 1 had.
There's also no in-lore reason to have PvP.
Yeah.
Like it would be, unless they introduce factions. Like if you want to be a Chaos Diver or a Psycho Diver, and then maybe the different Helldiver factions will go to war with each other.
If they're gonna do that, they'd be better off doing a spin-off game where you play as the automatons and one person plays Super Earth.
I think that would be
Honestly,
cool.
the
I think that would,
potential
of spin-off games. Yeah, of like different spin-off games that are in different genres that take place in the same universe. I do think there's a lot of potential there.
Well,
Imagine like
I
an
have one
Illuminate
bullshit
war game.
idea they could try.
What's that?
Simulation missions where it's a training mission. I know it's.
They've already
lame.
said multiple times they're not doing PvP, and honestly, I don't want PvP in this game. I don't care for it.
Fair enough.
I think it wouldn't be as fun. I mean, could you imagine what if there's like 10 Helldivers in an empty level having to shoot at each other? I mean, how boring would that be compared to fighting automatons or Terminator? It's just more exciting. Let's get this last one done. We got Mass Effect. I don't think there's any debate here. I think Mass Effect is getting fucking destroyed.
Mass Effect is so small, and they can't do FTL without the relays.
Yeah. If all the Super Earth has to do to defeat them is just go around destroying all the relays, and then if you just and
they could.
Yeah, and if you go around,
no one could stop them.
Yeah, if you go around blowing up the relays, then you basically trap everybody in their own worlds. I don't even think the Reaper is going to be much of a match because the Reapers are just big ass ships. I think you could have one ship, Super Earth ship, go up against one Reaper and completely fucking blow it up. And I don't think the Reaper is going to be able to do a whole lot about it.
Do all the relays connect back to the Citadel? Because they don't even have to destroy all the relays then.
Yeah, technically. Yeah, they would just have to figure out how. They would have to figure out how the technology works, and then once they figure it out, it's got a pretty obvious weakness.
Well, I mean, it's also like way worse than their own. Like, they wouldn't even really have to learn. They'd probably just accidentally disable it by attacking these different civilizations.
I always like the idea when you put Helldivers against anyone that any universe they drop in, they can just chuck in a single Terminid in any universe to just leave. And then they could be sure that if they come back in 20 years, the entire fucking universe will be just nothing but Terminid now because they killed everything and spread across the entire galaxy. I just think that's kind of fun.
Just don't put Terminid in Kanachan.
There's the thought that they're letting the Terminid spread. Like, maybe it's
that's
harder for them to naturally.
That's a theory. Like I've heard I've heard the theory that Super Earth can destroy the Terminids anytime they want to. They just not because they like to perpetuate the war so that they can have insane amounts of oil essentially.
Yeah.
They literally need it for faster than light travel.
Yeah, but they used to farm it out of because they had a couple of them captured and they would farm it. But now with the war, they could farm it at a rate that they couldn't ever before with it just being like a couple captured. Like now they're actually getting
our old orders. We had to farm 5 billion Terminid oil.
Yeah, now we're actually getting literally billions, and we weren't getting billions before. We were just getting we just had like a couple of we just had like a planet of farms, and now we have a whole galaxy of farms that we're just like getting. So we just don't want to fix
have
it.
one milk room. Now the world is our milk room.
Yeah, but I think I mean, let's see how good of an idea that was when we find out what the fucking gloom is. Because that's gonna be an issue.
Curious about this gloom.
I'm out of here though. It's 2 a.m. my time. So
Yeah. Well, I'm about to set this one up. Before you get off? Where do you guys want Mass Effect to go?
It's definitely lower than Star Wars.
Oh, I think it's basically because it's more than one planet. It's gonna have to be in fight a bit. But I think it's like it doesn't stand a chance. It's probably above aliens,
below the Predators.
Maybe. You think it's above the Necromorphs?
Oh, everything's above the Necromorphs.
That's all above the Necromorphs. So Mass Effect goes below Predators, but above. Well, to be fair, I think Mass Effect would probably beat the Predators. Their guns are better, but the not being able to use faster than light travel without the mass relays, that's the big killer. But I do think they have stronger weapons and overall better technology.
Well, actually, that's the thing. Have we ever seen their military weapons?
Okay, we've seen Mass Effect's military.
No, he's talking about Predators.
I don't know.
Maybe in a comic somewhere. I haven't.
Yeah, but it's also.
But I do have to.
Yeah, go ahead. Get off.
I mean that was a question I wanted to ask, but we moved too quickly.
The weapons they hunt with is military weapons.
Are you sure? Because
I think so.
Units use
I've read
invisibility in the military.
I've read a couple of comics, and maybe the comics are only focusing on the hunting tribes, but I've never seen any like warrior cast show up that's got like totally different weapons, and I feel like I would if that's the thing. But I've been told that's a thing.
Prefer bows. They all prefer different weapons, and it depends on the tribe.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
but their weapons are all hunting like special. They all seem like hunting weapons. They don't show up with fucking, rifles.
And the creatures are like hunting as xenomorphs.
Man, I remember this art, Aliens vs Predators RTS, and they had power armor in it. Yeah, the Predators had power.
We talked about that earlier. We were talking about how some of them have power.
Well, because also we talked about how pretty much the way you become one of their military is you've pretty much become such a good hunter that there's nothing you really can't hunt. So you become part of their military, which I feel like is pretty fair because that's what the because near where I live, if there were a bunch of hunters that got recruited through like being 75th Ranger Regiment, some of the and became this special operations group, and it was all because they just spent so much time in the woods that there wasn't really anything you couldn't tell them they couldn't do that they couldn't do. It was very much
Sorry, we got the okay. I mean,
Yeah, we
that's
have a
just
lot.
a good push.
To answer your question, somebody asked in the chat, wait, shouldn't Space Battles be a totally separate game? It would be two completely different genres. That's true. That's what I was talking about. That's what they did for fucking what do you call it? Warframe. They had completely different genres of game all in the same game that they started adding into to give the game a little more flavor. You could still do that for
Like they'll
Helldivers.
have to do a Helldivers 3 with a new engine if they want to have multiple game. Like if they want to have as big as Warframe, where they have like 3 different genres.
No, not as long as you have those other game modes. Basically use less of the engine or the same amount of the engine as the current. Like you can add as many as you want. You can swap genres.
Said they're having problems with it now.
That's what I'm saying. You just have to make. They would just have to make the other. You'd have to make the other game modes smaller. So like it's right now when you play a game right now, you get blasted down to a massive world, like this open world that takes quite a while to cover, and then they cover the screen in enemies with like dozens upon dozens upon dozens of enemies. If you do space combat, it's just you and a couple of ships, and the world's not filled with a bunch of shit. It's empty. It's fucking space. It's empty space, and then you just have you guys fly around and shoot each other, and then at the end of it, you can board the ship, and the ship's just going to be a couple of small hallways because it's a little ship. Like it would take way less of the engine to do that than it does to actually go down to the planet. As long as you would keep those game modes using less of the engine than the main game mode that you already know the game can run, then you're good. You're fine. Like you can add as many game modes as you want. It's not going to change anything. You just have to limit it by the engine. I mean, every game is limited by an engine. But Warframe would also be limited by whatever their engine is. They just have to, you know, be smart with the game modes is all. Anyway, we've been here for 7.5 hours, so I think that's good for today. we finished the tier list, and thank you everybody for coming on and talking, and people in the voice chat as well as in the text chat. But this is going to be it for today. It's 7 hours and 32 minutes. It is 3 o'clock in the morning where I am, and I am going to sleep. So see you guys. I might be on tomorrow. I don't know. I'll definitely be on next week, and you'll probably have a video out by Tuesday, a new video. So anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. See y'all. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Yo.
There we go. Stream is over. I made $174 in that stream.
Nice.
Well, I guess that's worth 7 hours.